Hello everybody and welcome back to another season of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel Challenger Cup. My name is Aries, joined by the wonderful Snipe Hunters member, Emre.
Yeah, how are you guys? I'm happy to be here together with you, Aries, today.
Yeah.
I'm excited to see a lot of action.
So am I. Very, very grateful that you're able to join us. So is our friend Rescue Rabbit, decked out in the eFootball collaboration gear as well. You may have seen just then the snippet of the mate, which you guys can claim in-game today by participating in that event themed after the eFootball. Now, speaking of eFootball, of course, we do have that ongoing collaboration with many, many different things available in-game. The beautiful Rescue Rabbit behind us as well, of course, being kind of the face of that. This event is not only to celebrate this collaboration, but also to commemorate the kick-off of the new season of Challenger Cup as it returns to Europe and Asia for autumn.
Yep.
Emre, how are you feeling about the new season?
I'm excited. I think with the 3-3 kicking it off, a special tournament to kick the season off, which is always really nice to see. I'm excited for the new season. A lot of action going on.
Yeah,
yeah.
I really like the new theme with the Magistus Chorizo. I think that everyone that from what I've seen has also appreciated that, and genuinely very excited to see how things start to shape up as we do enter a new kind of meta competitive environment. Now, speaking of metas and competitive environments, of course, we are hosting a 3v3 tournament tonight, and that means that we're looking at the shared card rule. There's actually only going to be one deck each per player, but still should see a variety of different strategies rise to the top here. Talk to me a bit about the strategies that we have been seeing in Master Duel as of recent.
So, quickly to note before, the shared card pool means that every team has a shared card pool, with an exception of 3 cards that each player each team can pick. So let's say we both share 3 cards, being Ash Blossom, Maxi, and Caught by the Grave, which I think are going to be the most 3 common ones.
Yeah.
We can play those cards for the maximum copy in every deck. All other cards are basically limited to the amount of restrictions
Copies
they are.
In
for all 3 decks. So we will definitely see a lot of different decks today. I think each team will pick 3 different decks. The most popular ones being, I believe, is going to be Malice. I think Malice is still a very strong deck.
Yeah.
Risal, I think, together paired with the new Mitsurugi strategy, it's going to be really strong. I think we will see a lot of Mitsurugi together with maybe Risal, maybe Orcus, maybe Fiendsmith or Magistus. That is for me the most exciting part about the Mitsurugi strategy, that you can mix it with so many different decks.
Yeah, and I do just want to talk to you about some of the strategies that we are seeing, especially in regards to Orcus. Something that really interested me about that deck in particular is, of course, the fact that Master Duel actually has somewhat of a different card pool compared to TCG, especially when it comes to that deck, because Nightmare Mermaid in particular has been such a crucial part of this deck when it comes to bridging between the 2 engines and kind of creating that consistency to it. Tell me a bit about what that card in particular has done for this deck.
So, in the TCG, both engines still bridge into each other. All you need to do is put up 2 level 8 bodies to go into the Dingirzu.
Yep.
And then you can link it off to the Link 1, Galatea I believe it's called.
Yep.
And then you can proceed to your combo from there on. But what is special in Master Duel is that Nightmare Mermaid, as you said, is legal. So it's a bit similar to the Fiendsmith strategy, where any 2 bodies can go into a Nightmare Phoenix, for example.
Yeah.
And because that's a Nightmare card, that can go into the Mermaid. So by discarding 1 card, we can summon the Nightmare Orcus to the board and then proceed our combo from there on. So that makes the Orcus strategy basically a very splashable strategy in almost any deck.
And this is the first stream Challenger Cup on this channel that we'll be seeing Mitsurugi for. Tell me a bit about what that engine has done for the likes of Risal, especially when it comes to competing against the Malice.
Yeah, so Mitsurugi is a ritual-based strategy, which at first might not sound that splashable, because you think, okay, ritual deck, I need like a ritual spell in my hand and a monster, and I need to tribute cards for that. That's a lot of cards to summon just a single card. But the Mitsurugi cards are very special. The Mitsurugi ritual lets you summon from the deck by tributing cards from your hand or field.
Yep.
Or tribute from the deck, which plays around Ash, for example, because we tribute the cards from the deck, we don't send them to the graveyard.
Yeah.
But that makes it also like we only need the ritual and either a body to summon, or cards to tribute. We don't need everything in our hand. And because they're reptile cards, they're also pretty searchable by King of the Feral Limbs.
Yeah.
Which,
exactly
for example, the Risal strategy can put up by... I think every single Risal card does that. Ice, Sword, and X, they all go into a rank 4, which then is theoretically full Mitsurugi combo.
Yeah, and I think something we did also want to address was the fact that Malice is still very, very dominant in terms of how that deck is just putting out the consistency despite a few of those individual cards being limited now.
Yeah, so Malice got hit pretty hard, I would say, on the ban list, with Dormouse being limited from 3 to 1. Gold Sarcophagus
And
going
the field spell as well.
The field spell from 3 to 1 and Gold Sarcophagus going from 2 to 1.
Yep.
So a lot of consistency, and those cards are also starters and extenders. So you would expect that the deck got pretty hit. Like it might not be, like when I saw the ban list, I expected Risal to be the best deck.
Yeah.
But from now playing myself, I realized that Malice is still really strong.
Yeah, good to hear it. So I do just want to, give a bit of a shout out, of course, to some of the prizes that we have for the evening. I see that you're wearing your Worlds jersey, but we do have another kind of jersey available here with the football jersey from the French national team available in both the home or away colors, depending on what the player that wins decides. We have the plush, and then, of course, we have the game mat and acrylic for the new season that we mentioned, the Magistus, and that set of the TCG promo cards, the Neymar Dark Magician token, and that Rescue Rabbit in the eFootball outfit.
It's such a beautiful playmat. When I saw the card for the very first time in the TCG, I felt like that's a card that would make a really nice playmat. And then now seeing that this card is basically the cover card of the autumn season made me really happy.
Yeah, it's something that'll definitely make a lot of people happy, as well as, of course, this beautiful jersey. Very much available if the winning team can make it all the way. One each for that winning team of 3 in home or away colors as they so wish. Now, I do also just want to shout out to those eFootball promos between the Rescue Rabbit that we mentioned time and time again, but also that Neymar and Dark Magician. And there is a special campaign running not only in Master Duel and Duel Links, but also you have the campaign currently running in eFootball, where we have a couple of players, well, 6 players actually, paired with specific monsters, legendary within Yu-Gi-Oh!
This collaboration means a lot to me because 2 of my biggest passions, Yu-Gi-Oh! And football, are basically combined in one now, which I would never expect to see something like this, but it is so cool. I really like this.
So with that, we do have the pairings of Jules Koundé with Slifer the Sky Dragon.
Yeah.
A good choice. Yeah.
Then we have Mike Manya with Obelisk the Tormentor.
Classic. Obviously, big fan of Obelisk Tribute 3, and then just go for it.
Also of Mike Manya.
Yeah. Kylian Mbappe with Blue Eyes White Dragon.
What a card and what a player.
Yeah, I know you're a big fan of both of those, so let's go.
Then we have Neymar Jr. with Dark Magician.
Yeah, and of course you can get some of those tokens in person, as we've said, but also in-game you can get Protectors themed after this collaboration, where Neymar is dressed as the Dark Magician. Up next,
William Saliba with the Winged Dragon of Ra.
Rounding out the Egyptian God trio, and then we do have one more coming up.
Warren Zaya Marie with Red Eyes Black Dragon.
All right, fantastic. Now that is, of course, available to you by logging into eFootball today. And if you download the eFootball app and head over to your OTS store, show the app, you can, assuming that they are still available at that store, get your hands on those promos for yourselves.
Yeah, they're really cool. I got them myself. Still not opened. Still not opened. I need to play some of the Rescue Rabbit.
Yeah, haven't had the chance to summon the Neymar token yet.
Not yet.
But yeah, that's really, really cool to see. And of course, we are very glad to be hosting an eFootball themed Challenger Cup for you tonight in the Challenger Cup 3v3 Autumn Kickoff. Now, it's a 3v3 tournament. It's going to be kicking off fairly soon. We do have some very prominent players taking part tonight, of course. We do just want to highlight one of those teams that we're going to feature in our first match, of course, that team of your teammate, your World Championship teammate as well.
Yeah.
Quantal, of course, with one of the teams you played up against, or didn't play up against rather, in the other group from this year. Bronus from Team Brotdosa. And then, of course, Juho An, who was in TCG Worlds in 2023. So Quantal, Bronus, Juho, that is a
very strong team. A very strong team. Quantal and Bronus are not only two really great TCG players, they're also really, really good Master Duel players.
Yep.
And I would say maybe like the best players in Europe. And they teamed up together for this cup. The round already started, so we can hop into the first game. I think Bronus is playing right now. And going first. Yeah. Bronus is going first, activating Mitsurugi Ritual. So Bronus is the Mitsurugi player in the team, which from knowing Bronus, I would expect that he's playing some Fiendsmith cards in this deck as well.
Yeah, he does like his Fiendsmith. He's been streaming a lot recently, to be fair, since coming back from the World Championship, showing off a lot of that Fiendsmith in basically everything. But now we do have the Maxime response from Vanilla here. We have two other duels in addition to this one taking place simultaneously. The ritual resolving here will give one card at least to Vanilla. Thanks to that Maxi, we have the Ame no Murakumo no Mitsurugi, and then another Mitsurugi follow-up here.
So what makes the Mitsurugi strategy really good on Master Duel is that, yes, Maxi is a strong card and can sometimes be really strong against your Mitsurugi deck as well. But even with not a lot of special summons, we can put up a really strong board that has a lot of layered interruptions in the opponent's turn. Kind of similar to Fire King, where you would see like an Emblem Whale on the board with a Fire King Arvata, and it would not...
And then a Promethean Princess Bestower of Flames in the graveyard too.
And a Garunix. It doesn't look like much at the beginning, but the more you look at the board, you'll realize that it's a really strong board. But
yeah, we do have a Risal combo taking place over in Duel A, however, and that seems to be going off without a hitch so far. We do have one card being committed by Quantal to disrupt it, but at the moment looking pretty good. Let's take a look at Duel A as we do have that continue to unfold there. Actually, Quantal will be facing off against Lesti. So Lesti Fisa was on the Master Duel representative team from North America in 2023.
Team Pengu.
Yep, Team Pengu. And then apparently has moved to the United Kingdom now to take part in this tournament. And looks to be currently unfolding a Risal combo as Quantal versus Lesti. We saw it in 2023. We're going to be seeing it again tonight. Here we go to World Championship caliber players, and summoning Dugaris against Quantal feels kind of ill-mannered considering the history of that card in Quantal in 2024 when Maguro was able to make a comeback based on Quantal skipping a draw phase because of that card.
Yeah, so interestingly, we see that we're going for Dugaris, which seems odd to me without going into like anything else first. I would say it means we have a really engine-heavy hand and we want to draw into our non-engine. And I'm not sure if this is pure Risal or if it's something different.
Talk to me about why having too many Risal cards in your hand is a bad thing here, if it is indeed engine heavy. I guess you've used your normal summon and there's only so much you can do with a couple of level 4s, but what's the situation there? Actually, one duel already finishing that duel from Bronus, just completely concluding right out the gate. Really well played by him there as he does manage to take a lead for Team Brot here, but it's still Lesti's turn. It's still Quantal's duel to potentially lose here if this Risal deck continues to extend.
Yeah, so of course you want to open some Risal cards to basically start your engine rolling, and you also want maybe a second or third one to play around hand traps. But drawing too many means we can... I mean, there are only a certain amount of rank 4s that we play in our extra deck, and only a certain amount of them are interruptions on the opponent's turn. So by going for Dugaris, we're not only drawing 2 cards, we're drawing 3 because of the Risal Cross.
Yeah.
So that's one way to go through your deck really fast. And I think that's exactly what Lesti wanted to do. So draw 3 cards and then go into our boss monster, the Risal Detonator, which will attach a card from the graveyard now, and it will be the Dugaris.
Yep, the regular disruptions from the Detonator there, of course. Not too much by way of negation in this deck, but still a lot in terms of just, destroying the enemy card, destroying the enemy card, destroying the enemy card. There is the Small World bridging off of the Fuelos here in the hand. Where do we go with that?
So I think usually why we play Small World is that we want to see our engine, because it is also an engine card with anything else. But the special part about Small World is what 7th Tachyon can't do is Small World can search hand traps, as we just did.
So
we searched the Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, which makes the Small World in certain scenarios better than the 7th Tachyon. And now we see a Maxi in the draw phase, which also resolves, so that looks pretty tough for Quantle.
Yeah, between the established field, the Maxi coming down, the Ash Blossom waiting in hand, it's a very difficult prospect for Quantle to play this one out here, playing second into this. But we said, Bronus loves the Fiendsmith, not the only one on this team that seems to be doing that, however. Lacrima, the Crimson Tears coming out, the later addition to this deck, but such a powerful one. Really, really changed the consistency level here and really has allowed Fiendsmith to continue to flourish as an engine and as a key component to a majority of the decks we see in the format.
So the Fiendsmith card are doing a lot of pressure against the Risal end board because we can easily make sure to out the Risal Detonator, for example, with the Fiendsmith Engraver. It basically forces us to play into the triple tactic talents. Luckily for Leslie, the Maxi is really strong against the Fiendsmith engine. So now we're using the effect of Requiem, and I think that is we're going to negate with Risal Cross. That's interesting. We could have also used the Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring there, for example.
Just wants to save that for whatever follow-up Quantle might have here.
Yeah. So yeah, as you can see, the Fiendsmith engine forces out a lot of interruptions. So the cross is gone. We know there's an Ash Blossom in hand. The Risal deck is known for playing a lot of hand traps, and I think since we play Small World, we also play some unique one-off hand traps maybe to make sure we have a bridge for every certain card. We saw Fuvalas as well where we used the Small World. So now the Engraver will get popped because the effect of Fiendsmith Requiem got activated.
I have to say, I do appreciate the fact that we have the Small World to make use of a Fuvalas that would otherwise not be so great when going first.
Yep.
Really just adds additional value to these cards that would otherwise be dead in the hand, essentially.
We could have also discarded it with the Dugaris. And as I said, Quantle has a triple tactic talent, which is going to take the Risal Duo Drive, which basically means that Leslie has nothing left on the board. The cross is used, so we're just going to attack.
So intelligently enough, Leslie using the detonator effect to get rid of itself, so it means the detonator couldn't be taken to then further disrupt and clear out the field. And of course, as you mentioned, Duo Drive being taken, Duo Drive swinging, but now Leslie 6 cards in hand can go for some additional pressure here, perhaps even for the game.
Yeah, I think if Risal gets another turn, especially with already a body on the board, it is really rough. Quantle still has the Fiendsmith Requiem and the Lacrima Engrave as an additional interrupt. But if we don't have any other hand trap, I think this is game over for Quantle.
Should we take a look at Duel C, as that seems to be trading back and forth as well here. The Orcus cards coming out. Very impressive to see, of course. Those were fairly new additions overall, with the additional support coming this month, in addition to some very nice cosmetic accessories too, if I don't say so myself.
The Orcus strategy is a fan favorite for sure. I've seen a lot of people play Orcus in the past few days and weeks. The deck is really strong. As we said earlier, Nightmare Mermaid is a card that definitely makes a difference, which makes the deck really good into hand traps, because once they have 2 bodies on the board, it means that you need 1 extra hand trap.
So again, just as a reminder for anyone viewing now, Korean, this player on Brot alongside Quantle and Bronus, these WCS caliber players, is actually another WCS caliber player in and of himself. It is Ju Ho An, who played TCG in 2023 World Championship and will hopefully, apparently, look to qualify for Master Duel this year if this gameplay continues to unfold in his favor. But speaking of gameplay unfolding in his favor, right now, this is looking pretty doomed.
It indeed does. The Orcus deck, once it puts up Orchestrated Bubble, which is the field spell, which basically says that every Orcus effect that we can activate becomes a quick effect.
Yeah.
It makes the Orcus board really hard to out, because out of nowhere we have so many interrupts from the graveyard. So we summon Orcus of the Evening Star.
Yep, so Dingirsu, the Orcus of the Evening Star, of course, that kind of boss monster for the strategy. Once you get to a point where that's coming out, of course, it does feel a little bit too far gone. Mitsurugi Ritual will add insult to injury. There's 1 card in hand, 1 disruption for Juho here. Is it a possible answer to this? Apparently not. And
I think this is very
good.
interesting that we decide to show our opponent that we are playing Mitsurugi Orcus, because I think theoretically, we have game on board already. And now we're just going to summon the Amine Murakumo no Mitsurugi, which is definitely game now. I think it was game before that as well, so we were giving our opponent some free information.
Let's go back to Duel A, as this one looks pretty done so far, but that one also looks to currently be unfolding. We do have Beansmith's Agnum Day now extending further here.
So it means that we're playing Fiendsmith Risal, which is also a good possibility to play, because, for example, one Ice Risal is full Fiendsmith and full Risal combo. And now Team TTW takes the second game, and also the third one, as we can just see.
Look at the eFootball final blow. Very cool. Yeah, that's that. We actually have Team TTW able to take a lead against Brot. We said Brot, they have 3 World Championship caliber players. They have a semi-finalist. They have a world champion. And they have a world's contender for TCG as well. But what they now have is only 1 win against the 2 of Team TTW.
Yeah, I mean, you can't underestimate them, right? They have also 2 former world competitors, which are really strong players as well. And the decks that they're playing are also really strong. I like that they're mixing, I think everyone except one player, they're mixing 2 engines together with synergy to make it more like better into hand traps, more unpredictable.
Yeah. So just to contextualize this a bit more, of course, it is single elimination as we go deeper and deeper into the tournament. We should have 5 rounds on broadcast for you today as the players continue to just play through this. Best of 9, so round robin between the 3v3 teams, so everyone should theoretically play against the opponent once. But the first team to 5 wins will instantly just clinch victory in the series and progress. Now, the winners, as we mentioned, will get a jersey, they'll get cards, they'll get game mat, acrylic, a plush, Rescue Rabbit. We love Rescue Rabbit. Thank you very much, production, for showing the rewards again. Very happy, again, that we can offer these to the players. Really, really great rewards here for this tournament to start off the autumn season. That Challenge Cup 3v3 autumn kickoff. Emre, I'm really glad to be joined by you for it, of course, and also for the season as a whole. How are you feeling about hosting another season of the Challenger Cup?
I mean, as always, it's a pleasure for me to be part of this, I would say, project in general, being able to host the Cups, being able to commentate together with you here. It's always really exciting. Yeah, as I said earlier, I'm really happy with the season card, if I can say so. The card of the season. The
Magistus.
Yeah, which is also a really strong engine, which we haven't seen yet.
I'm sure we will the further we get into, especially because while it can function with the Ryzeal, actually I think it exclusively functions with the Ryzeal.
With so many decks it functions.
Okay,
it is such a nice engine. I would really be happy if we see this in a tournament. I'm pretty sure we will, because it's a really strong engine and really versatile. But now we see Quantal against Leo.
That being said, Quantal going first now, it looks to be a lot more promising for that deck, especially now that we're seeing that he was playing Fiendsmith. It means that there's now a greater chance of him establishing a field of disruptions, and that is one that can continue to build upon. So Gem Knight, actually, I love this deck, and I know that you do too, but it loves going second, it loves breaking the fields, and it loves swinging full game with the Master Diamond Dispersion. There's also the version with the artifact cards that can lock the opponent out of playing the game. I do wonder if that is the case here for Quantal, as that is the version that can play first more often than not.
So, as you said, I'm a huge fan of the Gem Knight strategy as well, because it's a deck that can go first, but also can go second. So even if you lose the coin toss, it might be not the end of the world, because our engine is so strong going second.
Yep. So I love that we've added Hollow Core here, because that's the pretty much only disruption within the theme at the moment, as long as you get it to the graveyard. But that being said, it can be summoned to the field and will send that Gem Knight fusion from the deck to the graveyard. Sure, Max C, that's fine. Ultimately, the Gem Knight deck doesn't mind too much, but Herald of Orange Light now coming through. And of course, with Gem Knight Nephilim being a fairy type, very, very useful there. But actually, I believe was it the Holocore? No, okay, it was the Nephilim, I believe.
No, we discarded the second Herald of the Orange Light,
Okay,
which is also a really nice card that we can play because we play some fairy cards in our deck by itself.
Like
the Nephilim, for example, yeah. The deck in Master Duel is also really, really strong going first. Not a lot of people know that, but the deck can put up by just playing one card, the Dispersion, as we saw earlier. We can do a huge Fiendsmith combo with Desiree, Abawaku,
the Lightless Shadow.
yeah, and an Omni Negate with the Hollowed Core and a Fusion Monster on board. So while our deck is really strong going second, it is also really, really strong going first.
Yep, so now we continue to extend with the Gem Knight monsters. Nephilim, as we mentioned, will go to the graveyard, will summon itself back as well. Importantly, we do have the Gem Knight Fusion in the graveyard to turn on a couple of these spells. So the secondary effect of the
Dispersion,
Gem Knight Dispersion, yeah, will be available now.
So basically, when Gem Knight Fusion is in the graveyard, Dispersion becomes a branded Fusion.
Exactly that. So you can use from the deck
for
and
2 cards.
Extra deck as well if you have that in the
Yeah,
graveyard.
for 2 cards. We can summon a monster that requires 3 monsters by using a card on the in the hand or on the field as well. But what Quantul decided to do is just to summon the Seraph Knight to get the Nephilim in the graveyard and then to make Moon of the Closed Heaven to go into Fiendsmith Requiem. So now we will go into our Fiendsmith combo. And what is really nice here, the Seraph Knight basically is an Omni Negate on the board because we have a Fusion Monster on the board and Hollow Core in the graveyard. It means that our Seraph Knight basically becomes our Omni Negate. So we can put up our Fiendsmith combo for sure here because it's not also...
Without fear of disruption, yeah.
Exactly. So usually Omni Negates often play into like Nibiru plus Veiler.
Yeah.
But Nibiru plus Veiler doesn't work here because our Negate is in the graveyard.
Using the additional normal summon Night Scout to Fabled Luri, and I am, apprehensive because had that Max C resolved, it would have just drawn so many cards already. But the fact that Quantul was able to shut that down thanks to the tech of the Herald of the Orange Light really does a lot to justify that card's inclusion in what has got to be a really tight list now when you factor in all of the different engines currently taking a big part of it.
But I have to say, even without a lot of special summons, because we, for example, have the Omni Negate already pretty early in the graveyard, we can put up some interruptions with maybe giving our opponent 1 or 2 draws, so it wouldn't be the end of the world there. We will now see Gem Knight Phantom Quartz being used to fusion summon a Gem Knight monster from banished or graveyard, so we're shuffling back the Quartz and the Nephilim for another Seraph Knight. Yeah.
Okay. So I love Gem Knight. I love when it goes second because you can get the Master Diamond Dispersion, get out the Topaz, eventually bridge to the regular Master Diamond, and take the effect of the Topaz where you're dealing the additional damage and getting to attack twice. But ultimately, as you said, the Albao Aku, the Lightless Shadow, going to be the key component here, and we're just bridging into a heavy negate end field for this deck.
And now, as you said, this deck can lock your opponent out of special summoning with the artifact cards. So Artifact Doctor is getting summoned now. So do you want to explain how this lock works, or should I?
I would usually just say that it's the equivalent of Albion the Sanctifier Dragon and Gimmick Puppet Nightmare, but how would you like to go into detail here?
I think it's actually a little bit stronger because we lock our opponent on our turn. So we summon, or we're setting Artifact Mjolnir from our deck to our zone here, and the Albao Q is going to pop it. And what makes Artifact Mjolnir work in this specific scenario is that the card says if this card is getting summoned on the opponent's turn to our field or to the field, we cannot special summon any cards other than artifact cards. And because we're summoning this card to our opponent's side on our turn, it basically becomes the opponent's turn when it gets summoned to his side.
Bronus again claiming a victory here, by the way. So 2-0 currently for Team Brot. The team captain really coming through here for his team. Just clutching it out time and time again. We're mesmerized by the Gem Knight play from Quantul, but ultimately it is the team captain of Brot that's able to secure this victory. Let's take a look at Duel C, however, as I do see a Link Spider. Was that off of a Nibiru token? It was.
I believe so, yeah.
That is the Infernoble Knight technique from me. Putting that one in just to, eventually access more stuff with the Snake Eye cards, and, that's a throwback for me. I always like seeing the Link Spider off the Nibiru the Primal Being token.
So usually a Nibiru the Primal Being would be turn ending for the Malice strategy, but because we play cards like Backup at Ignister, Malice started to play Link Spider, so they can go when they get Nibiru for a Link 1 Cybers card.
Yep.
And then they can trigger the effect of the Backup at Ignister from hand to then proceed to combo on from there.
Yeah.
But luckily for Korean, we also have a Bestial to pair that up, so we don't negate the effect of the Splash Mage, but we banish the target. And there was also a Magnamut. This looks really good for Korean, whilst the Malice strategy is really strong going first. Once it gets interrupted by
there's almost no disruption, pretty much.
Exactly. There's no disruption. It doesn't seem like there's a lot of follow-up. The follow-up only often comes once Malice Whitebinder hits the board and then goes to the graveyard. But if that card is not in rotation...
Yeah, I do wonder if we do see the Malice deck here, and it will be the backup at
It is a mirror match.
Because we saw the Fiendsmith Gem Knight pile come through. We've seen the Risal from Bronus? Yeah. So of course it would have been Malice as the conspicuously absent deck here.
Yeah.
Didn't see much from Juho in that first round of games because he lost pretty devastatingly pretty quickly. But now being able to see that counterpunch now come through the 1-2, and actually very impressed to see the going second Malice in the mirror match able to eventually, you have to imagine, bring out a win here, because typically you'd have to say that is dictated by whoever gets to go first.
But I have to say that the Malice deck is pretty strong going second into the Malice deck itself, because the way how Malice interrupts the opponent on the opponent's turn is by banishing the cards from your opponent. But once you banish the Malice cards, they're just coming back by their effects. So now we see Blissful Baldrake and the Nibiru Primal being linked off into a Dark Charmer.
Dark Charmer Gloomy, able to take back anything from the opponent's graveyard here.
So this is really strong in the mirror match, right? Because we can just basically steal any monster, any dark monster from the graveyard, and every Malice monster is a dark monster. This is probably going to be Lingerie to play around trap cards.
Looks to be the case as we do start to special summon something back. What will it be?
The Jessie Cat. And we also know that
Magnuma?
So if we would have taken the Jessie Cat, we could have banished the Dormouse that we searched earlier of the backup at Ignister. But Vanilla also has a Bestial Magnamut. But we also know that we have a Bestial on our own. Korean also has a Bestial in his hand. So it's one Bestial, one Dormouse, and one unknown card in hand.
Yeah.
The Magnamut here is actually pretty good for Vanilla because we already normal summoned, and so far we don't have access to basically any Malice card.
And while the Malice mirror match does unfold, let's take a look at Duel A as the Gem Knight seems to be getting another turn here.
Yeah, so I think once we make sure to get another turn, our goal is to go for the victory in the very next turn. So we made sure that Leo cannot really play the game by locking him out of special summoning cards other than artifact cards. And as far as I'm aware, I think that the Mitsurugi deck doesn't play any artifact cards itself. So we just summoned an Aramasa and probably searched something as follow-up. But there's not much that Leo could have done. So now the next turn, as you said earlier, the Gem Knight strategy can put up a lot of damage pretty quickly.
Yep, one card in hand for Leo here. Will it be enough to stop the onslaught of Quantal's Gem Knights? Let's see, as we do have the Fiendsmith Requiem now resolving to climb further into that extra deck. Or rather, actually the main deck or hand, as it is the effect of the monster being used here rather than a specific summon.
Also, funnily enough, if Quantal cannot win the game this turn, what he can do is he can attack over the Mjolnir and then you special summoning back to the opponent's side of the field to make sure he's locked out of special summoning once again. So the Fiendsmith Requiem goes into the Lacrima the Crimson Tier, which will probably mill an engraver, we chain the effect of Artifact Doctor.
Any kind of response here from Leo? Apparently not here, as the Dagda does start to resolve.
So we set our second artifact card, the Artifact Lancea, which is in general a pretty good card, I would say, in this current format. Not only against Malice, it is also pretty strong in the mirror match, for example, because it makes sure that the Hollow Core cannot negate a card because it needs to banish itself and 2 others. And it also nullifies the effect of Called by the Grave, for example, or Crossout Designator to make sure that our hand traps will resolve. But I think Quantal should win this game this turn. I mean, I don't know what the set cards could be from Leo, but I don't think the Mitsurugi deck plays any interruptions when we don't have a ritual monster on the board.
Being SP Little Knight, making an appearance in Duel C, by the way.
You can just go look over Duel C if you want to.
Yeah, let's do that. SP Little Knight, of course, basically dictated the pace of the game by itself for a little while there, just being such a valuable and useful card. Been around in the TCG now for about 2 years since Age of Overlord came out. A little bit after that, I believe, in the Road to Worlds timing of 2024 did come to Master Duel.
February, I believe. February or
February?
March. Yeah.
Or,
Yeah.
Okay, February, March. Okay. I thought it was around the same time as the Fire King stuff, around May, June.
I think it came out during the
regardless, fantastic card and
celebration.
Really, really, really powerful.
And now one Bystial Boldrake basically makes sure that we go into our Malice combo once again, because we banished the Malice Red Ransom from the graveyard. And if that card gets banished, it can special summon itself. And if we want to, on top, we can banish a Malice card from the deck.
Vanilla a little bit low on life points here, but seems to have done very well to play through the counter disruption from Juho.
I think once we have over 1,200 life points, I think it's fine, because we can make sure to get access to our trap cards with that amount of life points. And those traps gain us life points. So 2,650 is more than enough for vanilla here. We don't know the other card in the hand. I'm pretty sure the Magnamut triggered on the opponent's turn, but it didn't search a card because there was no target left in the deck or graveyard. So
we do have a Called by the Grave now coming through in Duel A. Let's swap over to Duel A as the action continues to unfold there. It's in response to the Queen Query. What is it targeting? It will, in fact, vanish.
The artifact Mjolnir. So as I said, an option to win this game specifically is that we just lock our opponent out of the Mjolnir once again. But Leo was able to stop that with a Called by the Grave.
Yeah.
But we're still in main phase 1. We haven't attacked yet, and we have a lot of bodies on the board. So I think even if we don't block our opponent out of special summoning, we can definitely go for game.
I guess we're not going to see the Master Diamond Dispersion
Not yet.
1-2 punch.
Not yet.
Could still very well see Quantal clutch this one out with the Gem Knight engine as part of this Fiendsmith artifact deck. Now, Fiendsmith Desiree going to have the equip of the Fiendsmith sequence, going to gain some attack, and also going to have the option to do some negation later down the line. Crystal Rose, the Gem Knight extender, going to extend further here, banishing a fusion to special summon itself back.
So we can special summon Crystal Rose by banishing a fusion
Becomes
monster
Gem
from the
Knight
graveyard.
Nephilim.
Yeah. And that gives us access to Gem Knight and Nephilim. And I think if this card resolves, we will have game for sure, because we can go into a Quartz, for example, from the extra deck to then fusion summon the Diamond Master Dispersion, as you said.
Yep.
Or we can just search the Gem Knight Dispersion cell itself and then go into another fusion summon.
2 and 2 on the board right now for both these teams here, Brot and TTW. Gem Knight Dispersion now being activated. We have the full effect online with the Gem Knight Fusion in the graveyard here, and it does resolve. We're gonna fusion summon here. Will it be the Master Diamond Dispersion? Maybe.
I think it doesn't really matter which card we go into, because
It's 3, so it's either that or the Lady Brilliant Diamond.
Yeah.
Or the regular Master Diamond. It's Diamond Dispersion.
Yeah.
You love to see it. So Master Diamond Dispersion will, of course, win the game by itself there and then, as we do force a surrender from the opponent. Very well played by Quantal there, as he takes down Leo to take a lead for the first time in this series in favor of Team Brot. But speaking of Team Brot, Their third member not looking too good at the moment, facing down an Appaloosa, Bow of the Goddess, facing down a Fire Wall Dragon. It's main phase 2, so no battle phase to be afraid of. 3 cards in hand, but so many disruptions
Also
facing down Juho.
Bestial Boldrake being a disruption itself by tributing a light or dark monster once our opponent special summons a card basically from the extra deck or an extra deck type card from anywhere. So we have a lot of interruptions. We can also use the Firewall Dragon to bounce a hand trap from our graveyard to add it back and to have another disruption by that itself. It will be really tough to beat this board, especially because we know that Korean had no access to his Malice cards the turn earlier. We know that he has a Dormouse in hand, so maybe we can play with that, but that would just get negated by the Appaloosa or just bounced by the Firewall Dragon. It looks really tough. We drew an Allure of Darkness.
That's fun. You know, we've seen Allure into Allure before, but
I think
ultimately...
that's probably one of the best cards we can draw here.
Yeah.
We chained the effect of Firewall Dragon to
So we get the Bestial back to the hand? Or?
I think we went for the March here.
Okay, yep.
What we could have done is, I don't know if Vanilla plays Draw and Lockbird, but we could have here bounced back to Draw and Lockbird. And because our opponent drew cards here, we could just use the effect of Draw and Lockbird at the resolve of the card to make sure our opponent cannot, or both pairs cannot search cards from the deck anymore.
I do wonder, is he contemplating which card to discard, or is he about to send his entire hand to the graveyard? I guess because it didn't happen automatically, it's going to be, yes, there is an option here.
We know the Dormouse that is getting banished, the one of Dormouse.
Yep.
So that will try to summon itself now, but which will get negated by Appaloosa. Because
we have Chain open now because the Appaloosa has been activated, so Malice in the Mirror can then resolve in response, but... Oh, okay.
A Marcher chained here. I don't know why we chained a Marcher here. But it will get hit by Indominus Impulse. I'm not sure if we have a trap in the graveyard. If we have a trap, it would be really nice for Korean because we can destroy the Marcher. So if there's a next turn, the Marcher...
Surely when establishing the Malice field before, there was the potential to put the GWC, the MTP, one of these Malice traps into the graveyard, but I guess we will indeed see.
And as I said earlier, Vanilla had so many interruptions, and out of nowhere, we are left with only a Bestial Boldrake and a face-down card. So if the face-down card is not a card that deals with the Dormouse, I think this looks really, really good for Team Broad. We're trying to use the effect of Dormouse, banishing the White Rabbit. And I think if that resolves, it's going to be curtains, honestly. Because, as you said, Vanilla also only has 1750 life points.
So then we're one Malice Q, Red Ransom away from...
Not even that. Look at the Appaloosa on the field. It has 0 attack.
Oh, sorry, Heart's Crypta, rather, not Red Ransom. But yeah, exactly that.
Yeah. We just attack over the Appaloosa with the White Rabbit.
Done deal. And there is a trap. The GWC, as we mentioned now, coming out. There is the Link Summon.
I think we will go for Red Ransom here.
Red Ransom or...
Heart's Crypta, as you said, yeah.
Yes. The Malice Q Heart's Crypta, finisher rank #1. It usually doubles its attack. Doesn't need to do so right now, but Bestial Boldrake going to try and run Disruption here. Is there anything Vanilla can do to stop this onslaught from Korean, from Ju Ho An, that WCS 2023 player for the TCG category, that Master Duel Challenger Cup 3v3 Autumn Kickoff player here as part of Team Brot alongside Bronus and Quantal. He's got superstar teammates, and he's about to show you why he's been able to team up with players of this caliber, taking down Vanilla there with the Malice deck.
So, as you saw, the Bestial Boldrake tried to use its effect. The effect resolved, banishing the Heart Crypta. But do you know what Heart Crypta said? I'm just gonna come back
with
even stronger. Yeah. Which basically sealed the deal for Korean here to win the game. So it is 4-2 for Team Broad here.
Yep.
Which looks really promising. They only have to win one more game to advance to the top 16. Which I think is you're in a pretty good seat if you only have to win 1 out of 3 games. because
I'm sure you've been there before.
yeah, been there, done that.
Actually, I don't think I introduced you to everybody, but I'm sure most of our viewers know who you are. But Emre, tell me a bit about yourself and your relationship with one Quantal, who we've seen in these games.
Yeah, Quantal is not only, or was not only my teammate for the past 3 WCSs. He's also a really good friend of mine, who's not only a good person but also a very good player. Yeah, he knows how this format works. He knows how 3-3s work, how the shared card pool works. So having someone like him in the team is definitely a really good advantage, because you have someone who knows this format in and out.
Yeah, and speaking of someone that knows the format in and out, we've seen Bronus time and time again just playing non-stop since coming back from a heartbreaking defeat in the semi-finals of WCS 2025. But first WCS for him, was able to make it all the way to that semi-final, so fantastic from him. But fantastic as well is the response from Vanilla here into Quantal's Maxi. The Ash Blossom and Joy Spring is there to ensure the Malice combo resolves. But as you said, Team Brock, they only need one victory. They only need to take one game here to secure their way through this.
I think this looks really good for Vanilla here for TTW, because we made sure that the opponent's Maxi didn't resolve. We will now go basically into our full Malice combo with drawing cards of Jessicat. I think Duel B looks really interesting here right now.
It does indeed. In Duel C, we did just see the Perulia in response to the Allure of Darkness, but right now we do have Bronus with the Risal Mitsurugi extending. Leo used a card to disrupt, but there's still quite a few more in the hand of Bronus. It's turn 1. He should start with 5. He has 1 on the field right now. He has 1 other currently resolving. The Risal Mitsurugi, it just keeps going.
What is really nice about the Risal Mitsurugi deck is that the Risal strategy basically fixes every problem that the Mitsurugi deck has, which is consistency.
Yep.
The Risal deck itself is really consistent, but that does not have the highest ceiling. On the other hand, the Mitsurugi deck has a really high ceiling, but not that much of a consistency. So by mixing both engines, we make sure that our ceiling is high and that our consistency is pretty high. Basically, any Risal card is full Mitsurugi combo.
It feels like every card is just replenishing the hand every time it gets played as well. Just very, very consistent in that regard too. I do wonder what was committed from Leo in an attempt to disrupt here. Ultimately doesn't seem to have made too much of a difference. That Ame no Mitsurugi coming out here very, very valuable as well, just to continue to enable the extension. Mitsurugi prayers being added to the hand as well.
So now here we have 2 level 8 bodies onto the board, and what a lot of people don't know is that the Mitsurugi engine can also bridge into the Risal engine by going into a rank 8 dragon, the Drag Luxion I believe it's called.
Drag Luxion.
And that searches a 7 Tachyon, which then can go into any Risal card that we want to if we play number 104 Mastrate in our extra deck.
Yep.
But I think Bronus here will just go into any rank 4. I think we can now go into a duo.
I do appreciate the rank 4 toolbox kind of aspect of the Risal deck and what it unlocks in terms of the extra deck. You know, we've seen Gallant Granite, for example, be a really powerful card.
Yeah, Gallant Granite, which can search you Nibiru, the Primal Being. We have King of the Feral Imps that can search you Habakiri. So basically any Risal card basically is any engine that you want. You can search Pyro cards with Infernal Flame Banshee. Exactly. I wonder what Bronus will go into now. I think we will see a Risal Duo Drive here. Yeah, a Risal Duo Drive, which will attach a card from the graveyard. So it has, no, it won't attach. It's just detaching 2 to search 2 more Risal cards. So as you can see, Bronus already has 7 cards in his hand.
8.
Is it?
8 now.
8 now. Okay.
Yeah.
We have 8 cards in our hand, which is a lot. We have an not a real Omni-Negate, a pseudo Omni-Negate, I would say, with Murakumo. And I think we will also go into it.
Looks to be the case here, as we do have now Bronus continuing to extend the IP Masquerena coming out for that, well, enemy turn disruption back in the day as well, thanks to the advent of Little Knight coming to the game all those years ago, as we were mentioning. And now we have Mitsurugi Mirror now being activated.
So I think because we were able to go into IP Masquerena, it means we haven't used any Risal card from the hand to special summon themselves.
Let's take a look at Duel A, however, as the field looks very, very established in favor of TTW now, as it does pass over to Quantal for his turn.
Yeah, so that's a really strong board. I didn't see the Appaloosa at first, but now seeing the Appaloosa, the Allied Talker, which is an Omni Negate, only having 5 cards in hand is really rough to beat. I think if a deck can break this board, it is probably the Gem Knight strategy, because it is so strong going second. We see a Gem Knight Dispersion here, which is a card that you want to open, but you don't want to see an Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring here. The second one that Bundler had, if you remember, we also ashed the Maxi on our turn 1.
Yep.
So I think this looks really tough for Quantal. Even if we have a triple tactic talent that can just get negated by the Allied Code Talker, we see Brilliant Fusion, which is usually the card that you want to ash here. But we also have MTP07,
yep,
which will search a card and then banish the Brilliant Fusion, which makes it not resolve.
Yeah, Brilliant Fusion being continuous spell fusion does mean it has to be on the field.
Yeah.
Now March Hare in the hand as well, very, very valuable. We've taken a look at Duel A, Duel B. Let's take a look now at Duel C as the combos continue to unfold in favor of the Malice deck there too.
So interestingly enough, every player hand trapped the opponent once, but it seemed like it didn't matter because we were still able to go into our full combo. Malice Whitebinder returning to the board now and drawing a card. I think we got Puruliat because I see bubbles around the hand.
Yep, I think so too.
So the Whitebinder will set BW B06 now. And from here on, where do we go to? I think usually we would expect to see an Appaloosa before we go into the Whitebinder, but the Red Ransom is still on the board. So we might be locked into Fibers, maybe?
Duel A seems to be resolving in favor of TTW here as they look to close the gap between them and Brot. They look to even up the scoreline, still 1 behind despite this, but it's as good an attempt as any to get back into this series. 4 and 3 now on the scoreboard between Brot and TTW, thanks to a clutch victory there from their team.
So Leo's playing into the board right now. We see an Orcus Harp Horror trying to resolve, which we tried to negate with the Murakumo, but we just decided to discard a card from our hand. The IP Masquerena will probably go into an SP Little Knight here to make sure that the skeleton will get banished from the field, so it cannot use its effect in the graveyard. So IP Masquerena targeting the Orcus symbol skeleton here. And now we have to deal with that deals with the Risal Detonator.
Yep, so again, as we said before, the Risal Detonator was forced to destroy itself to prevent it from being taken. This looks to be the same case here, but unfortunately there is the Mitsurugi Great Purification now coming through to stop that.
So the triple tactic talents will get negated. It doesn't negate the activation. This card negates the effect. So even if we have a second triple tactic talents in the hand, we can not use that. We use the Murakumo here, which we chain block with the Mitsurugi Mirror. So we cannot Ash Blossom, for example, the Murakumo. So it gets back onto the field again. And I'm pretty sure the last face down card is a Prayers. And if Leo doesn't win this game, it is game over for Team TTW here.
Yep, a lot of pressure here on both the remaining players for Team TTW. You saw in Duel A, they were able to accomplish it. They were able to make meaningful progress towards coming back in this series. But right now, Bronus, can he make it an unbeaten personal record for him in this opening game, this opening match for Team Brot? Or will Team TTW come back and really put the pressure on as they look to reverse their fortune here?
Yeah, so Leo passed the turn here and with an open board, which tells me basically that all we need to do, as we can see, is go to the battle phase. We attack.
We'll still be on 200 life points, I believe. But it's Malice, so it can't play the game.
And we probably have the Mitsurugi Prayers or the Purification, which can tribute a card and special summon another one. So we tribute our own Murakumo to special summon the Kusanagi, I believe.
Yep.
Which both will trigger now the Kusanagi adding back a card from the graveyard and the Murakumo special summoning itself. And they both can attack now because they're new monsters on the board.
Yep.
So that is definitely game.
Does indeed look to be game here as Team Brot seem to cement themselves here. They came into this tournament as favorites. They came into round one as favorites. They fell behind in that first set of games, but came back swinging. Fronus, Quantal, Juho An making a statement here as they take down Team TTW and make their way deeper into this tournament here at the Challenger Cup 3v3 Autumn Kickoff event.
Yeah, now Team Brot is in top 16 with a well-earned victory. And even going down in games after the first set, it is really important to keep to keep playing cool, to not get nervous because you have to catch up in games. Because once you get into that point where you feel like you have to win the games, you might do more mistakes than you usually do. We saw that the game finished, but the other games didn't finish.
Yeah.
But that still means the set is basically over because Team TTW cannot overtake
exactly
the 5
that.
points
So we had Team Brot actually advance just
anymore. Yeah, but we still have
straight up there. Yeah, we now have some more games going on for you across the remainder of this tournament in that first phase of the bracket of top 32. Let's take a look at Team Aries versus Team VOA.
So we see a Risal deck playing out their first turn. It is
currently 4-1 for Team Aries here. So if Video is able to take this, it will be over for Team VOA. The Orcus now coming online here. We saw it go first. It apparently fell behind quite a bit to the Risal, but can it mount a comeback here as well?
So the Orcus deck can play pretty good through interruptions because most Orcus cards have an effect on the field, but also in the graveyard. So a lot of Orcus cards basically required you to use 2 disruptions for them. Also because we have a link 1, so any Orcus card can go into a link 1, which then can go into further other plays. We let the Orcus gear the resolve, sending a Harper into the graveyard. The reason why I think we let that resolve is because we can simply just negate the Harper with the Orcus cross here, which I believe wasn't used yet. But the Orcus deck is also paired with the Fiendsmith deck. So I think we've seen Orcus now with Mitsurugi, and now we see it with Fiendsmith, which just shows you how versatile that engine is. So the Fiendsmith Engraver hits the board, which also is pressure here. We link it off into a Fiendsmith Requiem, which can summon a second Fiendsmith Engraver from the deck.
Yeah, and speaking of pressure, this will be it for Team Aries if Video is able to clutch this one out.
Yeah, which we call, we player call this a sweep. If we win
5-1.
Yeah, I mean, if
they got one. It's not a clean sweep.
It ain't a clean sweep, but it's still a sweep in my eyes.
Yeah.
If we win before set 3 here.
If you're down 4 and then come back from none, that's the reverse sweep. I'm familiar with the terminology, you know?
The Engraver now can equip the Fiendsmith Requiem from the graveyard, which I believe we have to react here with the Detonator.
Yep.
Yeah, which Tapete is doing. So the Fiendsmith Engraver will get popped here by the Risal Detonator. So it cannot attach the Requiem.
And we do then have the Risal plugin flip face up as well. So it looks like it's not all doom and gloom for Team VOA here. And yes, indeed, it will be Aries actually dropping this game as Video just surrenders outright. 4-2 on the scoreboard here, still very much alive in this series.
Yeah, still, it is the same situation as Team Brot and TTW was this game earlier, where you're down 2-4 or up 4-2, however you want to see it. and now you have to win every game.
Yep.
Um,
A lot of
which
pressure.
a lot of pressure, but it is possible. It's not impossible. Teams have done that before, so I think only because you're down 2 games, it doesn't mean it's over.
Yep.
We didn't see any other decks, so we can't tell you about them. But I think the Orcus Fiendsmith deck is really interesting because, funnily enough, if we have 2 bodies on the board, we can choose. Do you want to go into the Fiendsmith engine or the Orcus engine? I guess it matters which engine you have in your hand to then decide, okay, I want to bridge into the other engine to make sure we get both engines here.
Yes, indeed. Now, Kindi Aka now about to make a move as Tapete is able to get things started here. Any kind of disruption? Not so far. The X-Ryzeal about to resolve.
Yeah, X-Ryzeal being probably the best starter of the deck. Probably also the best card in the deck because it's not only a starter, it's an extender. It is interruption on the... Like, we can set the aggregator as we just seen to negate a card on the field. It is so many cards just in one card. Kindiaka, I think he played Mitsurugi in the TCG. Also a very nice guy, I have to say here. I met him at the French Nationals this year.
Nice. You were playing Blue Eyes?
I think I was playing Blue Eyes, but I think he was playing Mitsurugi there. And we see the Ash Blossom, which is always a gamble, I would say, because usually what you used to do back in the day was, if you had a hand trap against Ryzeal, you would always hold it for the Duel Drive to make sure that they cannot go into the Ryzeal cross and the node, for example, to then extend even more and make sure your hand traps are not doing anything because of the cross. But because we have Star Ryzeal in the game, it basically forces the opponent to hand trap the first thing that the Ryzeal deck does, because otherwise we will be able to put up the Star Ryzeal with the cross before we go into the Duel Drive here.
Yep, let's look at Duel A while this continues to unfold here.
So this is the 3rd game. We see Sybe playing against Video. And if you look at all those games, it looks like that Team VOA, they're all like ahead in every 3 games. So they might even do the reverse sweep, basically winning all 3 games here.
Yes, indeed, could very well be the case. Now, the Malice starting to come alive here so far, looking to not have gone, through too much disruption. 1 card set for Video, despite going first, was unable to set up anything meaningful to stop this. Now, Malice continuing to extend here. We have Link Summon, Link Summon, Link Summon. Back up at Ignista, going into the graveyard to access the Link Decoder.
So now here we can go into a rank 3 and keep the Lingeribu on the board, which if there's a trap on the field, we can basically negate that, and that's what we're going to do. We're going into a red ransom here, which will search us the field spell probably, and the Link Decoder will also come back. I think this looks really good for Cyber. There is a Bestial Boldrake for the Link Decoder, but if Boldrake is all we have, I think that's not going to do much here.
Yep, look to be activating it now, and it does seem to resolve, but does it do much to stop it? Because Sybe could very well clutch this one out, and then it will bring the score ever closer for VOA as they look to reverse their fortune. Aries now on the back foot here because Video is unable to establish too much to stop this. We saw the extension from Sybe come through. There's an additional add to the hand of the field spell. There's actually a Bestial in hand as well.
What seems really interesting to me is, I think in Duel C, VOA is also playing Malice. So if we go over to Duel C, are we on the double Malice deck, or is that... Okay, it is the Aries player there that is on the opposite table.
Yeah, so just a bit of a swap around there, but no worries. Let's jump back into Duel A as we have the Malice decks continuing to do Malice things.
So we have a Bestial on our own here. The Chessy Cat still didn't resolve, which will banish a card and draw 2 cards here. I think Yeah, as I said earlier, I think Cyber will probably win this game here because a Boldrake alone will not help us here.
Yep, seems to be the case as we have the Malice decks now continuing to establish field here. I'm curious to see what video is actually playing now that we're seeing Boldrake being used, because typically I'd see the Bystials in the Malice strategy. Yeah. Bystials, of course, very, very reliable when it comes to adding consistency to a lot of these decks. I think back when you were playing Centurion at Worlds 2024, that was the deck for it, perhaps competing with, say, Branded for Bystial usage there. But these days, what else are you expecting to see Bystial in aside from Malice?
I mean, there is one specific deck that I really like, and I think it has not a real name. I think it's more of a pile, I would say.
Bystial Fiendsmith.
Bystial Fiendsmith, whatever engine you want on top, control.
Yep.
We know that those decks play a lot of Bystials as well, because not only are the Bystial cards disruptions, they are also starters on our first turn if we might start with the Bystial Rebellion, which we also play in that deck. But the Bystials are good cards in general this format. I think you can play them in Mitsurugi, you can play them against Mitsurugi, against Orcus, against Malice. And because we can play them against so many different decks, I think those cards are really good in this format. What we also should note is that we're pretty close on time. There's a bit less than 4 minutes left.
Yep, so Aries, if they're gonna take this, they need one more victory. Can they make it by clutching this one out here within the next 4 minutes? Or will VOA be able to make a comeback here? I think because VOA are down in terms of games overall, if it does go to time, it could be very, very difficult for them. So perhaps feeling the pressure here to make things happen. Appaloosa the Bow, the Goddess, going to make an appearance in 2 of our games here right now simultaneously, doing a great job of stopping everything so far. We saw used on Nibiru in Duel C. 4 cards in the back row there in the Spell Trap card zone, just ready to be activated if needed. Now, Sky Striker Ace Azalea going to come through for this Malice strategy here in the favor of Cyb. And it actually looks like VOA could take this game and look to get one step closer to evening up and potentially winning this set of games.
Yeah, as I said, only because you're down 2 games, it doesn't mean that the set is over. I think you should never give up in those kind of tournaments, because at the end of the day, it is just 3 games, one at a time, that you need to win. And I think that's not as unlikely as it sounds. Obviously, you don't want to be in that position, but it's nothing impossible, as we can see right now. It looks like Cyb has a lot of control in this game. We can look over to Duel B.
Yep, seems to be a turn change in Duel B. Is there anything that can be done against this established Risal field? We've seen scarier, but 4 cards in hand for Kindiaka here.
And a Maxi on top.
Yeah,
and a Maxi on
very
top.
difficult to play through here, because not only are you having to deal with disruption on the field, but you're also giving cards to the opponent time and time again, allowing them to access further disruption from the hand. But there is a way to deal with the Maxi. There is Called by the Grave here, shutting down that monster effect, shutting down the draws, unless there's a further response. There is not, but it does mean that that valuable tool of the Called by the Grave that could have been used to help run some kind of disruption here against the Risal is going to be committed early. And already Kindiaka, we said, looking down at the Risal field and the established board from Tapeta, now down to just 3 cards in hand. Mitsurugi no Mikoto. Aramasa. Thank you. These cards are new to me, you know. They only just came to Master Duel this month.
Aramasa, when normal or special summoned or tributed, can search a Mitsurugi monster from the deck to the hand, which usually you want to search Habakiri here. Of
Effect
course,
Veiler.
We also have to play around the Risal cross here, which even if the Aramasa would have resolved, we could have negated the Habakiri. One very interesting thing about this deck is that
Duel A looks to have concluded, by the way, while we were speaking. So VOA, I guess, took that back.
Usually what you want to do is you want to stop the Saji that is special summoned of the Habakiri, because that's like the choke point of the deck.
Yeah.
But if the deck has no access to Habakiri, there are scenarios where you want to negate the way of them searching Habakiri, because you don't want them to have a ritual monster in hand. Because if they hard draw the Ritual Fusion, it means that even if we negate the Habakiri, we can still Ritual Summon from the deck or hand with the Mitsurugi Ritual. And now the Magatama basically avoided the Veiler, destroyed the Risal Cross, which got rid of two very important key interruptions that Tapeta had, and now the Habakiri will try to resolve here. We know that we can't use Mag C anymore because that got negated by the
Called by the Grave.
the Grave. The Veiler is gone. So I'm wondering, and it resolves. The
Surely
Habakiri
you don't
resolves.
have Ash for that complete lineup of disruptions from the hand, but there is the Mikoto being used here, being sent from field to graveyard as well.
So the Saji, as I said, this is the choke point. If you want to Ash this deck, you have to Ash this deck here. If you don't, I think it's fair to assume that there is no Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring in the hand.
It looks to be resolving.
Yeah. And now we can search a Risal, not a Risal, sorry, a Mitsurugi Ritual, which now, if we want to, can summon a monster from the deck by attributing from the hand, or summon one from the hand by attributing from the deck. And we decide to special summon a monster from the hand, which is probably going to be the Habakiri. Special summoning itself by attributing 2 Risal names or 2 reptiles from the deck, which usually is the Nightsword Serpent that this deck plays.
Yeah, it'll special summon itself back for an extra level 4 body for the further Xyz extensions. Now, Mitsurugi Masterclass coming here from Kindiaka here, looking to extend further. There's an Evil Swarm Ouroboros being sent from field to graveyard. Of course, that was a good attempt at taking cards from the hand here from the side of Tapeta, but ultimately it is Kindiaka that's able to regain control of this. 2 cards in hand still here. I believe one of them is known as the Ritual
Habakiri.
Monster.
Yeah,
the other one is still relatively unknown. However, it could be anything here to further extend and capitalize on this combo.
So, interestingly enough, we're going to summon Habakiri by tributing Futsu. Futsu here will now activate probably by searching the prayers. The Detached Aggregator, we use the effect of the Detonator here to pop our own Evil Swarm Ouroboros to negate the Habakiri, which will get summoned at the result.
Typhon?
Yeah. We will see a Super
Star Slayer Typhon Sky Crisis, Emre. This is a card that can turn the tide of battle just by itself, of course, negating monster effects, bouncing cards off the field as well, back to the extra deck, theoretically back to the hand, but it has no hand to go to, so it goes back to the deck. Materials go to the graveyard as well. This is looking very good for Kindiaka. Very briefly, however, because while Typhon is very good at turning the tide of battle, it is very difficult to actually close this one out. And speaking of closing this one out, it is in fact that Typhon that closes this one out, as Aries are able to win it thanks to a time limit expiration here. They will be able to close this one out 5-3 and take down their opponents and progress further into this.
Yeah, as I said earlier, we were pretty close to time. Even if time was not a factor here, I think this looked pretty good for Kindiaka here, because we made sure to deal with the board. I think there was not a lot of follow-up left, because we went through the Ouroboros at the end, which requires a lot of resources, because we need 3 level 4 monsters on the board. So even if time was not a factor, I think this looked pretty good for Kindiaka. Very well played. Magatama is a card that we usually don't see a lot on Master Duel. It basically says that it has 2 effects. One effect being that you can tribute a reptile monster on the board to destroy a card, or basically being a ritual spell by tributing monsters on the field to special summon from the hand.
And that's where I love the kind of nuance added by the shared card rule, because I think that you look deeper into the theoretical themes when you have to get rid of some of the staples from the deck because other decks are using it. I do want to shout out Superstar Slayer Typhon Sky Crisis, of course. It is very much a last resort for a lot of players, but it's got that reputation for a reason, because it does come in clutch time and time again, even when facing down the additional negation on that Mitsurugi card. Very, very well played by Aries to make it through there, as we do finish the overtime and finish that first round of games. We're now down to a top 16 of the teams in this tournament. The Challenger Cup 3v3 autumn kickoff.
Yeah, even like after the very first round, we saw a lot of high quality gameplay. We saw a lot of high quality players, so many world competitors, world champions, world top cut players, all in one round. I mean, if that doesn't say like enough about the player level, I don't know what does. Yeah, Ibris, top 16 now.
Yeah, Emre, top 16 now. I'm very, very happy that we're able to see some great gameplay so far. No doubt have more of that coming. We've seen Mitsurugi, Risal, Malice, Orcus, Gem Knight. We've seen them all. I wonder if we'll see other things, but right now we're going to see a video.
without talking that much, let's just hop straight into action. Let's start with the top 16 game, guys. We have a really nice feature match going on.
Yes, indeed we do. With FTA taking on PG here. FTA, of course, we see April featured there. April very, very prominent within the scene for being so good at branded. Now, that doesn't look like a 60-card deck if I've seen one, so maybe not on branded this time around, but still opening Maxi as good as any, but the Ash Blossom in response here.
So, I would assume that April is not on branded because, as you said, that doesn't look like a 60-card deck. In Duel B, we can see that we just basically T-set a monster and a spell and trap.
Let's look at Duel B actually, because that does look pretty dire there. The Allure of Darkness getting answered by the Ash Blossom and Joy Spring does mean there's no kind of extension from Matrix there.
The last time I've seen a face-down monster and a face-down spell and trap
Mimighoul.
A while ago. And we see Matrix here with the Neymar Jr. sleeves, which look really nice. And the special dual field here that you guys can get in the store.
Thank you. Yep. Very, very nice to see the Neymar Jr. Dark Magician card protectors there, of course. Part of the prizing for this event is that promo pack of the TCG cards, both the Rescue Rabbit and that. Now, very fitting football mate alongside that there. Now, something else very fitting is, of course, the backup at Ignister, key component of the Malice strategy since that Regeneration of Stars pack did hit in September. The Gem Knight support came through, but so did the at Ignister, the allied code talker at Ignister in particular, adding just another layer of strategy and consistency to the Malice build.
So now we see, as you said, the Wizard at Ignister, which will special summon itself and the Malice Dormouse, which we use the effect of the Dormouse now, and we also have the Lingering on the board, which will protect us from a potential Infinite Permanence or Dominus Impulse. So it is safe to assume that our Malice strategy will start to roll now. One very strong card against this specific board is Nibiru the Primal Being. The usual way to play around Nibiru in the Malice strategy is with the Ignister cards, but because we already used them, there is no way to play around the Nibiru except if we have an additional extender here, which I think we don't, otherwise we would have not used the Ignister cards this early. So now we see Malice P White Rabbit hit the board, trying to set a trap face down from the deck.
Yep, let's take a look at Duel A as well. However, we do have that Risal Mitsurugi strategy currently online.
Yeah, that you spotted that nice. So April is playing against Risal Mitsurugi.
Down to 2 cards in hand thanks to the
Murakumo.
Yes.
Yeah. So we tried to probably stop NF, which is Nightfall by the way, from doing something, but it didn't work out. We discarded a card of the Murakumo, and Nightfall was still able to play afterwards. I think we tried to stop.
Is the Ouroboros also taking a card in this circumstance or not?
I mean, if we have triple tactic talents and a way for Ouroboros, we could theoretically hand loop April for 5 cards. But I don't think we do. I think the Risal Duo Drive got negated.
Speaking of that as a strategy, by the way, what happened to Mermail Atlantean?
I mean, Mermail Atlantean is still a really strong deck, which can also hand loop the opponent for 2-3 cards. Yeah. But in this specific format, with decks like Orcus, where your cards have graveyard effects, hand looping them might even help them. If they have an orchestrated crescendo in the hand, and we suddenly discard that, it becomes an additional push on our own turn. So because so many decks at the moment have graveyard effects, the Mermail strategy kind of fell off because the strength of that deck was basically to send the cards from your opponent's hand to the graveyard. But if your opponent's deck wants to do that, you're basically doing them a favor.
Yep, April actually going to be on Risal this time around. It's not branded, and it's also not the Malice that we're maybe thinking as well. Just looking to potentially extend there thanks to the 7th Tachyon revealing the Masquerade, as you did mention. X Risal to the hand, so X Risal to the field.
As I said earlier, the Mitsurugi end board doesn't look that oppressive. We have an IP Masquerena on the board and a Futsu, but this end board does so much and it is so hard to out here. We chain the effect of Futsu here to special summon a Mitsurugi card from the graveyard because our opponent special summoned a monster on the board.
Yep, and then actually having to be forced to use the Masquerena effect here because otherwise it would be negated. Let's see how deep into the extra deck we can go with this.
So I think now it is pretty rough for April because what we will do is we will go into the SP Little Knight, which will banish the X Rysil. The X Rysil can search Sword Rysil or Note Rysil. I think because we don't have any other, like only one other card in hand, we will go for the Sword. But the Sword Rysil cannot special summon itself.
There's no more level 4 after this banish happens.
Exactly. There is no Rysil card on the field or in the graveyard because the Little Knight banishes the X Rysil. So we have to basically banish, normal summon the Sword here, where we and then we can chain the effect of the Murakumo, which forces April to discard the last card in our hand, and then one Sword Rysil without X doesn't do the combo. And I think April realized that Nightfall winning game 1 here for Team PG, and it looks also really, really good for Matrix here, who is at the moment...
Yeah, good presence of mind there from April.
The Ash Blossom on the field caught me off guard here, as you can see. There is an Ash Blossom on the field.
The attack and defense were swapped. But that being said now, having that just... Yeah, this is not it. You saw from Terra that they did start. I believe this was the player that started with the T-set, as you said. Really not a good time all around for FTA in this game. Matrix going to fully capitalize on that, just extending. We've seen Malice do Malice things before. It's going to continue to do exactly that from here on out.
I think Terra here might be the Malice player because...
Can we look at Duel C, by the way? What is that?
Can.
That is Enlil Gersu, the Orcus Mech Knight.
A very strong card which came out in the latest booster pack here, which is an import piece and also a quick effect because of Orchestrated Bubble, but Infinite Permanence will make sure that we cannot use the effect of the Enlil Gersu here, because we have no card on the field for Enlil Gersu to chain to take control over that.
Yep. Now we do have the Orcus symbol. Oh, actually, Orcus mirror match.
It's a mirror match.
Yep.
And this as well, Anestus board, it doesn't look that strong. We have 2 back row and a field spell, but the field spell makes all of our Orcus cards in the graveyard, which I'm sure we have a ton. We will have the Girzu in the grave, the Ding Girzu, everything. They're all quick effects. And the skeleton, for example, if we have one in our graveyard, can special summon a Ding Girzu, which can then send a card. The Orcus Crescendo here is also really strong. Not only because it negates our Link 1, it also banishes the card. And banishing against Orcus is really strong. It makes sure that we cannot put the cards back from the graveyard to the field or to the deck. Yep. The Crescendo here, as I said earlier, that's a card you don't want to draw. If you draw it, you want to discard it. Talking about Mermail again, that's why, for example, maybe like hand ripping a Crescendo is not that good because it gives our opponent a way to extend. The World Legacy Crown
yep.
Can be special summoned to a zone where a monster points, but it is not enough. It is not enough. And we also see Duel B finish. So I think Team PG here is up 3-0.
So yeah, looks to be the case, as really, really well played by them to take down FTA in those games. And actually, I think that was potentially 3 mirror matches that PG came out ahead in.
Yeah, I mean, 3-0 is probably the result that you for sure want. That's a result that...
But in mirror matches in particular as well, it feels just like complete skill diff.
I mean, usually yes, but we saw that we just like T-set a card.
Yeah, that was unlucky.
Our Maxi got negated in the other game, and then we just comboed off on the other game. I think everything here just went right for Team PG.
Yeah, exactly, but when that happens, it feels so good, and I think you can carry that momentum through, depending on how they want to play this one out.
Yeah, it feels really good, as you said. It also feels really bad if you're on the other side of the 0-3. Here we have our bracket, as you can see. We have a lot of prominent teams. On the top right, we have Team Broad playing against the second Aries team. Under that, we have the Aries team itself. We have T2 on the left. We have PG against FTA. We have on the top left Team FSN with
yeah.
Boss as their leader. A lot of really strong teams.
Bob as well made a very deep run previously. I think potentially either finals or victorious in the previous 3v3 on this channel. So very, very prominent names within the scene on all of these teams. But I'm sure we have many more games from all of these teams to bring your way. But first, we're going to have to see who comes out ahead in this next set between these two teams, because I'm sure we've not seen the last of what April has to show with the choice of Risal deck here. I mean, choosing that over the branded strategy, there has to be a reason.
Yeah, I mean, the Risal strategy is really strong at the moment. It is really tough. I mean, I've been in the spot where I'm down 0-3 with my team. I've been there.
We made it back.
We didn't make it back, but other teams made it back.
Okay.
It is really hard. I mean, you need to win all 3 this game and the next 2 the other set. It's not impossible, but it is hard. There's a lot of RNG in this game in general because we're having a coin flip here. We might brick there. But if RNG is on our side, we could win. We could do the reverse sweep here.
Perulia. Wait, that was a. Okay,
it was a Perulia.
10-2 Perulia. Yep. I was like, okay, no, this is scary, but I realized they are in fact going second, so it's good. Now, Gold Sarcophagus, that one of starter for the Malice deck, we discussed it earlier. It was one of the consistency hits that we saw before, same for Dormouse, but seems to be resolving. Molcharmy Meows, the most recent of the Molcharmies added to Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, and potentially now the most impactful. Anestis going to be drawing cards left and right.
It is definitely the
strongest
Molcharmy against the Malice deck. You would maybe think that Fuwalos is the strongest, but Meows is the one that is probably the most annoying for the Malice deck.
Do you have the luxury of running all 3 in any kind of meta deck right now?
I mean, I think under normal circumstances you can't play all 3, but because we are playing under the shared carpool rule,
it does replace some of the staple.
Maybe in Duel A the player gets the Fuwalos, so we might take the Meowth. That's what we also did at the World Championship this year. I played for a very long time. I played Fuwalos, Meowth, and Perulia in my deck, and at the end I only decided to play 2 of the 3.
Were you playing Tenpai Dragon Sky Strike?
Yeah, but in my Risal deck I played Meowth and Fuwalos, and I think it's a valid strategy. But Anestis seemed to brick here, which is really rough, because we can use the effect of the Dormouse once again, and now we can't use our Molcharmies because we have 2 face-down cards on the field here. So this looks really good for Terry. We also use MTP07 in the end phase to search a second play, and once the Malice deck has 2 bodies on the board, similar to Orcus or the Fiendswift decks, they can just go into a Splash Mage.
Yep.
And then go extend from there on. Even if the 2 cards on the field are negated, we can still access the Malice cards from the deck with the red ransom.
Speaking of field now, let's step foot back onto the football pitch in Duel B. Duel B, of course, the Ice Risal. Already a better start for April here in this game. Now, Ice Risal going to hopefully resolve here, down 2 cards in hand for Matrix. Matrix, any further disruption? Because April doesn't seem to mind.
So, interestingly, we lost 2 cards in our hand before the main phase. So, and I don't see bubbles anywhere, and no Maxi either. So I don't know which 2 cards we could have used here.
Potentially one of them, but then got pulled by the grave, perhaps, because April also seems to be down a card.
We shuffled the card back because of the 7 Tachyon.
True.
But that doesn't matter right now because we can now access our entire Risal engine.
Yep, you can access that rank 4 toolbox. So
But
you have the...
We can also access the Mitsurugi engine with King of the Feral Limbs.
Yep, going to bridge into the reptile monsters here.
So is there any reptile monster you would like to search right now, if you would be able?
Night Sword Serpent.
That's one possibility, but I think we will go for the Amino Habakiri.
Okay.
Or Murakumo, which
Murakumo, okay.
I think we have the ritual spell card in hand already. I wasn't talking about Mirror, but Mirror also works here, tributing to Habakiri, special summoning the Murakumo.
Don't ask me about rank 4 toolbox strategies, otherwise I'm just going to say let's go for number 21, Frozen Lady Justice. That's a card. It turns monsters to defense position. Yeah.
The more you know.
Yeah.
The Habakiri now will...
Speaking of, by the way, turning monsters to defense position, Bagusa, Terribly Tied Tapir, very, very recently retired from the Risal strategy, was a very key component. And while I believe that the Mitsurugi cards did a lot for the consistency and opened up new paths there, definitely that was a big consistency hit to them.
Definitely, like the Baguska was a key endboard piece of the pure Risal deck. It was always kind of a last resort card as well when you get Max Seed Fualost, where you had the option to go just into a Baguska and hope your opponent cannot beat over that Baguska on their next turn.
Yeah.
But that option now is gone, and I think this looks really good for April here. We have pairs in hand, we have access into a Risal rank 4, which basically makes sure our opponent cannot use a monster effect because of the Risal cross. So we go into the Duel Drive, attaching a card from the graveyard that we detached of the King of the Feral Limbs. So we attach the X-Risal back to our Duel Drive.
Still no detonator yet, but presumably that will come very, very shortly.
Yeah, I think it's only a matter of time where we go into maybe a Node Risal to then send the monster from the field to the graveyard. As we see, we search the Node Risal and acts as potential follow, I would say.
Yep, replenishing the hand here for April.
We also draw a card with Risal Cross. Yeah, this looks really good for April here. Not only because we set up our entire Risal board, we also have prayers in hand with Murakumo, which is basically a Raigeki on the opponent's turn once we decide to tribute the Murakumo. And what is important to note here is that Matrix is only on 3 cards in hand.
Yep, we do have a final blow coming through courtesy of that Malice Q Hearts Crypta in Duel. See there, it will be FTA getting on the board here, thanks to Terra here. Anestis, any answer? 6 cards in hand. Is one of them a way to stop this? Doesn't look like it. The final blow about to come through, but there is the Bull Drake. Actually, this will create a body that will block that direct attack. Unless...
This is the first time me realizing that the final blow animation is inspired by the eFootball collaboration.
Yeah.
I haven't seen that before.
Let's see if this is still indeed the final blow.
I mean, one Bestial won't do it because we can use the effect of Heart Cryptor to banish the Ball Break. Do we have a second Bestial here is the question. We don't.
No.
And FTA takes the first game here of set 2. Won the first game of this match in general.
Yep, looking to make the comeback here from FTA. Can they do it? Amini Murakumo, no Mitsurugi going to be sent to the graveyard for April here. Going to extend further the Mitsurugi, no Mikoto Kusanagi here on the field to further extend this strategy. We said Risal, so good at accessing the rank 4 toolbox, while Mitsurugi so good at accessing so much more than that. Every time the Risal delves into the extra deck, this delves into the main deck and continues to push.
Yeah, this looks really good for April here. If we go over to Duel A, I think it is really interesting. We see the Mitsurugi deck pop off here by Nightfall once again. But what is to notice that we are under Mulchami Purulia, which is not the strongest card against pure Mitsurugi, but could be really strong if we mix up Mitsurugi with Risal cards, because they all have to be special summoned from the hand.
Yep, let's see. NF, is there a way forward for you here?
So I think now the goal for Nightfall is that we go for game this turn, we preferably don't want to give our opponent another turn where they might come back. And I think we can do that pretty easily with cards like Mitsurugi Prayers that we are just adding back of the Kusanagi here. I think we started the turn with the Prayers, so we can't use it again. If we have a Mitsurugi ritual, we might push for game here this turn.
Yep, look to have Nightfall just continue to extend here. It is, of course, the battle phase being in turn 2. Is there further follow-up, or can Scar get another turn here? It will be PG pushing to match point if indeed NF is able to close this one out, but it will still be one more turn for Scar to try and turn this around and to try and save FTA's tournament here.
I mean, even if we don't for a game here, the end board that Nightfall put up is still really strong. We have a hand drip slash Omni Negate with Murakumo. We have the Prayers, which is, if we don't have a way to deal with that, a Raigeki, because the Murakumo comes back by its effect and then blows up the board. But first we see a Fiendsmith Engraver from the graveyard. I think the Fiendsmith engine is really strong this format. I think that the engine puts up a lot of pressure on the board once it's in rotation, and DDD Highway King Caesar is also a pretty strong card this format.
True enough, has been for a while now since Risal basically came into the game.
Yeah.
Really, really powerful card. Now, Fiendsmith Requiem, going to just add a little bit more consistency here to getting back. As you said earlier, Fiendsmith, it does kind of draw out a lot of these disruptions from the enemy field. But right now, the Ame no Murakumo and Mitsurugi now going to come through to try and respond to that and actually stop the Fiendsmith in its tracks.
That's also
Little Knight,
a very good spot for Scar to use the effect of SP Little Knight here to try to banish the Murakumo, but that gets stopped by the Artifact Lancea. That's why Lancea is such a great card. It is not only strong against Malice because it basically shuts down the entire strategy. There are so many, I would say, random spots where the card suddenly becomes good. For example, now it saves the Murakumo. It makes it that the Murakumo can't be banished, so we still have the option to tribute it and to special summon it back. I think Scar discarded the Orcus Skeleton here, which also does not do anything this turn because of the Artifact Lancea.
looks to be the case here, as we do have the...
And as I said, Mitsurugi Prayers is getting chained to the effect of the Engraver, tributing the Murakumo.
Let's look at Duel B, actually, because I am seeing, I believe, the Gal and Grand Knight actually make an appearance here to add the Nibiru, the Primal Being, and just further, you know, kind of have consistency to the disruption offered by that Risal field, which traditionally doesn't have much by way of negation, but rather does have opportunities to clear things out. Malice, we've seen it come back from one card before. Unfortunately, doesn't seem to be the case here for Matrix, as PG really push to the limits here, even if they are very, very close to closing this one out against FTA, as April looks to keep the team in the series.
And in Duel A, I believe Team PG won the game.
Yep, 4-1 up in favor of PG here. They could close this one out, but it doesn't look like it'll be in this game. Max C hitting the field in an attack position as if to say, okay, yep, that's it, it's done. Just a formality at this point, as April should close this one out very, very cleanly.
Yeah, I think as well the Risal Import is pretty strong against Malice. And also we have the Nibiru on top in hand. We have the Murakumo on the field with the prayers, which, as I said, can be a Raigeki, which we'll use now. I believe the Almirasher can now protect the Chessy Cat by attributing itself. But I don't think that is really going to matter. We have the Druisworm, which now is pretty strong, because it can banish the Murakumo, which makes the Murakumo not return to the field again.
Yeah.
Because it got tributed for cost, and after it got tributed for cost, it's not on the same spot as where it would trigger, because it would trigger in the graveyard, not in the banished pile, so it doesn't trigger here.
Yep, Jerusalem being activated there in response.
But we still didn't use Risal and Cross, and I would say there
True.
is curtains here for Matrix. There is no other way to extend from here on.
Yep,
I mean,
should be it.
We can go for a Typhon, but I think the Typhon would only lower the win rate of the card itself. Because at this point, I think it's over. We will probably use the effect of Murakumo here, destroying the Chessy Cat. And now we're in, like, we have one card in our hand, which is a Bestial, and we still have Cross. So all April needs to, April needs to do is just go into the battle phase, which
not even needed.
Not even needed.
Just need to draw.
As you
Done.
said. And
April keeping the tournament alive for Team FTA here. 4-2. Still at match point for PG, but FTA will not go down so easily, pushing it to a third set of games here.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, as I said, only because you're down 0-3 in the first set, it doesn't mean it's over. If you do the reverse sweep now, suddenly you're in top 8 yourself and not out of the tournament.
Yep.
And as we saw, we have a lot of high-quality players here. We had high-quality games so far in the second set. Way more action than in the first set.
Yep.
And I think once the games are going to, like, into a flow, if they want to start, like, playing out, if we get real games, I think then it's going to be really interesting who's going to win, because then we see who deserves to be in top 8.
Exactly that, and obviously very highly competitive, approaching the autumn season where players are now competing for that game map featuring the Chorozo. We have a new acrylic stand, we have the Mementotlan, Anguich, and the LZ Azamine of the White Forest from earlier in the year as well. Really a great deal of prizes on the line, and also just kind of making a statement coming into the season, being the team to beat, and getting more and more familiar with what is shaping up to be a fairly exciting and varied format, with 5 clear contenders in terms of decks.
And set 3 starts now. PG only needs to win 1 game out of 3. Nightfall is starting with an Ice Risal, which gets countered by a Maxi. Now this could be match deciding if we can beat the Maxi or not. We can't. We chain the prayers.
Yep, so trying to get off at least one of your special summons before the Maxi resolves to deny at least one card. But right now, this is as good a start as any for Terra, and probably the best one they've had so far.
And in Duel, see the exact same thing happened. Only the Maxi got called by the player from FTA. And I think now what Nightfall wants to do is, I think the best thing we can do here is probably set up Cross, set up a Risal Detonator, and then summon the Murakumo, which would be 2 additional draws. But it's still a really strong board. It's only 2 draws, but I think 2 draws that are worth it. This also would be a really nice end board to end on Baguska, I'm going to be honest. as I said, as a last resort, if you get Maxi, for example. And we also see a Maxi in Duel B, which also resolves.
Let's look at Duel B, actually, because the Malice deck should surely give a lot of cards to this. And I wonder if Matrix will just pass, or if indeed you full commit, completely send it, and just hope for the best.
I mean, I think there are 2 options. Option 1 is to do a half board.
Yep.
Not give your opponent too many boards, but draws, but also not make that strong of a board. Or option 2 is you just give your opponent infinite draws, but there is the draw lockbird here being chained to the White Rabbit, and the Malice deck doesn't need to search. So basically, we didn't negate the Maxi, we gave our opponent a draw, and because he added a card from his deck to the hand, except during the draw phase, we can use the effect of draw lockbird here to basically negate the Maxi, even though it's not negated, we just can't draw cards. And now Matrix can go into his full combo. I
think I credited a lot of the Japanese teams at the World Championship for popularizing the inclusion of Saryu Skull Dread in a lot of the Snake Eye or Fiendsmith variants, because it could dig for the Droll and Lockbird when they needed it. And now just seeing that card make an appearance again, just dictate the pace of the game. Very, very kind of interesting, and also reinforcing just how important it can be.
The only downside of rolling a maxi on your own turn is that you are really vulnerable against hand traps yourself. Here I think the line that you usually go into is maybe a Splash Mage going into a White Binder, banish the Red Ransom, and then extend with the Red Ransom from there on. But that gets stopped by, I think, almost every hand trap in the game, or every hand trap that is popular right now.
Yep, so Veiler,
Impermanence, Nibiru, even a Ghost Ogre, a Ghost Bell. There are a lot of cards that stop this right now, but if we don't have them, it still means that Matrix can put up the entire Malice board, basically. And I think he's thinking right now what would be the best play, also to play around hand traps. The face down cards, if it's a GWC, which we could use, we can't use MTP because we're on the Drone Lock board, also is an extender. But yeah, as I said, we will go
Splash Mage.
Splash Mage now, which is a risky play, but I think you have to go for it. And there is no negation on that, I think.
Let's take a look at Duel C in the meanwhile, as this Drone Lock bid is continuing to lock out in Duel B. But yeah, Duel C ongoing right now, April, with the established Risal field going to be met by many a Molcharmy here.
The Molcharmy Meowth is also pretty good against Mitsurugi, because the Mitsurugi cards, once they're tributed from the field, the ritual monsters, they return from...
Meows.
Yeah, they return from the graveyard to the field, which I think in the usual combo you always do. Also, the Night Fraud Serpent returns from the grave to the field. So we got the value back out of our Meowths, and now any additional special summon from the graveyard that we do is basically a plus on top for Anestus here.
Going to ritual summon something from the deck using the
Habakiri. Yeah, the Habakiri, and I think we will go for Murakumo here. And now, because we are on the Meowth, we will probably not use the Habakiri to special summon itself. We will only use the effect to search the card. Yeah. And I think I really like Meowth's format. I think Meowth is a great card. It has a lot of good usage against a lot of decks, also against Orcus, for example. There are a lot of matchups where this card is good. And now we use the effect of Duo Drive.
Yep.
And we will probably not go for Node Risal here to special summon something from the graveyard, because that would also mean 2 draws for Anestus. I think the Meowth here, even though it only like replaces itself quantity-wise in the hand, it still is gonna make the end board of April way weaker than it usually should have been, because we play around it so much here right now.
Many cards in hand for April right now, 7. So even with the Meow still managing to find an advantage there. But as you said, not too much left in terms of extension here, just in case. Now, let's go back to Duel B, because again, we highlighted the fact that PG only needed 1 more victory to clinch this one out. And it looks like that will be the case here if indeed Matrix is allowed to continue here. You said that GWC kind of shut off because we're under draw right now. But that being said, still phenomenal board. Still turn 1, by the way. So just continuing to build.
Yeah, because we use the Splash Mage, we are locked into Cyber's cards. So we won't see cards like Appaloosa, the Sky Goddess. Bow of the Sky Goddess.
Bow of the Goddess, yep.
Or any other generic endboard pieces. I think now we will play with the Cyber's part of our extra deck, which is also really strong with the Allied Code Talker, a potential Firewall Dragon. There are a lot of cards that still are really strong interruptions on the opponent's turn. And I think since we got to this point, I think there is not going to be a Nibiru, the Primal Being.
Royal finish. Firewall Dragon. Nice.
Looks really cool.
It does. Something else cool, of course, is that resolution of the Maxi, the Drone Lock bid, blocking it, just, yeah, a lot of interaction.
He keeps reminding you that you can't draw a card.
Exactly that.
Can be sometimes really frustrating. This is also something that I really like. It's a nice synergy between Firewall and the Allied Code Talker.
Yep.
We can summon cards around the link arrows of the Firewall Dragon. So now, theoretically, Firewall Dragon can bounce so many cards, because so many cards are co-linked.
Yep.
We could even, if there's a maxi, and what is
Okay.
really important to note here, if we have a Cult by the Grave, as we do, we can bounce the maxi back to our hand with the Firewall Dragon, which will make the maxi resolve because
it's no longer in the graveyard, but doesn't seem to be the case here.
so
Instead, valuing the disruption from the Firewall Dragon, because Maxi at this point is just a win more for you, because you're already winning.
Yeah. Also, what is interesting here, also another point where Firewall is really great is we can add back the Droll and Luckbird here, but we also decide to not do that either. So we let everything resolve. The tract here usually puts up a lot of pressure.
Yep, let's look at Duel C though. As a lonesome Fabled Lurry looks to be holding the line against April's onslaught of Risal monsters.
Yeah, as we can see, the defensive spread, like the defensive engine got really popular again. We see Fiends in almost every lineup.
Yep, seems to be the case here. I think both of these teams actually running the exact same 3 decks as each other. Now, we've looked at Duel B, we've looked at Duel C. Let's take a quick look at Duel A as action seems to be heating up across the board now.
So, as I said earlier, every board we see, like everybody is playing the game right now, and I think now the better team might actually make it. So, Terry is adding the Dormouse to his hand.
Yep.
I think we did normal summon yet. This is a really weird board, don't you think so? We have Marcher, Ruiswurm,
Risal Detonator,
and
so I
Risal
assume that
Detonator.
was Triple Tactics
Yeah.
talent, but odd that it didn't, decide to destroy itself. Yeah,
I think
there's potential.
I think we decided to not destroy itself because we also have a Saji on board.
Okay.
So even if we destroy it, it means that we
We
can still take a monster. That is going to be the Malice Red Ransom, adding a spell card from the deck to the hand, which is chain blocked by the Bistfield Wisdom, sending the Saji from the field to the graveyard. So no possibility of using Ash Blossom against the Surge. And now Malice and Underground is added to the hand. We also have backup at Ignister. So we know the entire hand. It is backup at Ignister, it is Dormouse, and it is the field spell. What we can do here is we can search Wizard, discard Dormouse, and then use the effect of Wizard to special summon back the Dormouse.
You see all the Malice lines as they're about to play out, I guess. And now we have, so FTA still needing to take this one. PG, if they take a single game, will be able to close this one out. And right now, Duel B looks to be theirs to close out. Let's look at Duel B because this could decide it. There is a single monster, 0 attack on that Galatea, that Orcus monster holding the line for Scar there. But this should be Matrix's game to win. Let's see how this one plays out because right now, FTA looking pretty good in every single other game. But another Droll and Lockbird now being added back to the hand does mean that Scar going to have a really difficult time of playing this game. And as we said before, FTA need to win all 3 here if they're going to advance to the top 8.
The Malice strategy is also really strong against the Orcus deck itself because Whitebinder can banish all the resources from the graveyard. And FTA Scar has seen enough.
Yep.
PG wins the 5th game of the match, which basically makes them win the entire set, the match itself. So a very anticlimactic set 3 here. We saw a lot of nice games being played out.
Yeah.
But because the one game finished so early for the team from Nightfall, the other games didn't really matter.
A lot of trading back and forth, as you said, but ultimately, when you're down to that back against the wall, you need to
win
close them all out. And unfortunately, sometimes it just doesn't go that way, regardless of how lucky you might feel in the other games, regardless of how well you play it out. It just, there's a lot of variance to it. What do you draw? What does the opponent draw? How do you play things out? I get it. And it is crushing to come so close to making a comeback only to fall flat, but
that's part of the game. I mean, sometimes it works, sometimes it works out for you, sometimes it doesn't.
And ultimately very well played by PG for being able to take it over FTA there.
Being the first team to advance into the top 8, I would say pretty smooth. I mean, winning the first set 3-0 and then winning
3-0 in the mirror match. That was
Yeah.
great. That was
Yeah.
really good for their confidence. Great vibes all around. And honestly, yeah, just
And I think just in general, aside from Team Broad, I think Team PG is probably my second pick to win the whole tournament because
I'm very familiar with Matrix, but the other players, I think
Nightfall is
Nightfall
also
as well.
a very strong player, always in the top 10
and
of
the
the
third member is
season.
okay.
We have more games going on.
We do indeed. We have DNA and T2. T2, of course, very, very prominent within the
Master
scene here.
yeah, definitely. Also a lot of great players, Kid Art being one of them.
I think April also part of this overall team. Nicky Boy as well.
Nicky Boy, Abo, Nezu, a lot of great players.
Yep.
A lot of great
I'm curious
players.
to see who is actually on this team for this tournament. Of course, we see Kid Art right there, one game away
From winning it all, up
That
4-2 as well.
Yep. Okay. I was thinking that could very well be from the previous game, but no, actually up 4-2 right now. Let's look at Duel A, however, because, you know, we're just seeing Mitsurugi unfold into a Max C right now. On the other hand, Nicky Boy versus Esk here. A set
With the
from
beautiful
Esk.
gold icon that he won in the March Duelist Cup.
Very nice.
And Esk is only setting a card here, which means he probably bricked. And we see the nice combination of the football and the field again.
And the dinosaur.
We set a card. I mean,
oh no.
okay, we also bricked, which makes it more interesting, don't you think so?
It does. This game could either be totally doomed or a great time all around. Someone else that's having a great time is, of course, in Duel C, as the Allure of Darkness does get to resolve. Let's look at Duel C. It's a Malice mirror. Is it a mirror?
It is a mirror. We have Marcher on one side of the field and backup Ignister on the other side of the field. Normal summoning backup Ignister here usually means that we have probably no other play.
Did Kyo just pass while under Max C or something?
Yeah,
on turn 1?
Kyo got
Okay,
Max Seed.
fair.
And nasal summoning backup could mean two things. It could mean that we either only have backup to start with, or we want to lure out maybe interruptions from the opponent to then use our real starters. For example, a Gold Sarcophagus, for example, Malice and Underground, and it seems like that. Linguribo is here hitting the board.
Wizard at Ignister as well, going to special summon itself, generate another body with which to further link, but there is Bestial Magnum to run some disruption.
And Nazo here summoned the Linguribo to play around the Dominus Impulse potentially, but we can't play around a Bestial Magnamut here, so I wonder what we can do here. This looked really good for Nezu the moment he got the Max C resolved, but suddenly it looked it's looking really well for Kyo here.
Okay, let's now look back at Duel A as the situation seems to have resolved itself somewhat. Both of these Ryziel players not off to the best start, but right now looking to make a comeback. It's turn 4, so we had a pass, back and forth, and now it's Nicky Boy's time to shine here. Ice Ryziel, Sword Ryziel, let's see where we can go. Rather, X Ryziel and Sword Ryziel facing down Ice Ryziel. So many Ryziel names, so many Ryziel paths forward. Let's see where we go from here.
I mean, both players, quote-unquote, bricking turn 1 and 2 means that we probably have a lot of hand traps in our hand. And Ryziel is pretty known for playing through hand traps and around hand traps here. I mean, even if we decide to just stop coming at this point, we can go into a detonator, which definitely will eat a lot of hand traps and still be an interruption. But we decide to go for the Ryziel Duo Drive, trying to detach 2 cards, and it resolves. The Duo Drive resolves, so I wonder what Esk has in his hand here.
Could very well be that there's some disruption. And now we have Duel B actually unfolding as well. In the meanwhile, during this Ryziel mirror match taking place in Duel A, let's look at Duel B. Duel B, Fiendsmith Engraver. It's a Fiendsmith deck versus... Is that Orcus Mitsurugi?
I mean, we only see Mitsurugi cards.
Okay, yeah, fair.
At the moment.
Because there's no chance of it being Ryziel due to the teammate playing Ryziel.
Yeah.
So I'm curious to see if it's pure Mitsu or if it's Mitsurugi
I mean, I guess Orcus is a very good call here because the Orcus strategy is pretty popular together with Mitsurugi. We use the Purification here in response to the Engraver effect and special summon the Murakumo back onto the board. I wonder if we use the effect of the Raigeki effect right now. The Murakumo is getting negated by an Ash Blossom, which means that Hans has no interruption left, and we are playing Brilliant Fusion, so it means that we are playing Gem Knight Infinite here, and this card resolving often means curtains.
I love Gem Knights, and here is Master Diamond Dispersion ready to disperse and create some extra bodies just to punch over this now. As we said before, usually you'll traditionally see the Master Diamond copy the effect of the Topaz here, so you need the Topaz to come out. Ruby also a good choice, just punching with some extra damage too. Nephilim going to hit the field first and foremost though, to just extend a little bit further. Dispersion going to allow you to access something else as well. I guess we'll see Lady Brilliant Diamond. We could also see any of the other Gem Knight Fusion monsters.
So the goal here is now to make sure that we use our dispersion, Master Diamond Dispersion, sooner or later. But what you also want to do is you want another fusion on the board, so the Hollowed Core is a negated alive.
Yep.
If there is any interruption on the dispersion, because it sends itself for cost, right? And at the moment where you use the effect, you have no fusion on the board, so the Hollowed Core cannot negate a card. That's why you always want a second fusion monster on the board as well when you try to tribute the Master Diamond Dispersion to summon 3. But I think it is all not going to matter because Nikki here...
Yep, Nicky Boy should be able to close this one out. Not a great start, had to just set and pass, but ultimately it does seem to have worked out for him. Plugin going to be able to delay one of these attacks, but called by the Grave. Going to disrupt that, removing the target, removing DNA's Chancellor. Come back unless Artifact Lancia can do something here.
But we still have the Risal Cross, I believe. So the cards are going to resolve, and there is the cross, yeah.
Yeah.
There is the cross. I think if we wanted to stop this attack here, we had to use a second Lancia on top of the first one in the same chain. But there is no second Lancia, and this seems the match winner for T2. The King of the Feral attacks for game. So this means that T2 won their 5th game.
I mean, I got to see Lady Brilliant Diamond, so, you know, we're quite happy with the Gem Knight representation. Ultimately, though, as you said, doesn't matter as T2 able to close this one out off of a fantastic Risal performance from Nicky Boy.
Yeah, Nicky Boy being a fantastic player. I think everybody that played at least one Challenger Cup should hear this name at least once.
Mainstay of
showing once again why he's such a good player. Now secured the top 8 spot for his team. T2 also being one of the favorites. I mean, we saw them in the bracket earlier. I think they're not on the same bracket as Team Broad, which means that they could potentially face in the finals, which I think could be a
There's
final.
narrative there, of course, with Bronus being very, very close to Nicky Boy and the other members of T2.
I think they all know what each other is playing because they all know each other, as you said.
Probably helped a bit with putting decks together as well. They share strategies quite a bit. And ultimately, it will be really interesting to see which one of these teams is able to come out ahead, claim their very own wonderful jersey. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, only 4 more games left, right? So you have to win the top 8. Oh, 3 more. You have to win top 8. You have to win top 4. Suddenly you see yourself in the final. You're in the final, so 1 more. So 3 games left to win it all. To not only win the jersey, to also win the wonderful Choroso playmat.
Yep.
The acrylic figure.
Yep.
The 2 promo cards.
Yep.
Rescue Rabbit that you can see behind me right now.
As well.
And the Neymar Junior token.
And the plush.
And the Rescue Rabbit plush.
There's a lot. There's a lot.
There's a lot to win.
Of course, that jersey you can choose from the home or the away colorway. You can get your name on the back if you so wish as well. Very cool prize, I'd say so.
Yeah. I mean, I love jerseys in general. As you can see, I'm wearing my very own jersey right now.
Yeah. Has your name on the back and everything.
It has my name on the back, which this jersey
could very well have your name on the back.
Exactly.
If you so wish.
Exactly. Yeah, I think there are still games being played right now. There are, I think, 2 or 3 games left, and 1 game actually left. And
So let's jump into it.
yeah, let's hop into it. Let's see who is still playing, what is still being played. We see Team GNDI against Team LAM.
Yep. So we have Saw on Team Lam versus Chef from GNDI. And the score right now,
2-4 for Team LAM.
Yep.
Looks really promising for them right now because it seems like Chef rigged this game unless he plays something like maybe a Labyrinth deck, but Saw also rigged.
Interesting. Just
So
back and forth going to be
this is
passing
the
here.
back and forth that is always nice to see. And what I think is really interesting this format is, let's say Chef decides to set a card, passes the turn, and then LAM doesn't, Saw doesn't do anything. It means that we could theoretically, once we have 2 bodies on the board, go, if we play Orcus cards, into our full Orcus combo. We could go into our full Fiendsmith combo. So having 2 bodies on the board is really strong this format. Our preparation of rights gets Ash Blossomed.
I saw an access code talker do some access code talker things, by the way. But let's stick with Duel A for now, as that access code talker is just going to chill in Duel C. Regardless, Duel B, you know, we have the Mitsurugi combo
Being played out.
being
Yeah,
played out,
so
yep. And then Duel A is now where we're going to want to look.
the Ash Blossom is already used, so we don't have to worry about an Ash Blossom because it got used on the preparation of rights. The triple tactic talents seem to draw out Mitsurugi prayers, so now the Mitsurugi prayers added a Habakiri, and if the Habakiri resolves, it will special summon and tribute the Saji. The Saji will then search the Mitsurugi ritual, which will then special summon the Habakiri, and I think we've seen it enough times where the one Mitsurugi ritual, once it resolves, it is probably game ending.
Nibiru, the primal being. You said game ending. Well, this is one that is field ending, at least, as we have Duel A. Some action is unfolding with further extension going to follow up there. Primal being token swiftly joined by Gersu, the Orcus Mech Knight. Orcus, where do we link? We have a token. Most of these cards in the extra deck need effect monsters. That is not one. Now, we mentioned Orcus in Master, a little bit different from TCG because you have the Nightmare Mermaid as that consistent piece. So far, haven't seen it.
We didn't, but I think it's very interesting to see that Nibiru, the primal being, hit the field before we even got to our Orcus combo, because after we got Nibiru, we started to normal summon Girzu. And Girzu is a card that I think is probably... I mean, everybody knows that Girzu is a strong card, I don't have to say that, but I think at the moment Girzu is the best normal summon in the game, because one hand trap doesn't stop it. One hand trap doesn't stop it, and I think this is already over. This all is not going to matter, because in Duel C, the top player won the game, and I believe that is from Team LAM, so that should be 5-2.
That is actually the other way around, rather.
It is 4-3
yeah, right now, because the sides were swapped in that game. Now, Duel B could very well end up being in favor of Team LAM, though, as they are looking to close this one out as they are at match point. I think also Duel A is looking okay as well.
Duel B looks really interesting right now. The game where we had both players passing, we had Chef play the Mitsurugi cards out, which got hit by an impulse, and now Saw decided to finally draw into his engine, normal summon the Dormouse, get the March Hare on the board, and out of a sudden, it looks really good for Saw. I did not expect him to come back after the Habakiri resolved. But now, I think we have everything we need on the board. A Ball Break, 2 Malice names. I think the only card that can stop this now would be a Nibiru.
Could very well be the case here, as we do have many options open here. Looking at Duel A, let's see just continued extension there from this XE strategy of the Orcus. We have access to the Primal Being token, but ultimately it's just sitting there while everything else happens around it.
And this
Still
is
turn 1,
This
by
is
the way.
I was just going to say this is turn 1. Interestingly enough, we can deal with the Nibiru, the primal being. I think that's not the problem. Also, the Mitsurugi deck itself, the Orcus deck itself, it can put up a lot of interruptions for the opponent's turn with the orchestrated bubble. We'll now see a long Girzu hit the board. We use the effect of Skeleton to revive an Orcus monster from the graveyard, which is going to be the Harp Horror. And I think at this point we should be locked out of our extra deck except for dark monsters. So anything that we summon here has to be dark from the extra deck. And I think now we will go into the new Link 4 that got released this month.
Yeah, I guess we'll see. These are pretty unique Link arrows, I think.
And Little Girzu, yeah, I don't know any card that has similar Link arrows, but I think that's not going to matter right now here. We will add back a banished monster from our banished pile.
Yeah.
And by sending a random card from our hand to the deck, we can take over the control of one of our opponent's monsters.
Still turn 1 though, so yeah, you can link Nibiru and the token away.
Yeah, I think I haven't seen Nibiru and the token being summoned, being on one side of the field. It's usually always on each side of the field, but now we also enter an IP Masquerena, being probably the most prominent end part of the Orcus strategy for years now.
So this was always pretty scary because you'd see them go into Underworld, Goddess of the Closed World in case you committed too much.
Yeah.
We also saw it be a key component of the Snake Eye decks.
Just a very strong
back row, then being brought forward. Yeah, very, very strong card.
In general, yeah. So now we have, as interruptions, we have the Skeleton in the graveyard, which can bring back the Dingirzo to then send a card from the field to the graveyard. We have the Fiendsmith cards in Lacrima and Requiem, which could potentially send a Fiendsmith Paradise. We have the Endlil Girzu, which can take over a monster that our opponent controls, that we could then link off with the IP Masquerena. And we have the World Chalice Crown, which can negate a card special summon from the extra deck and destroy it.
So a loss here now coming through. It is the turn 2 play of turn 2 plays, but it looks like it was what was for the draw, which is suboptimal to say the very least.
I mean, in this specific scenario, I think it's fine because our opponent has the Fiendsmith Requiem on the board. If we want to use that, that's
and
one
theoretically, if the IP Masquerena is also...
Exactly. That's also one potential draw here. So, drawing Mulcharmi Fualos might not be the end of the world. We see a very beautiful Royal Rare Lacrima the Crimson Tears being summoned on the board, which gets hit by Orcus Crescendo.
Yep.
That's a card that is really rough when it gets crescendoed because it is not only negated, it's also banished, so we don't have access to it for the near future. Yeah, exactly.
Yep, exactly that.
So now, as I said, so many interrupts, but then X-Drysil, I think, is the card that you want in your hand against this specific board because it deals with so many things at once. It searches a card, which extends. We have the negate of the Mirrorlogic Aggregator, which basically I think should force out the IP Masquerena or the Enlil Girzu here. I think it depends if we want our opponent to basically commit to a draw or the Orchestrated Bubble, which is even better because that means that all of our Orcus effects are no longer quick effects. So any Orcus card in the graveyard or on the field are not quick effects anymore.
Let's look at Duel B as Access Code Talker has hit the field here, and it should be able to close this one out if allowed to attack, if allowed to progress through the battle phase. 4 cards in hand for Chef, but is it enough to stop Saul here? Is Saul now 5300 attack on this Access Code Talker? You have the Malice behind it as well, so eventually should be able to access, for example, the... well, following the Red Ransom, I guess we'd say Heart Scripted to allow the double attack there. Back up at Ignister as well, just going to extend further. This is the Malice end field to end all end fields.
So the question here is, do we have an Nibiru the Primal Being or a Bestial to maybe stop an attack? But it doesn't seem like it. Also, interesting to note that we already hit timeout. We hit timeout here, so I think Team Lam is the winning team here because they were up in games 4-3. They are also about to win this game as well. So now we gotta see how this all ends up resolving.
Yep. Still very exciting to see how this is playing out. Of course, action-packed game so far. The Malice decks really coming alive and showing how much they can do. Risal, Mitsurugi being keen to watch. People finding ways to fit Fiendsmith into their decks. And of course, new strategies like the Orcus really, really showing up.
And I think also in Duel A, we see a full board
Everything
here.
looking like it's going by way of Team Lamb here.
Yeah. I think Team Lamb got this as well.
Currently in overtime in case there is the chance of a comeback.
So we see Appaloosa, the bow of the goddess here, hit the board.
We see 5,000 points of damage about to be put into there. Or I guess
600 more, yeah.
Orcus Harp Horror. Going to special summon Orcus monster from the deck. Could very well further extend here and could absolutely close this one out depending on what it is. It will be Gersu, the Orcus Mech Knight. Still, that's only 7,400 if all of these attack. But that's it. That's game. There we have Team Lamb closing this one out. The Orcus deck
being
really
the last
coming alive.
team to advance into the top 8. And now we saw in this game why the Orcus deck is so strong. Once the deck gets rolling, it plays around hand traps so good.
Yep.
The Girzu, in my opinion, as I said, being the best normal summon in the game, just showed us how many hand traps it can just eat by just let's say we summon it, it gets negated, we can just link it off into the link 1.
Yep.
And the link 1 is basically full combo on its own. Yeah, that is top 16 concluded right now. We have every top match finished basically. We have 8 teams in top 8 now.
Yep, I'm curious to see if indeed we have that team Brot of Bronus, Quantor, and Juho able to progress further into this tournament, make it into the top 8. I believe we will have a bracket for you very shortly for those of you that are invested. Let's take a look at the bracket very shortly. But before then, yeah, again, just recapping that top 16. Back and forth games all around. Still seeing, again, as we mentioned, the Orcus, the Mitsurugi Risal, and the Malice really shaping up to be the decks to beat here.
Yeah, and as we can see, this is the bracket right now. Team Broad also won their top 16 game against the first Aries team, and now they have to play against the second one.
FSN versus T2 is again a match of friends and very much Challenger Cup mainstays as well. So really curious to see how that one goes. Can Aries get revenge for their sister team? Can T2 prove that they are the team to beat instead of FSN when it comes to Challenger Cup?
As we can see, all those games are pretty close. A lot of games finished 5-4, 5-3. There was no real sweep.
Yeah.
I wonder if this will continue like that. We will now do a short break and then hop into top 8 after that. So stay tuned, guys.
Welcome back, everybody, to the top 8 of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel Challenger Cup. Let's get ready to go ahead.
Yeah, we have a really nice game right now. T2 against FSN. We haven't seen FSN yet, but we saw the T2 team, the other game. Two really prominent teams of the Challenger Cup scene.
Yep, definitely very, very prominent players within Europe and, part of this ecosystem now, with FSN Boss leading the charge against Kid Art in our duel right now in Duel 8.
I wonder what Boss is playing, because he was playing Snake Eye and Fire King Snake Eye for a very long time and then switched over to the Defensive Control deck. I wonder if one of those two decks is in his
repertoire
this tournament right now.
Now, seeing as that Fiendsmith Control on the other side now has access to the Engraver, I mean, for a while there, I'm getting pullbacks when Beatrice Lady the Eternal was the play, but right now seem to be foregoing the potential Exceed plays. Obviously, Beatrice not available to play, but instead just going straight up to Blink and the further extension there. Lacrima now going to hit the field.
Special summoning the Fiendsmith Engraver back to the field.
Yep.
I think Kid Art is on Gem Knights, as we saw earlier, so we have a lot of options to go into right now. We could potentially go into a Sprite Sprint to send the Crystal Rose from the deck to the graveyard and access our Gem Knight strategy by that.
Exactly that, and we love to see the Gem Knight strategy even when going first, but because it's going first does mean that we're going through that non-traditional Gem Knight attacking, so it will mean that we should be instead looking at blocking the opponent out of summoning thanks to the artifact cards. Boss, is there any kind of response there? I know, Emre, you correctly identified potential choke points with strategy earlier.
Yeah, so there are a few choke points, and it always is a guessing game if your opponent has already the card that you want him to stop from searching. For example, if we had Effect Veiler, we could have used it on the Nephrim here to stop them from searching the Dispersion. But if they have the Dispersion in hand already, it feels kind of weird to use Effect Veiler on there. I think one choke point is the Gem Knight Quartz from the extra deck.
Yep. Hollow Core, essentially the Omni Negation that we said before. It's very, very powerful.
I think if you want to be really safe, there is two options. Option one being you just hand trap your opponent. No, yeah, that's the Quartz. I think one option is you hand trap your opponent the second that he starts playing, which we decided to not do. And the second option is to stop your opponent from summoning the artifact Mjolnir to your side of the field by negating the Princess. But it seems like Kid Art is not playing the artifact Mjolnir. We're going for the Gallant Granite.
Yep, Gallant Granite can, of course, add any Gem Knight, but also could add Nibiru, the Primal Being. I was a little bit apprehensive seeing the XC summon, just in case we saw the Imperial Princess Queen Courier make an appearance again eventually further down the line to then access the artifact cards. But now we have Gem Knight Dispersion again being used for the other effect here. We're going to Fusion Summon, we're going to look potentially at the Master Diamond Dispersion, and we're going to look at potentially locking Boss out of the game unless a key disruption comes through. One card is highlighted in the hand. I wonder what it will be.
I mean, we have the Hollow Core in graveyard, so once the Dispersion resolves, we have an Omni Negate on the field.
This should be the Seraphim Knight, right?
Yeah. Yep. And one very interesting thing that the Gem Knight deck can also do that people are not going for right now, the Gallant Granite can also search a very, very popular card called Fossil Dyna.
Oh, yes, Fossil Dyna Pachycephalo.
And then normal summon that of the additional normal summon of the Gem Knight Rough Knight. But since we searched the Nibiru, we know we don't have that card in our hand. And I think this board looks really strong. We can hop over to Duel B now because this board seems really established. So if we go over to Duel B, we see a triple
mirror.
Tactic Talents resolving.
The Risal stare down, but ultimately it's Nicky Boy that accesses the extra deck first. Duo Drive now coming through. It's turn 2. It's his game to play, and he is playing it one card in hand for how fast here. Any kind of response available, otherwise just going to continue to see the Risal strategy from Nicky Boy. Extend, 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 and potentially exceeds as well.
So I think we saw triple tactic talents being used earlier, the second where we switched into this game. So I'm pretty sure Nicky Boy knows the last card in how fast hand, which means it is safe to assume that we can just go all in and just ignore any hand trap because there is none. We summon the Ice Risal by discarding the Kusanagi, going into the King of the Feral Imps, which will then search the Mitsurugi Habakiri, which will then go special summon and tribute the Saji. And if we can't stop that, that should be game on board, because we can go summon the Habakiri, add back the Mitsurugi ritual to special summon the Murakumo, and the Murakumo will basically destroy how fast entire board, and then we can just go for game.
Yep, looks to be the case here. Mitsurugi ritual going to be activated. Gonna resolve, gonna continue to extend the Mitsurugi advantage here for the Rising Mitsurugi strategy from Nicky Boy. Now, let's take a look at Duel C on the other hand, as we have another established field over there with the turn now changing. Dragon, quite a few cards in hand, but facing down a pretty scary field.
Yeah, I mean, we already used Appaloosa, Bow of the Goddess, already once. That's why the attack is only 800. And we are also under Dimension Shifter, as we just saw that the Baldrake is banishing that shifter, and that is going to resolve. We're not going to negate that with the Appaloosa. So theoretically here, we could just threaten to go into the battle phase, try to take over the Appaloosa. But I'm pretty sure there is a MTP07 face down on Nazo's side of the board, which would just basically banish the Bastille Baldrake, which we also cannot stop with an Ash Blossom because of the Appaloosa. So now the Baldrake attacks. We use GWC, that's not MTP. So we decide to summon back the White Rabbit, which will then, I guess, search or set the MTP07 face down.
Yep.
Which we can use in the same turn as it got set by banishing a Malice name
How
on the
come I
board.
don't see any white binder these days?
That's a good question. That's a good question. I don't know why there's no
draw
white
is
binder.
very valuable.
There could maybe been a Fuvalos on Dragon side of the field, or on the hand basically. That's why maybe we didn't go through our entire extra deck. I think Nazo is the kind of player that would not forget to summon the white binder.
Duel B has concluded in favor of T2 now, as FSN look to see if they can get themselves on the board, but losing out on the battle phase is a little bit unfortunate. I mean, no Habakiri, no Mitsurugi now going to be used from the hand of Dragon. Dragon, what are you tributing? What are you doing?
So I think we will now try to tribute to Saji, which I think is a pretty safe call for the Appaloosa to negate, because if we don't do that, we are in trouble. And I think we would even be in trouble if Dragon has a ritual spell in his hand, because what Mitsurugi can do really well is they can chain block their cards that they want to resolve really easily. And by that, they could just chain block the Murakumo to negate, to make sure the Appaloosa doesn't negate it.
Yep, now with Appaloosa off, it does mean that we're free to use monster effects where possible. And yeah, let's see.
That seems turning for Dragon, and I think if we give our Malice deck or our Malice opponent another turn after we try to play into their board, it often means it's game over, because the follow-up from Malice is insane.
Yep, double the attack on the Heart Scripter, just swing,
off one card we can put up so many bodies. Like one Bestial by banishing the White Binder is theoretically 5 monsters.
We saw 2 access code talks in the previous round, and now we're going to see another one here. Going to push to 5,300 attack, going to continue to 6,300 actually. Wow. Banishing the Appaloosa by the Goddess, but there is a call by the grave on the graveyard there to deny at least one of the destructions. But as it turns out, you don't need a destruction when you know for a fact one is the call by the grave. There is Malice P. March Hare chained in response to summon itself. Chained in response is the surrender from FSN. 2-0 cleanly up on the board for T2 here as we look at that third game.
And now Boss trying to keep his team still in this match, playing against Kid Arts Gem Knight board, we know that there's still a Nibiru in hand, so we have to play also around that Nibiru as well. The Splash Mage hitting the board, trying to special summon the Jessie Cat. I think there is no further interruption in the graveyard. The Seraph Knight got an attack boost by 1000, which means the Hollowed Core got used this turn. It also boosts the attack of every Gem Knight monster by 1000 attack. So that's an indicator for us to know that that effect got used already. So I think the only interruption that we have to play through, quote-unquote, only, is Nibiru the Primal Being, which is a really tough task to do, to play around that card after committing so many resources.
Yep.
And I think Boss
that should be it.
Knows that this maybe not. I mean, that could also be a Malice spell, a Malice trap, right? That we could just chain whenever we want. So the red ransom hits the board. Getting Malice in Underground here.
Yep, that one of field spell, but of course it is being added to the hand very reliably by a lot of the tools within this deck.
I think it's going to be really tough here to play around this Nibiru. I mean, I think the only way to play around Nibiru is or was using Malice in the Mirror to get a body on the board and a resource back to the hand. But we decide to summon the Dormouse, and this would be a good point to use Nibiru in my opinion, but we don't.
Malice P Dormouse?
The best card in the deck basically, right? Like, limited at 1 for a reason, the best starter in the deck, banishing the Marcher. Marcher adding itself back to the hand from the banished pile for the cost of 300 life points. And since we used Splash Mage, we cannot go into an Appaloosa here because Splash Mage blocks us out of non-Cybers Link cards from the extra deck.
Boss making Link Dakota. This has to be well past 5 summons now.
Yeah, I think we are waiting for the moment where our opponent commits the most resources into his board to then destroy every card, every monster on the field with the Nibiru.
Yep.
We're still not using the Nibiru here, so the face down card could be a bluff here. I mean, if we want to keep the face down on the field, we would have used Nibiru earlier, right? But we don't. So Access Code Talker is going to destroy, I would assume. Oh,
okay.
We're going for the Seraph Knight, interestingly.
Yeah, you can swing into 0 attack Appaloosa.
Access Code going to destroy another card on the field by banishing the red ransom here.
Curious if, yep, we got the face down. It was just the Gem Knight Fusion.
Red ransom using its effect to special summon herself back and banishing one Malice or one Cybers monster back.
And Nibiru, the primal being, is not going to make an appearance.
Back in the day, people played Dotscaper because that was also part of the combo. But since Marcher came out, that card is out of rotation. The White Rabbit hitting the field, and I think it might be too late for the Nibiru. Keep in mind, we're in main phase 2 right now. So, I think what we want to do is destroy as many cards from the opponent as possible to make sure that their follow-up is not as much as possible. We will also see a Hard Cryptor now, I believe, and I think even if we have Nibiru the Primal Being, I think it's
that is actually the White Binder. We get a draw.
No, it only draws when it gets special summoned by its
banished. Sorry, yes. And then perhaps draw later.
Yeah, I think it's now too late for the Nibiru because if let's say we Nibiru here, we know we have Marcher in hand. We can special summon the Marcher on the opponent's turn by banishing the White Binder.
Yep.
And that's basically every Malice card that you want once again on the board. We use GWC here that we set this turn by banishing the White Binder. So as you said, we will see a White Binder draw. Special summoning the Red Ransom once again, hitting the field for the 3rd time. using the effect of Malice Q Whitebinder to special summon herself back and draw a card. I think this looks really good for boss here. And now we see the primal Nibiru, the primal being.
Okay.
Very late if you ask me. I mean, we're tributing 5 monsters. The token will only have a very low amount of defense points because linked monsters have no defense.
Yep.
I think this Nibiru is too late.
Link Spider again, gonna make an appearance here.
And we're playing pretty fast. We know what we are doing. So the Link Spider hits the board because we control a link that was summoned from the extra deck this turn. We can use the effect of the Wizard at Ignister. We still have the March Share in hand. I think this is pretty much sealed for boss here. I would be surprised if Kid Art finds a way to come back to this game after basically losing his entire field and almost his entire hand. I mean, the Heart Scriptor could theoretically now banish the Nibiru. But we don't even go for that. We don't need to go for that. We have the Marcher in hand, so even if the Nibiru runs over the Heart Scriptor, we can still bring it back by banishing the Whitebinder. The Whitebinder will then banish the Heart Scriptor, and then you have every card that is in the graveyard on the field suddenly. And I'm asking myself right now, is there any top deck that Kid Art can draw here? And I think there are none. Cards like Heart Scriptor and MTP07 are really strong against Gem Knight because they don't target, and they can also be chained in response to Brilliant Fusion, which is the key card, like the card where the deck resolves around, basically. Like,
yeah.
you want to resolve that Brilliant Fusion at all cost.
Now we have Ash Blossom Joe Spring being used here to stop the Malice trap, but that's called by the Grave and Respawn. Yeah,
I think this is game over. The MTP07 will now banish the Nibiru, and then we will have one card in hand to deal with the Heart Scriptor. And I can't think of any card other than maybe Bubbleman. Elemental Hero Bubbleman could have won the game there, maybe.
Special summon it, draw 2.
Exactly,
done.
because we have no other cards.
Yeah, but that being said, in the end, it is 2-1. Not a clean sweep victory for either team, and instead we do see quite an even playing field, about as even as you can get out of 3 games.
Yeah.
And now moving into second set, FSN versus T2, 2 phenomenal teams from within the European scene.
Yeah, I think
with really, really good players.
I think we saw this game on like boss playing through that Nibiru, still managing to put up so many disruptions for the opponent's turn.
Yep.
I think we see that the quality of the players are pretty high in general, but especially the further you go down into like deeper in the top cut, you see that the games are getting more skill intense, more better decks being played. I think Gem Knight is a really, really good call for this tournament, as we saw that Quantum's team playing that deck as well.
Yeah,
I think that's a deck that is pretty good in this environment where you have to play 3 different decks, because the engine itself is also pretty unique, right? You don't need Gem Knight cards in any other
definitely.
deck.
And it's
you don't need hand traps. You can play cards like Herald of the Orange Light. But let's go back to the action. We see Boss once again playing against Nezo here.
Yep. Gem Knight quite small as an engine for the main deck, but it does take up quite a bit of the extra deck. But that being said, it worked out and it gave a lot of flexibility as necessary there. And you know, I do talk a lot about the going second strategy, but so far it's done phenomenally well going first. Speaking of going first, we do have the action starting to unfold here. FSN versus T2, the second set of games in the top 8 here. T2 up by 1 game, but it's not enough to say that there's a clear favorite here. Though, if the gold sarcophagus does get to resolve without interruption, I guess we could say there's a clear favorite in this game, at least, in favor of T2 Nezu.
Yeah, but what is really nice is, even if your opponent goes through an entire combo here, the Malice player can break the Malice board just with the engine itself. We use the Fuvalos here in response to the Dormouse. We do that for a very simple reason. If our opponent decides to interact with that Fuvalos here, we can chain Maxi and instantly draw a card, because the Dormouse gets special summon from the banish pile. If we don't do that, the Fuvalos basically resolves, and that's also fine. So it is a very popular spot to use Multami Fuwalas against the Malice deck, even though you're not drawing a card instantly. But you're playing mind games with your opponent, basically. And I said it earlier, Malice is strong into Fuwalas. I still stand by that.
Yeah.
But if you get Fuwalas in a mirror match, you're not putting up your full board, and the interrupts that you're putting up are not that great into the mirror match, because all of your interruptions are basically banishing cards, and they will just return back to the field.
Yeah, Duel B on the other hand seems to be a Risal party all the way through. Let's look at Duel B as actually first time in a while that I've seen 4 bodies just thrown out onto the field before accessing the extra deck at all.
I mean, this is the usual Risal combo that people go for of 1 X Risal, where they summon X, special, sword, normal ice, get star, that's 4 bodies. They set the field spell of the star, use the field spell, and the duo drive is then usually the 5th summon, which also plays around Nibiru the Primal Being because we have Risal Cross on the board. And that's exactly what How Fast is doing right now. So I think this could even be plain, I mean, just by looking at it, this could be a plain Risal deck, which is still really strong. I mean, the only card that got hit off the Risal deck indirectly is the Baguska. And we play all the Risal spell and traps. We play Plugin, we play Plasma Hole, so I guess this could be a pure Risal deck.
Yeah.
Which I think we haven't seen yet, right?
I don't believe so.
Yeah, I think every Risal deck we saw was...
Has been Mitsurugi Risal, yeah.
Yeah. We used the effect of the Risal Cross to return 2 cards from the graveyard into the extra and the main deck, and then draw a card.
Moon of the Closed Heaven now coming out in Duel C.
Yeah, let's go over to Duel C if you want to and see what's going on there. We see Fiendsmith Mitsurugi.
Yep, so that will be the Mitsurugi components being taken up by this deck, hence the need for the pure Risal in the other duels you correctly identified. Now, Meows.
Very odd normal summon here, but I guess we only
Needs must.
yeah, we only need the body for the Fiendsmith sequence that only requires 1 Light Fiend and 1 non-Light Fiend monster. We then use the effect of the Requiem to equip it with the Fiendsmith Lacrima. And I think here we have 2 options. Option 1 is we go into Fiendsmith Desiree, which is also a really nice interruption on the opponent's turn. Or, because we know what our opponent is playing, we could go into a DDD iWave King Caesar. The only downside with this Caesar that I see in this specific matchup is that if Nicky Boy draws that X Risal, that Caesar is basically negated. So it doesn't do anything, and that's 1 card that I think it's at 2, but we play a lot of ways to get to that card. We could play Bonfire, we could play 7th Ascension to 37th Tachyon. So out of a sudden, a card that you have 2 copies in your deck, you have basically like 10 cards to access it.
Talk to me about Necroquip Princess and what it did for Fiendsmith, because I know it was very, highly regarded when it came to the game.
Yeah, so Necroquip Princess seems like a pretty... It doesn't seem so strong when you read the card itself, but what is really important is the way you summon that card. You basically equip Requiem on a Light Fiend, and then you can send both from the field to the graveyard to then basically get an additional level 6 Fiend body. And it has a nice bonus effect as where a monster effect is being used as a cost to discard itself. For example, a Mag C.
Yep.
We can then use the effect on a new chain to draw a card. But it is mainly played because it is a level 6 Fiend monster.
Yeah.
And now a card that we haven't seen all day, Fiendsmith Rex Tremenda. A card, when I see it, I always have to think about Bronas, because Bronas loves this card. And it basically is... It is a tower monster.
Yep.
It only is affected by other Fiendsmith cards. So pretty similar to other cards that we have in the TCGS, where they're only affected to the certain archetype of itself. The Rex Tremenda is being unaffected by every activating effect except by Fiendsmith effect. So if we don't play in Mirror Match, it is basically a towers. It can also be boosted by our own Fiendsmith cards, because we can equip the Rex Tremendo with, for example, Requiem or any other offensive Link monster.
Duel B, we did see an Ash Blossom come down onto that Gem Knight Dispersion. Let's look at Duel B as the action seems to continue here. Gem Knight Quartz being activated in the hand as well now to just see if we can get a Gem Knight Fusion, Brilliant Fusion probably to the field, but let's see.
The problem is that our opponent has not a dual drive, a
detonator ready to just pop the continuous spell, right?
Exactly. And that's one problem that the Gem Knight deck has against the Risal strategy, is if we can't find a way to instantly deal with the Risal detonator, the detonator will cause a lot of problems, as we can see right now. So the question is, do we have a card like Forbidden Droplet or not?
I'm leaning towards or not.
We don't.
Okay, yeah.
So it looks really bad for Kid Arty, which, yeah, he's just passing the turn. I think this is game over for Kid Art, because the dual drive can just detach 2 cards off the detonator to then basically just search the entire Risal engine back to the hand. And
FSN, despite being down that initial set of games, seems to be in control of at least 2 here. Let's see how this one plays out.
Yeah, we haven't. I mean, I think this plays out pretty fast now. I think what we're going to see is that how fast we'll search 2 monsters from his deck, summon them onto the board, and that is basically game. Kid Art cannot use any hand trap because we still have Risal Cross on the field. I think this is game over for Kid Art in this game, but a game that doesn't seem dead over is Duel A. I think the Appaloosa in Duel A just got outed, and we summon a Link Decoder in Duel A.
Yep, let's look at Duel A. Malice, mirror match currently unfolding.
And as I said, Boss used the Fuwalos on Nezo the other turn. So Nezo's turn was not that long and not that... The Emperor was not that strong.
Yep.
So that seems very breakable in the mirror match right now. We see the Marcher being used, banishing the White Rabbit from hand. The White Rabbit will trigger and special summon itself and set a Malice trap card from the deck to the field. And I believe we haven't used anything that locks us out of our extra deck, so we could go into a Link 3 now into the Red Ransom. Failing 1 Red Ransom, failing 2 Link Decoder.
Yep.
And then go from there on. Let's see what Boss is going to do.
Yeah, we do have a big Xyz summon in Duel B there, as we have 3 committed for this Risal player. An Evil Swarm Ouroboros being summoned. It's going to take a card from the hand.
And we hit the Ilfa, funnily enough. If we have any fairies in the grave now, we could have used the effect to search more fairies, but we don't. And
no Nephirim?
No Nephirim in the grave, apparently. But we also have the cross, I guess. Yeah, Duel...
Herald of the Arc Light? Was that
Orange Light.
Oh, but the Synchro one was
the Synchro is the Arc Light, and
yeah,
Herald of the Orange Light is...
was that Drytron back then with
Drytron played it, yeah.
And Aether? Yeah, okay.
Exactly. We're going back to Duel A, the Malice mirror match. The White Rabbit is now... No, sorry, the Marcher is now being triggered, and the Dormouse that got banished by the White Binder.
2 and 2 on the board between FSN and T2. We said these are 2 European stalwarts within the scene, and yet here we are going the distance in this best of 9.
I think we can still go into an Appaloosa if we want to. The question is, how do we play around the most hand traps with the board that we have right now? We decided to not go into the Red Ransom earlier. We used the GWC banishing the White Binder. I guess we want to draw a card now, which is fair. Special summon the Chesty Cat, and now, for example, a Nibiru would be turn ending. I think now the Nibiru would be really strong.
Yep.
We draw a card off the White Binder. We don't, yeah, as I said, we don't want our opponent to draw more cards with the Jessie Cat. That's why we use Nibiru the Primal Being now. And basically the only extender that we have right now could be theoretically a Wizard or a backup at Ignister. Are we linking off the Primal Being token or not?
We have Duel C actually coming to a close there as well.
And FSN also won Duel C.
Yep,
so
very
it
well
is
played by them.
3-2 for Team FSN, but this looks good for Team T2 here because the Nibiru was turn ending. We used GWC06 to bring back a Malice name from the Grave or Banished pile.
And we mentioned how well regarded these players are within the European scene. Their game goes the distance here. We have potentially a 3-3 scoreline based on how this Malice mirror match between Boss and Nezu plays out.
Yeah, I think between two teams that are that strong and that close to each other, you would expect a really close game. The Chessy Cat banishing a Malice name from the hand to draw 2 cards. I think if you had a way to interrupt your opponent, you would use your interruption on the Chessy Cat to make sure that he does not draw into any further plays, but we can't stop that, so the Chessy Cat is resolving. We add back the Marcher, we normally summon the White Rabbit. The White Rabbit will once again set a card from the deck to the side of the field. I think that's going to be MTP, right? Because GWC was just used a turn earlier. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess so.
MTP.
Well predicted by you.
And
only this token standing between Nezu and what you have to imagine would be the finishing blow here.
I'm pretty sure I can't think of any hand traps now that could stop Nezu. I think we don't have Valor. We would have used Valor earlier. We can't use any Chummy because of the token. We can't use Imperm because we didn't set it. It could be Impulse, but Impulse alone is not doing it this turn, I believe. And I think we also very easily can play around Nibiru the Primal Being if Boss has that. I think we're just trying to figure out the correct line to do that. Also, interestingly, if we summon any monster with 1700 attack, that would have also been game because the token only has 1200 defense.
Yep.
We link off the White Rabbit and the Nibiru into the Dark Charmer.
Okay, and then we bring back the Nibiru potentially. Oh no, wait,
the
Nibiru is light rather than dark.
White
but yeah,
Binder.
we bring back
The White Binder?
Yeah.
That
Great
gets
for
countered
the
by a Marcher though, so the Marcher will hit the board and then that will special summon the White Binder instead to our side of the field.
Interesting. And then we'll draw a card.
And then we will draw a card, and also we can banish up to 3 cards from either graveyard. So the White Binder hits the field, draws a card, uses its effect. And what are we going to banish here? I mean, ideally, if you have a White Rabbit in your graveyard, you would like to banish that to then be able to set MTP yourself to have an additional interruption, because that card also banishes a card when a Link monster is on the field.
Yep.
Which is exactly what Boss is going to do right now. We're going to banish the White Rabbit. The White Rabbit off the White Binder.
Yep.
To then probably set the MTP 07 to have an additional interrupt. And being able to banish that Dark is so strong, because Dark would usually trigger if it gets destroyed, but since we're banishing it, it doesn't trigger, and we're also getting rid of the Link 2 on the field. So we're not doing that, which is surprising to me, but we can now go into a Link 3, which I think you would have liked to stop your opponent from doing that. So we summon our own White Binder.
Yep. The Malice plays continue to unfold.
And if this card resolves, Boss is in trouble. In big trouble.
Ah.
So we trigger our own Dormouse. A lot of nice royal rares we see from Nezu here.
Yeah, big fan of the Malice deck, no doubt.
Yeah. And all 3 cards are going to be chained on the resolution of the White Binder. So all 3 main deck names are hitting the board now. We see White Rabbit, we see Chessy Cat, we see Dormouse. And if we have Nibiru on our own, I think this is a really good spot to Nibiru. Because you're getting rid of everybody on the board.
Now we have the full commit from the Malice strategy. As you said, there's potentially the Nibiru, the Primal Being, but there is Malice, MTP 07 being activated. going to draw a card, or rather add a card from deck to the hand, and then we're going to banish a card on the field. But there is the MTP in response.
Okay, so what is happening now is you can stop your opponent from banishing a card. That's what boss can do right now if he wants to.
Because you can banish their target.
You banish the opponent's white binder,
yep.
which means if your opponent's MTP07 resolves, there is no link monster to make sure to get the additional effect of banishing a card. Yep. And that's exactly what boss is going to do now. So the MTP07 is just going to search a Malice monster now, which I think won't do anything because we used every name like so far in the game. The white binder comes back. I think that's something that boss was aware about. We chain our own March here to bring that back to our hand. And I think it doesn't matter if boss gets back his resources or not. It matters if he has Nibiru the Primal Being, in my opinion. Because Nezu could go for game here pretty easily.
Looks to be the case here, to be honest.
Very intense game. Very intense game.
Yes, indeed. 5 cards in hand. Is one of them Nibiru, the Primal Being? Is there another summon going to come through from Nezu? Let's see. Just to update you on the current standings as well. Team Ray has won 5-2 against Team Lamb, who we saw in the previous round. Already have at least one top 4 contender here.
I think Nezu wants to go for game here.
Is your ball Drake going to hit the field?
And I think going for game here is probably the best way to keep going, because once boss gets an additional turn, it means both players have all of their effects live again, and then it's going to be really interesting on who has more engine in that game, and I think boss here is the one with more engine, so we want to end the game here right now.
Malice Q, Heart's Crypt are going to come through, and that should be it if it gets to attack.
Yeah, I think we will now go for the access code talker, which will banish. No, yeah, the access code talker, as we've seen earlier, finisher rank number 3, paired up with finisher rank number 1, the Malice Heart Scripter.
Should just be able to clear out the field, then swing for game, unless there's something in boss's hand that can stop it. I guess a Bestial could.
I think by this point, if you had a way to interrupt your opponent, you would have already done it. Yeah, I think you would have already done it. So I think there is nothing left here. The Heart Scripter hits the board, doubling its attack. We go into the battle phase. And even a Bestial is not enough, because we could just banish the Bestial, right, with the Cryptor. So access code attacks, and Heart Scripter shows why she's finisher ranked number 1 here. Finishing this game. T2 now won a game at least this set. They were down 2 games this set, so they kind of came back. It's 3-3.
3-3. Yeah. Very well done to them for equalizing the series.
Yeah. So it comes all down to the 3rd set, basically.
Yeah, reset to a best of 3, you know. Yeah. We'll see if the teams can continue to display such a high level of gameplay, of course. Both of these teams really, really well regarded within the European scene. Phenomenal players on both sides, and it does mean that we are expecting to see more high-level gameplay, especially as, you know, all of these players are very good at the best decks in the format. That's why they're able to make such a deep run so far. But when it comes to seeing the mirror matches, that's where people's kind of extra time they've put into learning.
In the mirror match, their skill really shines, and especially in the Malice mirror match, where both players have a lot of engine. I think that's a mirror match where you really see like how good these players really are, playing into those boards with their engine, countering their opponent's engine with your own engine. I think you now see why they're in the top 8 and not other people.
Boss versus Nicky Boy, 2 players that we've seen time and time again in finals of Challenger Cup since the inception of the tournament program. Now we're going to see one of them knocked out in top 8. Only one of them and their teammates can make it into the top 4 here of the Challenger Cup 3v3 Autumn Kickoff. Let's see who can make it. Is it Team FSN and Boss, or is it Team T2 and Nicky Boy going to be making it through to that top 4?
So Mitsurugi pairs in the draw phase is really strong. It plays around draw and lockbird because we're using it in the draw phase. Getting the Ame no Habakuri no Mitsurugi, which we don't use yet because we drew Mitsurugi Ritual, which we can now use by tributing the Habakiri from our hand to special summon, for example, the Murakumo from our deck, or the other way around, or by tributing cards like Night Sword Serpent.
Does the Maxi resolve here? It does.
It does. This is really strong now. I mean, it is really strong in the sense of our opponent will definitely not go for their entire setup. But as I said earlier, Mitsurugi is a deck, I think out of all current meta decks, if a deck can play through Maxi or put up a good board through Maxi, it is definitely Mitsurugi, because with maybe like 1 or 2 draws, we can put up an Omni Negate, a Raigeki, another pop maybe. And the opponent only gets like 1 card.
Yep.
They are only plussing 1 card because they discard a Maxi and then draw 2. But I think Nikki here decides to go all in. We are using
Gemini Seraphine going to make an appearance in Duel C as well as Nicky Boy plays through this Maxi in Duel A. Let's look at Duel C as there's a different kind of commitment to the extra deck there.
Yeah, we see the Gemini deck going first once again.
1 card in hand being used from Dragon. I wonder what it was.
It could be an Infinite Impermanence on the sequence, maybe. I'm not sure. The sequence is either negated or was not used yet. We use the additional normal summon of Seraphonite to get an extra body with Nephilim. So now we have the option to go into a Link 4 play. We could go into a Link 3 play. We could go into Chaos. No, we can't go into Chaos Angel. Seraphonite's level 5.
Oh.
Which I think you want it to be level 5 if you're the Gemini player, to be honest. Yeah, some thinking going on right now from Kid Art. It's probably not that easy, but we have Brilliant Fusion, and if that card resolves, we get the Omni Negate of Hollowed Core in the graveyard.
Yep.
And it does.
Sending 3, so it's either Lady Brilliant Diamond to access more, or it could just be Master Diamond Dispersion. It will indeed be that Dispersion.
And Nephilim hits the board. Did we just... What? I didn't see what we discarded.
Neither did I.
And
but now Gem, Knight, Nephilim, 2 of them on the field here, alongside that Seraphim Knight and the Master Diamond Dispersion. And of course, the Fiend Smith cards. 1 Link monster, but so many in the graveyard.
Yeah, I wonder what we go into. I think we can do literally anything. We have 2 level 4 monsters on the board. We have 2 fusions monsters. We have a Link 2. I think the question now is, do we commit maybe into an Appaloosa here? Do we maybe end on IP to go into SP on the opponent's turn? Do we go into Abao Q? A lot of options. I think the moment where we use the Master Dispersion, we are locked into Gem Knight cards from the extra deck, but we use the Gallant Granite here.
Maybe Rock. But
to search the Nibiru Primal Being. And
indeed.
I think, for example, now if we go now into an Appaloosa, now, Appaloosa plus Nibiru is really hard to beat. Especially with an Omni Negate on the field as well. And the Diamond Dispersion is also a lot of pressure for the opponent, because if that card stays until the next turn, you know that it's over.
Yeah, because you generate 3 bodies off of that, basically. But now, speaking of generating more bodies, there is the Appaloosa Bow of the Goddess going to be created with 3 materials on the field. And now there are 3 more materials being created by this. Seraphonite going to come back out.
I think the usual cards that you go for are like the Lady Rose Brilliant and maybe a Topaz for like extra pressure, because that card is really strong. But we decide to go for the Nephilim here, interestingly enough.
Yep.
And we will end the turn here. So what we ended on is an Appaloosa, the Sky Goddess of... Bow of the Sky Goddess. Yeah.
Bow of the Goddess, yeah.
Bow of the Goddess. The Hollow Core in the graveyard, which is an Omni Negate. Against only 5 cards. And sometimes alone the Appaloosa is enough to win the game here. We see Mitsurugi Ritual. I think that's a card that you definitely want to negate.
Yep.
And I expect Kid Art to negate that. He's thinking.
Yep. Let's look at Duel in the meanwhile, as some Xyz monsters have made an appearance in favor of Nicky Boy. Still on turn 1, main phase 1 here. How many cards in hand for boss, by the way?
Yeah, the Maxi resolved, and we played into that Maxi, and we're still playing into that Maxi. And I think it is really dangerous to give Malice so many draws, because not only can they play on their own turn with cards like Marcher, they can also play on your first turn if they draw like 20 cards. I mean, that's like at least 12 to 13 cards in the hand, right?
Yeah.
And I think the danger here is if we want to negate, for example, a Marcher from the opponent with the Risal Cross, there's always the danger of running into Nibiru the Primal Being. So whatever your opponent is doing here that is not Nibiru, you let that resolve. Otherwise, you run into the danger of getting Nibiru here. The preparation of rites is resolving still.
Yep, there is the Amida Murakumo no Mitsurugi being added to the hand.
As well as the Mitsurugi Mirror.
We go for the full challenge and just try to...
I think it's reasonable here. I think it's reasonable because I think if you put up a half board and Malice has like a semi-decent hand, I think you cannot risk you cannot rely on your opponent on bricking, in my opinion. Also, I would assume since Nicky went for that board, I think that he has not a lot of non-engine to stop the opponent just with his non-engine.
Yep, Superstar Slayer, Typhon, Sky, Crisis coming out in Duel C.
One of my favorite cards ever printed, to be honest, the Typhon in Duel C.
Let's look at Duel C, because the turn seems to be passing over as well. Very shortly, at least.
And we found a way to beat the Appaloosa, it seems like, and to get rid of the Lady Brilliant Diamond. But Kid Art still has access to his Fiendsmith engine with the Lacrima, using it in the end phase to special summon the Sequence, and the Sequence in the next turn can special summon the Desiree, which I think if we go for Desiree into Agnum Day, that's game. Because the Desiree can send the Typhon, and we have two really strong bodies on the board already, because they got boosted by the Hollow Core the turn before.
And in the meanwhile, Brot have won against Aries. So it will be that team of Quantal, Bronus, and Juho making it to the semifinals on the other side of the bracket from FSN and T2. Which one of these teams will join those in that top 4?
So
we're about to find out.
In the other bracket, in the top 4, we have Brot against Ray.
Yep.
And in this bracket, we have one of those teams playing against another team.
Yep, exactly that.
And T2 takes this one. As I said, the Sequence was enough. We go back to Nezu against how fast?
Yeah, how fast?
Turn 5.
Yeah, seems to have passed back and forth quite a bit, but doesn't look too good for him here.
I think, honestly, the more interesting duel right now is Duel A. If we look at Duel A, Boss has still 10 cards in his hand. Currently summoning the Dorma, the White Rabbit, on the opponent, on your own turn, on his own turn. So we didn't do like end phase
Finally
shenanigans.
get to turn.
Yeah. And I think with so many cards in hand, I think we can easily play through that board. I mean, we know about the Nibiru. I would assume the face down card is either Prayers or Purification. I think we can play through that. Unless there is an Artifact Lancia. But it doesn't seem like it because the Dormouse is resolving.
Indeed it is. N. They need to take this victory if they're going to stay in this series. Looks good for Boss right now. So many cards in hand, so many cards on field, so many cards in graveyard. But let's see if Nicky Boy can close this one out. Duel B, on the other hand, let's quickly take a look as it looks to be closing out here.
The final blow happening. Nezu winning it all for T2 now. They won 5 games in this set. So it means that they advance to the top 4. So we have our third top 4 team.
Yes, indeed. We have our third
T2
semi-finalist.
So
indeed.
we have Team Ray, we have Team
Brot.
T2,
Yep.
and Team Brot.
Exactly.
And I think there is only one match left
Indeed,
here.
there will be one more team waiting for them. And actually, that team will finish their duel very, very shortly. So we will jump straight to the bracket to review the remaining teams of this tournament very shortly. So far, fantastic games all around. Malice, Risal, Mitsurugi, Orcus. No Orcus in that series just now, however.
Gem
but
Knight.
Gem Knight
Yeah.
with the Fiendsmith. Very, very powerful strategy.
Yeah, I think we just saw once again how skill intensive this top 8 match was. Playing into that maxi. Unfortunately, we couldn't see how that game ended. I think Boss was favored in that one. But what I really like to see was how good the Gem Knight strategy played this entire set. The deck is so versatile. We can go into our Fiendsmith engine if we want to. We can try to lock our opponent out of special summoning if we want to.
Yeah.
Or if we go second, we can just try to OTK.
I only know the going second, clear the field variant.
That was the version that I also played a lot, also in the TCG, because
I did see that you were using the Showdown kind of engine as well when you played it in Master
you
Duel,
can
but
also play the Showdown engine. There are just
Yeah.
so many cards that you can mix up with the Gem Knight engine itself. I think it is such a versatile engine. And now we see our bracket here. As I said, on the right hand side we have Team Brot against Team Ray. On the left-hand side, we have T2 against either PG, a team that we saw earlier featuring Nightfall,
Yep.
or Team Wash. If we look at the bracket, I mean, obviously all teams have really strong players and players that we've seen in a lot of Challenger Cups already. But we can see that the teams that are like the players that keep winning those cups, they are once again in top 4. With players like Quantal, players like Nikki, Nezu.
yeah, rewarding their
Bronas.
consistency. Definitely Challenger Cup. A lot of these players have been mainstays. We've seen a couple of them. Boss, Bronus, Quantal. We saw them at the in-person finals that we had earlier in the year. Bronus, Quantal, Mist, all were the team captains for the teams that went to Worlds, representing Europe as well. Huge amount of talent here in this tournament thus far. Actually, speaking of Mist, I believe Mist and Nesh are playing with someone else in this tournament, but the fact that we don't see them in this bracket suggests that they perhaps did unfortunately drop out in that top 32. But in any case, some really fantastic games. You know, there's a lot on the line. The various Challenger Cup prizes with the new season for autumn, the various football-themed prizes. We love this jersey. The promo card as well of the Rescue Rabbit with the eFootball collaboration. The Neymar token with the Dark Magician as well. The Rescue Rabbit plush. Unfortunately, no soccer jersey for that unless you want to put the one that you win on that one. But that being said, already secured a game mat and acrylic for the teams that have made it this far, but it's not the end of the line for them, and it's not the end of the line for us. We have more action coming up for you after this short break. in the semi-finals, the top 4 of this tournament, celebrating the eFootball and Yu-Gi-Oh! Collaboration, and also the kickoff of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel Challenger Cup season in both Asia and Europe.
Yep.
Emre, how are you feeling?
I'm excited. I think this game specifically is going to be really nice. We've seen Team Broad in the very first round play against the team with 2 former World Championship competitors. After that, in the top 16, they played against Team Aries, which is also a pretty popular team in Europe.
Yep.
Based in France. A lot of strong French duelists are in that team. They managed to beat them. And after that, they beat the second team of Aries as well.
Yep.
Again, French team, strong team. They beat them. And now in top 4 against Team Ray, a team that we haven't seen yet at all.
Indeed. And now Ray, of course, coming in a little bit of the underdogs just because of the prestige of Brot between Quantul, of course, world champion, world finalist, world competitor, Baroness, world semi-finalist this year, and of course, even Ju Ho An, the TCG representative in 2023's World Championship, is now playing Master Duel as part of this team. Now, this team are taking on Ray. Ray player 2, Elec matching off against Quantul there, but we have 3 duels concurrently going on for you here. Ray now looking to make a statement here. Quantul making a statement of his own with Neperim Gem Knight gonna start things off.
Very strong opener for Quantul, probably the card that you want to see the most in your opening hand. Playing Gem Knights.
Oh, Sengenjin Awakens from Millennium. I don't see that much these days, to be honest. Like the Millennium Snake Eyes Fiendsmith Kashtira was a pile for a long time, but it worked for a reason.
And that gets hit by a drone Lockbird in Duel C, as we can see there. I wonder what the backup plan is for the duelist in
Let's look at Duel C.
Duel C. Huck Lion here getting drolled on the ad of the Sengenjin.
Yeah, and you know, you mentioned how there was the very prominent French teams that Brot did have to match up against. Well, speaking of French teams, the victorious team tonight will walk away with 3 jerseys, 1 each for each duelist of the French national team for football. Either home or away colors of their choosing, and it should be great. Competing for that, competing for the promo cards as part of the collaboration campaign. Both finalists will acquire those. Plush, game mat, acrylic, all of the duelists on your screen and still in this tournament have secured themselves the game mat and the acrylic so far, but the tournament continues, and of course these will be the first place teams of the first tournament of the Challenger Cup autumn season, and really they want their season off to a good start. Speaking of good starts though, this is not the greatest for Orcus here.
Yeah, the drone Lockbird here seemed to be really turn ending for Huck Lion. Korean with the Allure of Darkness, which gets countered, or we train a Mag C to the Allure of Darkness. Why are we doing that here in this specific scenario? It's pretty simple. You hope that your opponent has now out to the Mag C to make sure your Mag C resolves. And you want them to have, obviously, not more cards in their hand, so you use it before the Allure resolves, in case they draw into an Ash Blossom, a Call By, or a Crossout Designator, which I think the Malice player will have in this lineup, in their deck.
Hugelian missing the memo here, as you have the Sky Striker Ace Ray-themed accessories on both other members of Team Ray, but not this one. Perhaps this is why the duel is not going as planned. But speaking of duel going by way of Team Ray, let's look at Duel A. Actually, Hugelian apparently the only one to have won the coin flip of all of their team. So,
I guess
unlucky.
This is really good for Team Broad, because Harklion was the only one that won the coin flip.
Exactly that.
And he passed on basically nothing here. Ronas going through his Mitsurugi combo, going through his Risal cards. I think this looks really great for Bronas. Also, Ray ETA already 1 card down in hand. I guess that means we haven't used the Murakumo yet, so in case we want to go for another hand trap, it means we have to commit 2 cards because of the Murakumo to any interruption.
Yep, the Gallon Granite, as we mentioned, that insurance policy, thanks to adding the Nibiru, the Primal Being, just in case a field is established here on the opposing side. Meteorologic Aggregator, or the Ouroboros, I can't really tell.
It was Aggregator. It was Aggregator.
Nice. Yeah, Aggregator sent now could then later be used as material if needed. We have access to the Duo drive, you have to imagine here. Nope, just straight to the Detonator.
And the
Aggregator added on.
Detonator with the Aggregator attached. I would assume ETA is the Malice player in this team because we know that Hawklion is playing Orcus. I don't know what the other player is playing, but having the Detonator with an Aggregator under it is so strong against Malice because not only can we pop a card, we can also negate any monster that would be special summoned from the banished zone to the field with the Aggregator in the new chain. That's a very niche thing that the Risal Detonator can do. It's basically a 1-for-2 negate / pop, which is really strong. We also have, as you said, the Nibiru in hand, the Murakumo on the field. Also,
Crystal Rose now. Card. It's actually going to be Gem Knight here for ETA. Potentially the Fiendsmith variant.
We see, the Gem Knight strategy is pretty popular, and as we go deeper into the top cut, every team has a Gem Knight player.
Hold on, we have Gem Knight, we have Orcus.
And I would.
Is it Risal or Malice for the third deck here? Because that's very curious in any case.
I would
assume Malice because you've taken the Mitsurugi cards, presumably for one of the other decks.
Could be in the Mitsurugi cards could be in Orcus, and I would assume that you just play the third player is the Malice player. I think that's the most reasonable thing to do. But I wouldn't be too surprised if it's maybe like a Risal Magistus deck that also is being played here. But now we see the Detonator going to pop the Crystal Rose, and that's what I was talking about. Now, the Nephrim will hit the board, but because we detached the Aggregator 4 cost in the chain earlier, in the new chain now, because ETA is the turn player, he can use Nephrim as Chainlink 1, and Bronas can use Aggregator as Chainlink 2 to then negate the Nephrim here. It is not quite as I said with the Malice cards, but I think this is the same principle as where the card returns from somewhere else to the field would trigger and it gets negated by the Aggregator.
Yep. Butsu now being activated here, and it should just be continued extension for the Mitsurugi deck, unless the Orcus has, the Gemini has another follow-up here. Now, it doesn't look too good for the Gemini deck.
But I have to say, pretty well piloted by Bronas here, knowing what to do.
This is not bad, because you can force the Detonator to essentially get rid of itself.
But we have the
purification.
Yeah. Which will also make the Murakumo return, and with only one card in hand, if we decide to pop the entire board, I think this is curtains, as I said in the same moment. So, Team Bro takes the first game here. We switch over to Quantal. Quantal going through his entire combo here, so we see
they got the Protector, they got the Field, they got the Mate. Wow, going all in on the Ray.
I mean, it is indeed Team Ray.
Yeah.
At the end of the day,
Team Ray and that one person on table C.
With Spore.
Yeah.
Yeah. Quantal here has everything. We have the entire Fiendsmith engine on the board. We have our Gem Knights on the board. We have the Omni-Negate in the graveyard. We go for the Artifact Ducta here, which will set the Mjolnir from the deck to the field. And I think we all know what this will...
Yeah, so Twin Query going to make an appearance very shortly as well, you have to imagine. Sprite Sprint now coming out too.
Yeah, the Sprite Sprint will once again send probably the Crystal Rose, but
2 Brot wins now.
And I think we will see a third one.
Clean sweep?
Yeah. So the Ducta will set the Mjolnir. The Sprint will send the Rose. And all we need to do here is find a way to destroy the Ducta, get it to the graveyard, and then special summon it to our opponent's side of the field. So Rose will now send any Gem Knight card from the deck to the graveyard, triggering the Nephrim. What do we discard here?
Indeed, choices for Quantal there.
It is Gem Knight Fusion.
Gem Knight Fusion, yeah, that's fine to be in the graveyard, to be honest, because it unlocks additional effects on your other cards.
Exactly. But we
or
add
you
it straight
could just
back.
add it straight back, yeah, by banishing a monster from your hand or graveyard. Sorry, banishing a monster from graveyard.
So I think now what we want to do is get a second level 5 monster on the board to go to the
second Seraphonite, for example.
Yeah. To then summon the rank 5.
What is the rank 5 in this case? So you can go for pretty much any rank 5 that you want.
Yeah, but the usual one you go for is the queen that would special summon.
So Quinquerry.
Yeah.
Yeah, Imperial Princess Quinquerry.
That would special summon the Mjolnir on the opponent's side of the field.
Actually going to go for a level 7 here.
I think that's Prism Aura, which
it is,
I
which
think
will allow you to access another level 5 anyway. It's just an extra body, basically. We love Gem Knight.
And Yu-Gi-Oh!
And Yu-Gi-Oh! Now, Crystal Rose plus Prismora going to be making the Moon Closed Heaven, going to unlock the Fiendsmith cards.
I wonder...
It doesn't stop there for Quantum.
I wonder how the line looks here now.
Dagda actually going to be taken away as well.
Yeah, right. We go for Abawa Q.
Yeah.
Which can destroy one card on the field. Not one card your opponent controls on the field, which is very important here. And I wonder what card we're going to pop here. So the Abawa Q will trigger discarding the Gem Knight Fusion, banishing herself, and destroying... oh no, we're not destroying anything.
Summon a light or dark monster from the graveyard, so the Dagda will come back. Gem Knight Fusion will come back. Gem Knight Fusion should presumably be activated again a little while, or used as discard fodder further down the line.
I was just going to say, I'm not that familiar with this version of Gem Knights, but I think at one point we were missing a level 5 body. That's why we couldn't lock our opponent out of special summoning.
Actually, that is not too scary a field to have to play into, to be honest.
But never mind. I thought by setting a card, it just meant that we brick. But it is pretty similar to Unchained, where they first set a card to then exceed their place.
Yep.
And we have the MTP07, which is so strong here.
Yep, gonna banish a card eventually as
well.
well.
We're banishing the... so we were going to banish the Jessie Cat to avoid the Abawa Q popping that.
Yeah.
The MTP07 now will resolve, probably grabbing a March Share, because that's one of the few cards that we can still special summon, or a Dormouse, because the Jessie Cat comes back, can banish the Dormouse, draw 2 cards. I think the safer option would be the March Share, but we go for White Rabbit instead. So the Abawa Q now pops the Lancea. Abawa Q doesn't target, which is very important. Now the Lancea is destroyed on the opponent's turn, and if an artifact is destroyed on the opponent's turn, it will special summon itself to the field, and then we can tribute the Lancea of its own effect to make sure our opponent cannot banish cards for the rest of the turn. And that is often turn ending. I mean, we can still go into...
Yeah, Lancea very, very impactful against Malice.
Yeah.
You know, it was 3 of main deck for a good reason since Malice really came into the format. Now...
But we have the Marcher in hand already, so we can... Theoretically, we could play through the Lancea here.
To a degree, yes.
We're going to use the White Rabbit to special summon itself back, setting the GWC. And I think now what you want to do is you want to attack over as many bodies as possible. Oh, we played TB11.
Talk to me about TB11.
Well, TB11 was a card that wasn't played for a very long time, because it was not as necessary as needed in your combos, in your turn 1 combos. But with Dormouse going from 3 to 1, I think TB11 is necessary to play if you want White Rabbit to be a one-card combo. I think if you don't play TB11, White Rabbit is not a one-card combo anymore. That's why people are playing TB11 once again, or it's like a way more easier one-card combo. I mean, you can still go for MTP, then search the Marcher, banish the MTP, go into Splash, and all that stuff. That still works, but I think that's a different line that people go for now. What is also very important to note is that Quantle cannot use his Hollow Core in the graveyard because we used Lancea, and Hollow Core has to banish itself and two other Gem Knight cards. So Elec is trying to put up as many bodies onto the board as possible, trying to get rid of as many cards as he can. We know that the face down card is the Mjolnir, which is probably irrelevant in this game state. I think we want to get rid of the Abao Q. If that card stays on the board for one more turn, it could be problematic here.
Is this just an access code? No, actually not. We'll just get Link 2 into Flash Mage.
Yeah, I think one thing that we can do here is just go into White Binder.
Access code couldn't get rid of it anyway because
we can't banish. Yeah. I think one thing that we could do here is go into White Binder, reset the MTP, and then use MTP and GWC as interruptions on the opponent's turn to get rid of cards like Abao Q, to get rid of a potential top deck Brilliant Fusion. I think that is seems very solid. The Mjolnir gets popped because the Doctor pops it in the end phase, and now, funnily enough,
Quantle is locked.
We lock ourselves out of special summoning, I believe. Yeah, we can special summon the Lancea back, but Lancea only works on the opponent's turn.
Now we have 2 level 5s for the Queen Query.
But we can't summon it.
I know.
The Ash here is really strong. I think the Ash was a top deck, otherwise we would have used it on the MTP the turn earlier. And now we're only left with a GWC. Abao Q here. Non-target popping. Really, really strong.
Gonna draw some cards to begin with though, and then reset a few to the bottom of the deck as needed.
Yeah, I think even though
the hand where you can,
even though we're locked out of special summoning, I think this still looks really promising for Quantle. Yeah, we draw 5 cards and return
5 cards back to the deck.
The same amount
in the
of
order that you want, and also if you see one that you want more than the card you had in your hand,
you can keep it in your hand. Yeah, I think even though Quantle, I think, is locked out of special summoning this turn, it still looks really good for him, because we can just loop the Lancea turn in, turn out again. The non-target pop is also really strong against Malice. We add Gem Knight Fusion back to the hand.
We can banish again. Nice.
Yeah. So the Gem Knight Fusion is getting added back into the hand. Abao Q is using its effect, and even if we change GWC here, it doesn't matter, because whatever we summon we can just pop again, so there is no real reason to use the GWC here. We go into the battle phase, attack with the Abao Q over the White Binder. That's 500 damage.
Yep.
And there's 4,500 additional damage, leaving Elec with only 2,400 life points, with no access to his trap cards, which are the only cards that can gain him life points. So even though 2,400 is a lot of life points, it is still not... you would like to have more life points to use all your cards here.
Malice,
yeah. And even if we can play here, Quantle has on the field, yeah. And we can even pop the other Lancea.
Yep, this looks like a decisive clean sweep in favor of Team Pirat, and it looks like it will still be that even if Elec was able to put up a great fight here. Gold Sarcophagus, perhaps that Ash Blossom we saw previously would have been a great play there, but there is the Lance here to stop the banish of that, and it stopped this game here and there. Quantal taking the third game here for a clean sweep in the initial series here between Brot and Ray.
Yeah, we've seen it 3 earlier in the tournament as well in the very first round. The other team still came back from that, but I think we just saw how like dominant Team Brot is throughout the entire tournament. Bronas winning pretty quick, Korean winning pretty quick, and now also Quantal.
Less quick, but
less quick,
convincingly.
but still, yeah, convincingly, like looping the artifact Lancea turn in, turn out to stop your opponent from playing the game. And I think that's why this deck has so many great matchups. If you play against Risal, you often only need one breaker to break the entire board because your engine is so strong going second.
Yep.
If you play against Malice, you have so many cards in your deck. As we've just seen, we played 3 Lancea, probably, I would assume, to make that matchup also pretty favored. Like, in 1 out of 3 games against Malice, you're probably drawing that Lancea or that Maxi or whatever to stop your opponent completely from playing. And I think that's why the deck is so strong. Also going first, as we see, we have so many options. We can go into Fiendsmith, we can go into locking your opponent, we can just put up a really strong board with an Omni Negate. The deck is so versatile. I mean, we've just seen it so many times today.
Conversely, I do also want to praise Ray on the other side of this. Speaking of things we've seen so many times today, of course, foregoing one of the strongest decks of the format in the Risal Mitsurugi, and instead focusing on the Orcus, the Fiendsmith, and the Malice.
Yeah, I mean, there is no right or wrong, I believe, in if you want that deck in your lineup or not. I think it is completely fair if you would prefer maybe Risal instead of Gem Knight or Orcus instead of Mitsurugi. I think that's totally fair, but I think, in my opinion, the best lineup possible is that what is Team Brot is playing. Having having Mitsurugi paired up with something else, may it be Risal or Orcus, I think it doesn't really matter that much.
Shout out to Duel B, by the way, for the full Sky Striker experience.
We can take a look
but
at
yeah,
that
you were
in a
saying
second.
about Mitsurugi in particular. Of course, we're seeing that unfold from Bonus here, but tell me more about Mitsurugi.
Yeah, so Mitsurugi is a deck that it plays really well into most hand traps. The only hand trap that could be turn ending, in my opinion, is Drone Lockbird, and only in certain scenarios. I think if your only play, for example, is like a Pot of Extravagance, which the deck might play, or a pre-preparation of rights, a Drone Lockbird is really strong, that's true.
Yep.
But if you have maybe any quick play spell, if you have Habakiri, if you have so many other cards, it's not that great. We've seen Mitsurugi put up really strong boards through Maxi, through Fuva, right now through Purulia, which are all pretty strong hand traps. I mean, if you Maxi any other deck, it's curtains. But not against this Mitsurugi deck, as we see right now. We use Mitsurugi Ritual to special summon one from hand, tribute one from the deck. We tribute the Murakumo to probably special summon the Habakiri that we know that Bronas has in his hand, which gives the opponent one draw, but we put up so much of that one Ritual Fusion. We use the effect of the Murakumo to add the mirror, tribute the Habakiri with the mirror, bring back the Murakumo, and bring back the Habakiri. But now this Bestial Magnamut is really strong here.
And speaking of the Mitsurugi, Duel C right now, we see the bridge between the Orcus and the Mitsurugi in that Nightmare Mermaid, as we discussed before. Orcus Nightmare now making an appearance as well.
Also, with the DDD Highwave King Caesar, we make sure that our opponent cannot Bestial us, he cannot Nibiru us. I think Quantal only plays one Nibiru because it's searchable through Gallant Granite. Yeah. But just in general, I think if Quantal has no board breaker, I think the DDD Highwave King Caesar can win this entire game on its own, because we can negate 2 cards that basically make our strategy play, and if we don't resolve any of those, I think there is no way for Quantal to break this board. I think as well as the Orcus part of this deck, not only do we have to deal with the Highwave King Caesar, we also have to deal with the Orchestrated Crescendo, which is an Omni Negate. There will probably be an IP Masquerena on the board, which can go into an SP Little Knight, for example. There will be a Dingirzu in the graveyard, which we can bring back with the Skeleton. I think once the Orcus deck keeps rolling, especially with the High Wave King Caesar on the board on top, the board becomes almost unbreakable.
Yeah, seems it. But the Orcus Crescendo as well, just being there as that negation opportunity to just run further disruption. Very, very potent. And indeed, Quantal, though, we've seen him play through many disruptions on this Gem Knight variant. So curious to see how that plays out. Longer Sue going to hit the field, of course, but now the combos continue. Galatea is now being used in the graveyard, and will be special summoned back.
From my experience, what is really the deal breaker here is that, by the way, I think just in Duel A, Bronas won, so it's 4-0 for Team Bro. But aside from that, I think the deal breaker here in this very specific game for the Gem Knight strategy is that the counter trap is so strong against your deck, because you need to find a way to deal with the Caesar. And it doesn't matter what card you have, let it be a Lightning Storm, a Forbidden Droplet, whatever. Since I'm pretty sure Quantal does not play any traps in his deck, I think it's all monsters and spells. The Crescendo can always negate a Droplet, for example. So you give up 2 cards in your hand to try to negate the Caesar, which then gets negated by the Crescendo.
You don't have a trap to discard to prevent the chaining of the same type.
And I think as I said, the deal breaker here is definitely the trap card, as well as the Caesar, but I think the trap card is just the cherry on top here.
Master Diamond Dispersion making an appearance in Duel B there, but can Quantal do the same for himself here in Duel C? 6 cards in hand, still pretty good, but facing down a very formidable field on the side of Hegelian, as you said.
Yeah, I think this is very hard to beat here.
Track. It's funny that Bronus is on this team, but not the one playing the Fiendsmith.
Yeah, playing the mind games already. Playing the mind games, you would think that Bronas is the Fiendsmith player, but he is not. The track here is not going to do much. I mean, we have like a million ways to stop that. We can.
Let's look at Duel B.
Yeah, let's go to Duel B. But I think, we can take over the Lurry, we can negate the Lurry, we can just let it resolve. It doesn't really matter.
Hey, it's a traditional Gem Knight second turn. Let's go!
You love to see this.
You do.
So the Prisma Aura is going to pop the
Let's just punch for game.
Yeah.
1,
2.
Eventually. And that's it. 3.
Yeah,
Easy.
3. So Ray wins the first game of this match.
I was very happy, but it was quite anticlimactic in the end there. Just freely able to swing there. Credit to them for breaking the established field of Juho on there. But now we have Hegelian trying to make a play here.
Yeah, so now I think what Quantal tries to do is he's trying to break the board with his engine. But I think this is not a board that you can break with engine. It doesn't matter how strong your strategy is going second. I think like a Caesar paired with a Crescendo, I can't think of any engine breaking.
The Crescendo is still live as well, by the way. It's still there, just waiting.
We also have to and we're under Maxi.
Okay. Unlucky.
Well, I mean, if I had to think how I would stop Quantal, I think that's what you need to stop Quantal.
Yeah, it takes an entire deck to hold him back.
If you take away one of these things, Quantal's beating that. But all of that is pretty rough. We summon the second Engraver here. Engraver staring against an entire board here. I think we let that resolve. I think what we do now is we just take over the control over that Engraver with the Enlil Girzu. Yeah, that's exactly what Lion is going to do. Bounce back the Girzu to his hand and then shuffle back a random card from his hand. Take over the Fiendsmith Engraver, and now Quantle has not a lot left. Summoning Crystal Rose, which is, by the way, melodious. Just saying.
True enough.
Crescendo is
Different
going
kind of musical theme here.
negate and banish that.
Yeah.
I was just going to say, I think it is pretty risky to negate that. I think we didn't have to negate that, in my opinion.
Do we take the Caesar?
I think so. Or the Engraver, because that could theoretically send
That's
the
cool.
Caesar.
That's nice. Brilliant Fusion gonna now.
And there is the Ash Blossom on the
That's
Brilliant
not cool,
Fusion.
and that's not nice.
I told you. I mean, we need all of that to beat Quantle, right?
Yeah. It happens.
And
There he
now
goes. And he knows when he's beaten,
Yeah.
to be fair. Yeah. Very, very well played by Ray. Hugelion there, able to make a comeback, and despite being down 0-3, Ray able to take 2 and 1 there. Phenomenal gameplay from them, and Hugelion in particular, fantastic job of shutting down Quantle with this Orcus deck. Really, really great play from what is, considered to be one of the kind of more prominent, more recent decks to have arrived to Yu-Gi-Oh! Master.
Yeah, as I said, I think it is a really tough matchup for Gem Knight to play against Orcus because of the counter trap. I think counter traps is what really makes the board really hard for you to break.
Yeah.
I mean, the board itself was really strong even without the counter trap, but I think that the counter trap is often the deal breaker of that board.
Yeah.
Because there's no way we can dodge it or interact with it because it's a counter trap. And if we play a deck like Gem Knight, it also often means that our opponent will be able to set up his entire board.
Do you think that the Fiendsmith variant still commits to so many of the breaker spells? Like the Raigeki, the Lightning Storm?
I think the approach that Quantle is doing with this deck, I think, is the best because we've seen in the very first round, he's playing Herald of Orange Light.
Yeah.
With a lot of fairies. Artifact Lancea is a fairy. Nephrim is a fairy.
Yep.
Mjolnir is a fairy. And those are really strong hand traps. It is basically a Gamma, right? It is basically a Gamma.
Essentially, yes.
Even better because we can also control monsters when we want to use it. Which makes an on-engine really strong against Orcus, but not the main engine itself. And now we see Ronas going first uninterrupted against
Can he
Aqualion.
go undefeated in this series and carry his team to the finals here? I guess we'll find out.
I'm pretty sure Ronas also went undefeated in the very first round, right? He won all 3?
As it turns out, semi-finalist is pretty good at Yu-Gi-Oh! Yeah, no, genuinely very impressed with him. He was kind of understated, then really made a name for himself at that Challenger Cup final. Then, of course, World Championship with that team with Vince and Chris, able to make it all the way to the semi-finals. Had a bit of an unlucky kind of situation with the timeout and whatnot, but still head held high. I remember him and Mist finishing their game on stage after the result had already been finalized. Fantastic sportsmanship, just pure love of the game. And honestly, this team looks nigh unstoppable in this tournament. But that being said, they dropped 2 games in the previous round. Hugelion, you won pretty convincingly. Can you do it again now that you're about to face an established field from this Mitsurugi Risal deck?
Yeah, I mean, Bronas is playing this really well, trying, chain blocking his key cards here with the Murakumo, for example, using the Murakumo as chaining 1, Saji as chaining 2. The Murakumo hits the board once again. And it is always rough to hand trap Mitsurugi once they set up the Murakumo, because basically any hand trap we commit is a 1 for 2 basically, because if we want the hand trap to resolve, we have to also discard a second card. And now the ritual once again summoning from the hand by tributing 2 monsters from the deck. Kusanagi adding back the prayers, and Aramasa, I think, adding the Futsu here because we went through anything else already. Or a second Habakiri, which we didn't use yet. But I think we might. Yeah, I think if we play another Aramasa, for example, which some people are doing, We can reveal the Habakiri, tribute, special summon Aramasa, tribute the Habakiri on the board, and then bring it back.
Let's look at Duel A, actually, because I think it was indeed a battle of which Gem Knight player got to go second. And it looks like Quantal won that coin flip. So
Well, I think if I would be Quantal, I would like to go first in this mirror match. I think if I go first in the mirror match, I think there's a high possibility that I can just lock my opponent with the artifact Mjolnir and basically win the game from there on. I think Quantal actually lost the coin toss.
I think a lot of these pure Gem Knight variants don't actually run many hand disruptions anyway.
Yeah.
For example, I think the list that I was using actually didn't have Ash. So
Well,
it is pretty daunting.
I think, I mean, I haven't seen Quantal's deck, but I think the hand traps that Quantal is running is Maxi,
Yep.
Lancea. I'm not counting Mjolnir now. So Maxi, Lancea, Herald of the Orange Light.
Yep.
I think he's on Ash Blossom. And one Nibiru, so that's already like 10, 12 hand traps, which is a lot. And also really strong hand traps. Of course, you need to pair some of them with another fairy, for example, Herald of the Orange Light, together with another fairy. But the deck has a really high fairy count, so I think if once we draw the Herald, I think that's not a problem.
Let's look at Duel C, just to get kind of a full sweep around again. We have Bronus continuing to extend there. There's Nibiru, the Primal Being, having come through from Hegelion. Now it's Hegelion's turn with that Nibiru intact. 3,000 attack, 5 cards in hand. Let's see where we go.
Yeah, and once again, this board doesn't look that strong, but it is so strong.
3 set spell or traps as well. Quite scary.
So you can assume that one of, like, we know one of them is prayers. We know, or I would think that one of them could be the purification. Maybe a potential call by.
Tengenjin wakes from Millennium. It will indeed then just extend further there to generate a couple more bodies, both in itself and the Golem who guards the Millennium treasures.
Yeah,
but
I
it
think
will get hit with the Great Purification.
we have to interrupt that here because that's really strong. I mean, you're not only getting a body, you're getting essentially 2 more extra bodies and the effect of the Snake-Eye Doom Dragon to place a face-up monster in the spell and trap zone. So I think this is a pretty good way to interrupt the opponent. Also nice using the Mitsurugi Mirror here to chain block the Futsu from a potential Ash Blossom or Ghost Bell. Playing very clean, so adding back the Mirror with the Futsu, special summoning back Futsu. And we still have the prayers that is known in hand. We have the IP, we have the Futsu that could special summon the Murakumo at any given time once Harklion decides to special summon himself.
Let's take a look at Duel B now, as we do have 2 monsters staring each other down, one being the SP Little Knight, one being the Malice. I believe this is the Malice mirror match. Yeah,
I mean, we know that Korean is the Malice player in Broad's team, and as you can see, there's a white rabbit on.
Yeah, I like side of the field.
Yeah, and it is interesting. I mean, Broad only has to win 1 game, right? But I feel like they are not favored in any game right now except Bronas. I think Brona's game looks the most promising.
If he goes undefeated, you know, there's no doubt.
Yeah.
He is the real deal. We knew that already, but
yeah,
you know.
And now you guys know as well if you haven't by now.
Let's look at Duel C, because, you know, this seems like a Malice standstill.
Whoever blinks first loses.
Exactly that. Now, Bronus, full commitment, but it is indeed Hegelion's turn to try and break this field. 2 spell or traps down, 1 card left in hand. The Fiendsmith sequence coming out now.
Yeah, I think this is over. We use the Futsu here to summon the Habakiri. We can also use IP to summon SP, banish the sequence, and then line the slap with 1 card in hand basically having to deal with a Murakumo Omni-Negate. So, and since we can't discard a card, that Murakumo indeed becomes an Omni-Negate. So I think now we will use prayers.
Should just be it, but there is the Engraver in the graveyard. Ready to be special summoned. Here we go. Bronus, any kind of response to that? Ultimately, it doesn't really do much, but there is the effect of Futsu.
Special summoning the Murakumo now, I believe, to pop the Engraver.
Okay.
And then we're in the same scenario as the opponent has one card in hand. Are we going for Saji? I mean, maybe there's some Murakumo in the graveyard. I don't know. I think there should be one. I would be surprised if there isn't. I mean, we still have the prayers as well.
Orcus Nightmare in the graveyard going to be banished. Can it rebuild a field here?
I don't know if Orcus Nightmare has to change the attack of the monster. I know it doesn't. So we basically mill one here.
Harp Horror now in the graveyard, banishing itself, going to special summon something to the deck. Allowed to resolve, and there is Gearsu the Orcus Mech Knight.
But I think the SP here is really strong. I think if we use SP here on the Gearsu, yeah, if we use the SP here on the Gearsu, we can make sure that the skeleton in the graveyard right now cannot special summon anything back. So whatever we send here is basically not doing anything. Still one unknown in hand. I think Bronus is going to win this.
Bronus just won in Duel B. 5-2. There we go. Captivated by Bronus's gameplay into Hugelian, who's making a comeback with the Orcus. Instead, it is another teammate of Bronus's here. Team Brot are able to make it, but what a fantastic game in the top 4 there.
So I guess Ilek was the Malice player that blinked first. He lost the stare down. Yeah, I think even we saw Bronus at the very end win the game. Very well piloted by Bronus, just keeping his key interactions with the opponent until the very end. We still have a second semifinal before we hop into the final. We have Team PG against Team 2. Two teams we have seen before. Two very, very strong teams. I also know that both teams know each other.
Yeah, Nezu and Matrix, mainstays of the Challenger Cup and very, very well regarded within it for their phenomenal gameplay.
We don't know the current score yet, but I would assume we're also in set 2 or it is set 3, and it is we're in set 3 right now.
Yep. So whichever team takes 2 games
wins it all.
Wins it all.
And I think just looking at all the boards here, I think Team T2 is really favored.
Actually, I guess if it's the other one that's 2. Well, we'll see. Anyway, 3 duels going on.
A lot of action going on. If we go back to Duel A, if we go to Duel A, we see Gem Knights going for their turn 1 combo here.
Let's go. Master Diamond Dispersion ready to disperse and
potentially win the game.
Set up, but 10-1. So
also, Anes is here. He also already committed 2 cards in his hand to stop the opponent, but
that doesn't look like a stop field to me.
Yeah,
that looks like a perfect.
Yeah, I mean, I think we should be locked out of the extra deck by now, I believe. I might be wrong. If not, we can go into IP Masquerena. We can go into the Appaloosa. There are a lot of options that we can do now.
Let's look at Duel C in the meanwhile, actually, because there are a lot of monsters there, and I did see that a Maxi was committed, but feels potentially a little bit late.
Yeah, once again, full board on one side, no cards in hand on the other side. I wonder which hand traps we had. I mean,
The Maxi just got used after 5 bodies were committed.
Oh, and we're also on the Fubalos.
Huh.
I can see the bubbles.
So PG are actually up 4 versus 2 from T2. So T2 need to win all of these if they're going to make a comeback here. Now, Nightfall, NF, 3 cards in hand, no cards in field, but we've seen Mitsurugi do it before. Mitsurugi now going to be activated with the Ame no Habakiri no Mitsurugi in the hand, but there is the Ame no Murakumo no Mitsurugi in response. It's a Mitsurugi party, but Nikki Boy's first one to arrive.
Yeah, I mean, if I look at all the fields here, we see Appaloosa in Duel A being an Emperor piece. We see Appaloosa being an Emperor piece in Duel B. And in Duel C right now, Nikki also seems to be in a very favorable position. I think maybe Team T2 can switch it up. They might be able to win all 3 this set. It looks very promising.
Yes, let's see if they can indeed clutch this one out. Let's take a look at Duel B. In the meanwhile, though, as we have another 3 material link here from the Malice queue. Hearts Crypta versus a single Bestial.
Yeah, I mean,
another Malice mirror match?
It could be. There's just so much action going on in all those games. Like, we keep hopping around, but that I think to me makes this format really great because we have action in every game. That's what makes the 3v3 format so enjoyable to watch, in my opinion. We link off the Wicked and the Heart Scripter into a White Binder.
And now we're going to banish to get
all
back.
All our resources back, and also be able to set another trap card from the graveyard or deck.
That being said, turn 1 min phase 1, so there's no battle phase, there's no swinging for game quite yet.
I mean, we might not win this game in this turn, but I mean, with this board, I think it looks really
promising.
Yeah.
And there we have Duel A concluding in favor of T2. They need 2 more wins to complete the reverse here. Can they do it? It looks like they can, but we shall see.
If we
5,600 attack on
over to Duel C here, we see Murakumo wipe out the entire board of Nikki. The entire field is gone. Yeah. Can we go over to Duel C?
Duel C. Everything just turned. Still 3 cards in hand, 2 cards on the field for Nikki Boy there. There is potential to come back.
I mean, I said it just a second ago. We have an entire full field, and the opponent has only 3 cards in hand. And if we just look at the field now, our field is gone. And our opponent suddenly has control over the game. And Nikki needs to win this game, otherwise they are out of the tournament. Nightfall summoning Aramasa here as well. I think we went through Habakiri. So whatever this Aramasa is searching is probably not that important, I would say. Maybe we try to go for a game, but I would assume there is at least 1 prayer face down.
Mitsurugi mirror match, and yet it's the one going second that's able to break the field here and able to play through, as you said, with 3 cards in hand versus the fully established field. Looking good for PG now, despite T2 taking control of all 3 of these games for the past couple of minutes. Now, T2, they can't lose a single game, as you said. It's all relying on Nikki Boy to win this one. Unfortunately, looks like it's been turned on its head. In the meanwhile, let's look at Duel B, because we've had the turn change over. Matrix is there. A response. You're facing down a 5,000 attack Heart Scripter, an Appaloosa with 2 charges loaded and 3 traps behind it.
Yeah, I think it all comes down to the Duel C. I think this looks pretty good for T2 as well. The Jessicat that just got banished cannot return. I think if we don't have a triple tactic talents here to take over the Appaloosa, I think there's no way to out the board, basically. We also have 3 cards in the back row. What is Matrix gonna do?
Indeed is the question here.
I mean, maybe he's just communicating with his teammate right now, because if we go over to Duel C, we can see that the Duel C is probably the one where either player can win, where either player has the chances to win. So maybe they're trying to focus all their resources into this game right now. I think that's also like one key aspect of the 3-3 format. You're not playing alone. If you need help, you can just ask your teammates, or your teammates can just look over your games. We take away the Kusanagi from the opponent's graveyard. Use the Kusanagi to get probably a spell card, a Mitsurugi spell card, either the ritual or the prayers.
I remember when Hita was like super valuable in the fire format.
Yeah.
Just for the generic extension from the Snake Eyes, the Fire Kings, the Promethean.
Now it's dark.
Now
time.
dark. Yeah. Time to shine.
Yeah, the Charmers are just in general really cool cards, very generic.
Even just taking the Ash Blossom previously with the Hita to then get into Celine, Queen of the Master Magicians, bring back Effect Veiler, and then Access Code Talker later down the line. But that being said now, SP Little Knight hitting the field here for an F.
Did we target our own Murakumo here?
If we banish something, we can't attack directly this turn, so it will pass back over.
Yeah, we banish our own Murakumo, which is interesting.
We will give Nicky Boy at least one more turn, so have to set up some disruption here. You can't attack.
I mean, we can attack, but we can't do damage. We can't attack directly.
Yeah.
You're right.
Nicky Boy, can you flip the script like we saw with an F there?
Yeah, prayers here now, using both effects, tributing the Habakiri, probably trying to bring back the Murakumo or the Futsu here. I think banishing our own, I think we might have misclicked there.
Could very well be a painful misclick for the team though,
yeah,
depending on how this one plays out now.
Yeah, the Futsu will now resolve or trigger as well as the Murakumo and the Habakiri chain blocking the Murakumo. We can still use the Little Knight to banish our 2 cards, so the Murakumo doesn't destroy anything.
Yep.
This game is really intense, I can't lie. I think both players
I think Duel B, they just stopped playing to help with this one. Alright, back and forth trading these destruction capabilities now.
Yeah.
Turn passes over, we now have Nicky Boy, it's his turn, 5 cards in hand. Where do we go? What is in the deck? Risal Cross, okay, delving into the Risal side of things now that Mitsurugi's had its time to shine.
Great start. Instantly using the effect to draw 2 more cards.
1 more card.
Sorry, returning 2 and then draw 1. What would I be without you, Ibris?
Good vibes only, probably. Here I am, just bringing you down with my
knowledge.
No, I wouldn't say knowledge. But that being said, SP Little Knight, I know what that does because I've locked myself out of direct attacking countless times.
We chained the Murakumo here, so now it gets interesting. We're not banishing the Murakumo. Why are we doing that? We want our opponent to have a monster on board that is not a level 4. So we can't trigger the effect of X Risal once we decide to special summon it. So the sword will now get an X, which can be special summoned, but it cannot use its effect to search because we control a monster that's not a level 4 or rank 4.
Yep, here we go.
So the Futsu brings back Saji, and the Futsu here is just a machine that generates follow-up after follow-up by special summoning a reptile every time our opponent special summons a monster. So once we go through Kusanagi, Aramasa, Saji, we get all of our resources back for next turn to then try to push for game next turn. So I think Nikki here probably has to try his best to make sure to win the game. As I said, X-Risal can't use the effect we sent. I think that was a rank 5 to search Lancea, but I might be wrong. It doesn't matter since the aggregator is already gone.
Yep, there we go into the rank 4 with the Risal. It is the duo drive to start things off, oftentimes just the beginning though, as we will see this extend further.
In Duel B, T2 won once again. So as I said, it all comes down to this game. T2 against PG, 4-4. Nightfall against Nikki.
Yep, this will decide who gets to go to the finals, who gets the Rescue Rabbit and Neymar promos, and who has a chance at taking on Team Brot for that prize of the jerseys.
So now we can send anything with Node to special summon another Risal. So X once again hits the board. Is that going to trigger the Futsu once again? So the Murakumo we had is banished, so we can't special summon it. There is nothing left for Nightfall. And I think that misclick could be the end of the tournament for the team.
I guess we shall see. As we now have the Risal continue to just unfold with the detonator hitting the field. We have Mitsurugi Mirror being activated. Another ritual spell. No more disruption from the side of Nightfall, as you said. That banish really difficult.
Yeah.
Yep. Let's see.
I mean, this is not quite game yet, right? I mean, it could be game with prayers if we haven't used prayers yet, but Nightfall also has still a back row, which is the prayers.
Yep.
Tribute to Futsu.
I'm curious if we commit any of the detonators pops onto the field just to clear it out.
I think we don't need to because we can't run over the Futsu anyway.
Okay, fair.
Because the Futsu will special summon itself in defense now. And with 3400 it has more defense than any other monster has attack on the field. We also use the prayers here. We used the effect of Murakumo already.
Yes, we did.
So I wonder...
Okay.
We did.
So, it's not once. Oh,
it is once per turn. I think we just
yeah.
didn't use it. I think we used the effect to make our opponent discard a card.
Okay.
And that onto that effect, the SP little
that was very intense,
yeah.
but very, very well played by Nicky Boy.
Yeah.
Perfectly calculated, perfectly executed, and it will be T2 in all of their perfect gameplay goodness, making it all the way to the finals to match off against Team Brot.
Yeah, they really catch up after being down 2-4. They won all 3 games of that 3.
Yep.
Very convincingly, and
Backs
now we see the bracket.
wall,
yeah, we see the bracket now. T2 against Team Brot. As I said to you earlier, my 2 favorites of the tournament in the final. I'm really excited. I think this is probably the highest quality of Yu-Gi-Oh! That we can see throughout the entire tournament. Not trying to discredit anyone else, but I think especially Team Brot, especially Quantal, in my opinion. I mean, he's my world champion. He's my world champion.
Yeah.
And yeah, I'm really excited to see those 2 teams face up in the final. I think they're also playing the same decks, right? We have
largely, yes.
We have 2
Bronus and Nicky Boy playing the same because it's Risal Mitsurugi.
I think the Malice decks are the same.
Yeah, maybe there's some discrepancy in the way Gem Knight is being piloted.
Could be, yeah, but I think in general, I think it should be pretty much the same lineup. And as I said, I think that lineup is also probably the best right now. And I think that's also a reason why they are in the final.
Yep, definitely. Really well played, honestly, by both these teams with the path they took to get here. And really looking forward to seeing how they match up against each other.
I think before the finals, we'll do a quick break. And after the break, we will go straight into the finals. So, guys, after a quick break, we're back.
Yeah. And we are back with the Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel Challenger Cup Autumn Kickoff event, celebrating all things eFootball and Yu-Gi-Oh! We have a fantastic final ready for you here between Team Brot and Team T2, mainstays of the event throughout Europe's history in the Challenger Cup, now making an appearance here in the final. Bronus in the bottom side for Team Brot and Nicky Boy at the top for Team T2.
Yeah, I think just in general, two of European finest Master Duel players, I think everybody can agree on that. Nicky against Bronas. Nicky winning the coin toss here with his Risal.
So this is the mirror match, by the way.
This is the mirror match, yeah. This is the mirror match, and I think...
Let's look at Duel B.
I think this is all mirror matches.
Could very well be, yes. Sorry, let's look at Duel A, rather. We are looking at Duel B. Thank you. Sorry, production. All mirror matches.
Again, it's all mirror matches.
Luck of the draw. That being said now, is it really a mirror match when one side of the mirror has Max C? It is because Herald of the Orange Light.
Discarding Eva as well, I think. Oh my. I think those lists look pretty similar. Is there a call by the grave? There is not. The Max C will resolve. We will draw a card for the Hollowed Core at a special summon right now. The second Herald of the Orange Light here really changed the game.
Yep. Now, if we're going to resolve here, but give another card, there is Gemini Nephilim going to summon itself back as well. I love Gemini. The deck has come a long way, even in the past month, just in terms of how we're seeing it kind of take shape.
How it's being played as well.
I was playing Pure, exclusively Pure actually, still do, just because I love going second and, you know, blowing everything up, and then Master Diamond Dispersion, wow. Topaz is so cool, Gemini Dispersion, so cool. But that being said,
a very cool
yeah, with the, like, Flame Wingman-esque effect, it makes me really happy, honestly. But that being said, seeing the ways people have integrated Fiendsmith and other kind of parts of the strategy. Yep. Yes, Artifact is difficult to execute, but still, you know, can be quite rewarding. Maybe even seen as a necessary evil in the sense of Lancia in a format dictated by Malice. But that being said, now seeing so many different varieties of this deck, and yet each time it manages to put up an impressive field and manages to make for some explosive gameplay.
So I think now, as I said, in a mirror match you want to go first. I think Quantler here has to go all in, take the Max C challenge, because if he just passes on theoretically two bodies that don't do anything, we run into the danger that literally one card that Kid Art has can just sweep through the entire board and win the game. We know that Quantler also has another Herald of the Orange Light, so theoretically we can play through one more hand trap. We add back the Hollowed Core.
So
here.
There's no more disruption in the graveyard as long as that's
there
in
is.
the hand. Okay,
so
no,
the usual play is you add it back, you discard the same
yeah,
turn. Yeah,
exactly that.
The Nephilim will now trigger at the second Dispersion here.
Yep, and we can now use the Fusion summon with it online, thanks to Gemini Fusion being in the graveyard.
We add it back to the hand though, by banishing the Quartz. Second normal summon. Mulcharming for Willows. Yeah, I think here you try to put up as much as you can to the M board. We see Moon of the Closed Heaven. Yeah, and this means we will go through our Fiendsmith part as well of the deck, giving Kid Art a lot of. I don't know if this Gem Knight deck can deck out your opponent by just special summoning 30 times. I mean,
could be interesting.
We have the Herald of the Orange Light, right? So we can play through one more hand trap if Kid Art doesn't draw it himself, because we know that he also plays it. I think this is going to be really interesting. If we hop over Duel B, we see that
established field.
yeah, on Duel B we see an established field. Yeah, I think this is a really strong board. We have the best of both worlds. We have Detonator plus Risal Cross.
Yep.
And we have Murakumo with 3 face-down cards, and I think this is a really tough board to beat. If we have Aggregator under that...
Oh.
I was going to say, if we have Mirrorlogic Aggregator attached to the Detonator, we could also let the ice resolve or just pop the ice and the Aggregator is just going to negate whatever hits the board.
Yeah.
But we just decide to use the Infinite Impermanence here, which doesn't do a lot because there is the sword already in hand. The Detonator will now pop probably the ice.
Okay, yeah. So no longer have level 4 body with which to extend your combo. Another impermanence. Okay. So basically stuck with 2 normal monsters. Can't exceed them off into a rank 4.
Yeah. And I would assume the last face down is Mitsurugi Prayers or Purification. We set a card. Okay, we end the turn. I think this game is pretty much over. If we go over to Duel C, look at the Malice mirror match here. We see a Nibiru token on Korean side of the field, still in battle phase. I think the Dark Charmer Gloomy will now search a card because it got destroyed by battle. Yeah, we're going to search the Dormouse. And what can we put up in main? Oh, it is it was Nezo who summoned the Dark this turn.
Yeah,
attacked the token to then search Malice Dormouse.
Do we have any kind of disruption from Korean here? Apparently not, as we do have actually a win already on the board for T2 here.
And funnily enough, since you said it earlier, like before we've seen a lot of Hitas. Back then Hita could attack, search Ponix, and we could special summon Ponix. As an example.
Yeah.
In 2025, we're summoning Dark and searching Dormouse. The Impulse ended the turn from Nezu, and now Korean has 3 bodies on the field playing against what is quote-unquote only 1 card in hand. I think if the card in hand is not something like Maxi, this might be over for Nezu.
Yep, March Hare now being activated. Link Decoder going to swiftly follow as well.
So now, yeah, we can link all 3 bodies off and go into link 3, which is going to be the White Binder. White Binder hits the board. Chainlink 1 White Binder, chainlink 2 probably the Link Decoder.
Let's take a look at Duel A in the meanwhile, as we do have more action unfolding there. We have turn 2, main phase 1. It is now Kid Art playing into an empty field.
Yeah, and we're still in main phase 1, which means we can still go into battle phase. We use 3 monsters to summon Appaloosa.
Already got 5,400 on the field there with Brilliant Fusion. We're going to have more access again. Quantal gave about 7 or 8 cards off of the Maxi.
I mean,
so
to be fair, I think it was the only option that he was left with. And now Kid Art, all he needs to do is use the effect.
Hollow Call to the Graveyard as well does mean that there was disruption too, in case Quantal did have an answer.
So
but now T2 2 and 0 up. Wow.
I mean, this game though looks really promising for Team Broad.
Yes, could very well.
We use the White Binder to set the GWC. Use the Dormouse to banish the March Share, add back March Share. Or no, we already used March Share apparently. But we can use Jessica to draw 2 cards. by
Yes,
banishing
indeed
one
we
Malice
can.
card. Yeah, and I think, yeah, even at this point, even if the last card in hand is Nibiru the Primal Being, which I feel like is really strong this tournament, is in the hand, it doesn't really matter. I think we have enough damage on board. Nezu only has 6,050 life points left.
Yep, going to just extend further with the Link summoning, and there is the Appaloosa above the Goddess in case there were the Nibiru the Primal Being.
And now we will see the Heart Scripter finish a rank number 1.
Yep.
Another Jessie Cat, which is basically just Link material for the Lingeribo. So even if Nezu has an impulse here, it is still game.
And that should very well be it.
Yep. We used the GWC to banish the Heart Cryptor. It doesn't matter what we summon because we can just bring back the Heart Cryptor with double attack. And yeah, I think Nezu realizes that it is game over, and Broad wins at least one game this set.
Yep, 1-1 for Broad, but ultimately it is T2 that are able to take the lead there against the tournament favorites.
And
now,
Ibris, what are we playing for right now?
We, Emre, are playing for the glory of winning the first tournament of the Challenge Cup autumn season. We're also playing for
this beautiful
3 of these
France
beautiful jerseys.
Yep.
Yes, you can get it in this color or in the blue color.
Yeah, this is the away kit. There's also the home kit that you can get.
Yep.
If we take a quick look at the prices for 1 second, you can see the blue kit there as well on the screen.
And it will be personalized with the player name, depending on who wins and what they want on it.
Yep.
They'll get the Rescue Rabbit plush, the game mat, acrylic, TCG promos. Really, really cool set of prizes specifically for this celebration event between the eFootball and the Yu-Gi-Oh franchises. Now, obviously, in-game, you have available to you the ongoing eFootball collaboration with a variety of goods available, the Dice Rally event
the Dice
as well.
Rally event, we have the Rescue Rabbit mate that we already seen some people play here. We have the...
I believe we also have a little bit of a pull-up of the Rescue Rabbit mate for you, as well as those cool eFootball promos that you can get by logging into eFootball with some of the most legendary monsters from Duel Monsters. But speaking of legendary monsters, Fable Luri is one of them, and it's in the graveyard, so it's special summoning itself back now. Here we go. Set 2. Now, Team Brot versus Team T2.
Requiem is going to tribute itself to special summon a Fiendsive monster from the hand or deck. And there is the Ash Blossom. So I think because we thought for that long, I would assume that maybe we don't have any other interruption left, because we had that one interruption and we thought about it carefully if we want to use it. But on the other hand, I know that Bronas is a master when it comes to toggling. You could never tell what he has in his hand and what he doesn't. So I wouldn't count on that. As we see, there is the Infinite Impermanence going to negate the Gem Knight Nephrem.
Now we have a shuffle up out of the mirror matches that we saw in round 1, and now we have some back and forth gameplay. As you said, the Infinite Impermanence coming down on Gem Knight Nephrem, but it's not over yet. Brilliant fusion now coming through. Bronus lost that first game despite putting the team on his back throughout the previous rounds of the tournament. Is it going to be a second loss for the captain of Team Brot here as Master Diamond Dispersion hits the field in favor of Kid Art?
I think if we go over to Duel C, we have a very interesting board state where turn 1, main 1, Korean has no cards left in his hand, summoning a Red Ransom, and Nicky Boy has 2 cards left in his hand. So we threw everything we had at the 5 cards that Korean had, but it wasn't enough.
Yep. There we go. Malice and Underground are coming through to extend further. Okay. Yep. So the Malice deck is just going to build up the field now. But Nicky Boy still has options. Of course, Risal can play with 3 cards. It just depends. Is 3 cards enough to deal with the disruptions that Nicky Boy is about to face down?
I mean, I think we went over a Splash Mage, so we are locked into a Cyber's card. So I would say maybe if we have an X Risal, we can break this board. I mean, we will now probably try to set up as many banishes as we can. Those are really strong against Risal, but an X Risal is also pretty strong.
Indeed it is. Malice Key Dormouse now just being linked off into that link decoder. And actually, let's take a look at Duel B in the meanwhile here as we have the Gem Knight combos just continuing to extend. Gem Knight Fusion in the graveyard being activated, being added back to the hand. We have the Lady Brilliant Diamond, the Phantom Quartz, so many Gem Knight extra deck monsters, and more to come.
Yeah, the Quartz will now shuffle back 2 monsters from the grave and banish pile to probably special summon the second Seraph Knight. Yeah. Oh no, the first one. I thought the monster on the very right is also a Seraph Knight.
And what do we summon?
I think now we are locked into Gem Knight monsters from...
Ah, okay.
Oh, we are not.
That's an interesting... Appaloosa Bow the Goddess.
That is Appaloosa Bow of the Goddess with 3 materials, which is probably really difficult for Bronas to beat here, unless we find a way to chain block a Murakumo.
Yeah.
The Diamond Persian here, and this can be very interesting now. So
we got a single negation out of the Appaloosa at least.
We got a single negation of the Appaloosa. I think if we had any other hand trap, we could have maybe used the other hand trap to maybe bait out the Appaloosa and then Nibiru the entire field away. Because Appaloosa is only once per chain. Yeah. And if we tribute Appaloosa in that chain, what Appaloosa tried to negate is basically resolving as well.
I do wonder how generic the extra deck is looking for Kid Art here, given the fact that we're just seeing the continued kind of delve into the graveyard for the Seraphonite, for the Lady Brilliant Diamond.
I think you actually play like a lot of offensive cards and then just very generic cards.
Yep.
The Diamond...
SP Little Knight, yeah. Appaloosa Bow the Goddess.
The Diamond Dispersion can also special summon cards from the graveyard.
Yep.
So if we used anything in the combo, linked it off, we can bring it back with the
exactly
Dispersion.
What's just happened, yeah.
The prayers will resolve because we have Cold by on the Ash Blossom. I wonder what... I mean, the prayers is now only going to really matter if we have the ritual spell in hand already. So we use the effect to search a Mitsurugi monster, which is going to be Aramasa, which is pretty interesting. So Aramasa hits the board. I think we can negate that.
Yeah,
but we don't have to.
In the meantime, let's take a look at Duel C as the action seems to be heating up over there as well now.
So Korean is on the transcode technology, which I think I haven't seen in a while.
This turn is still ongoing. This is still that first one where you saw the full commitment from Nicky Boy trying to stop the Malice combo.
Do you remember when Korean had no cards in his hand?
Yep.
There are 4 cards in his hand now. An Omni Negate and a back row. And I think now an X Risal might not do it.
And a front row too, by the looks of things.
Duel A is finished, and I think T2 won Duel A.
Yep, so now T2 moving up to 3 against the 1 of Brot, but Korean looking to make sure that that is not a clean sweep for them, as this field looks very frightening for Nicky Boy to deal with.
Yeah, Korean is keeping the dream alive here by almost winning his second game here, how it looks like. I think in Duel B, it looks really favored for T2 as well, because we negated the Aramasa, they attacked our Appaloosa, but I don't know if, like, we have 2 cards and I don't know if we can play. If we go over to Duel B real quick, we can take a look. So Bronas is still in main phase 1. The Appaloosa left the board, but I don't know. I think Bronas needs very specific cards here to. Yeah, I mean we pass and now it's Kidard's turn, and I don't know what we can do next turn. I mean we can still do Link shenanigans here. We can go into our
unless we go into Lapis Lazuli. No, the Gem Knight card that does the burn damage.
I think that's not being played. I think
I'd play it. It won me a game once.
It would also win a game here now, maybe.
Yeah.
I think what people are playing though is Moscow Seraph Knight because it's also level 5.
Okay.
The SP now hits the board, banishing the Aramasa. And there, I mean, if Bronas now can play, Killard's board is not that threatening.
Yeah, no disruption aside from the Holocore in the graveyard, you have to imagine.
There is the Ice Risal.
There's the Holocore immediately to negate and destroy that.
I think it would have been better to use SP Little Knight here and negate whatever ice specials because
not
now,
destroy, sorry, just negate.
Yeah, because we can now attack over the SP Little Knight now. And it's even if like this is scary. I mean, if Killard has any card that has over 650 attack, it is game over here.
Yep, there we go.
Yeah.
Gem Armadillo.
Korean, by the way, won Duel C.
Well played. Now it is indeed 2 and 3 on the board, but it looks to be 2 and 4. T2 by name, but T4 on the board right now against Brot.
Yeah, a very interesting set 2 here with T2 coming up on top once again, being up 4-2 now.
Yep.
So they only need one more game to win this entire tournament, which is a really nice spot, especially when you're in the final, when you know you only have to win one more game. It takes off some of the pressure.
Win this tournament, win a fantastic jersey. And yeah, have a great time with everything, honestly. Keeping the dream alive. You said it yourself. Yeah. Korean really holding it together for this team right now with the Malice deck really coming alive. Since the early stages of the tournament, really, but again, just the fact they're able to make a deep run, not only because of the strength of their decks, but also because they're just great duelists all around. All 6 of these players really accomplished within Europe, on the international stage as well. But of course, as we head into this third set of games, it's only 3 of them that can stand triumphant, and it's only one team that will be your champion of this tournament.
T2 won every coin flip. They're all going first. We see a Luring, we see an Ice Risal. Is there any hand trap?
Maxi in one of them on Duel C, Maxi. Herald of the Orange Light in Duel A. Any kind of response to that? Gonna send, I believe that was the Aether.
It was Lancia.
Ah, Lancia, okay.
I mean, it feels weird to, and that's the
okay.
I was going to say it feels weird to use two cards basically on one card because Risal has so many extenders. But that doesn't matter.
Yep, so that is the first effect of the dispersion, rather the secondary effect, but still an effect, the one we're usually used to seeing. But actually, no, that will be the first effect because it is the fusion, but there is the Ash Blossom to stop the fusion there. It wasn't even, you know, one of the larger ones with the additional help because of the extra effect of having Gem Knight fusion in your graveyard. But ultimately, it won't resolve anyway. Crystal Rose now going to hit the field. Gonna add a Gem Knight.
By the way, if we go over to Duel C, I think the Max C that Korean used got negated by an Ash Blossom. That's why Kid Art only has 3 cards left in his hand. And now we will go through our entire Fiendsmith combo, which I think bridges
uninterrupted. Yeah,
uninterrupted, which bridges into the Gem Knight cards due to the Crystal Rose that we just saw on Quantal's field. And this looks really good for T2 here.
Sprite Sprint now being used.
And I think in Duel B, there is a Max C that got resolved if we go over to Duel B. I think a Max C got resolved.
Yep, let's take a look at Duel B now. Malice P, Chessy Cat, Malice and Underground, both live on the field right now. Bonus, what you got? Hopefully more than Nicky Boy did for that Risal Mitsurugi deck.
I mean, this once again, I feel like both teams can win this. It doesn't feel like that Broad is with their back against the wall because Briona's resolved the Maxi. Nicky Boy just passed to one hand trap. And if one deck can beat the end board of the Gem Knight deck, it is probably Malice. And I think in Duel C also there was a draw in Lockbird.
Duelos resolved in Duel A, by the way, against the Gem Knight. Let's look at Duel A, actually. I'm curious to see how Quantal plays through this Duelos.
I mean, the goal here is probably to go into the Diamond Dispersion, Master Dispersion as fast as possible, to give your opponent as few draws as possible. And I think that
presumably this is the Phantom Court.
Yeah.
And now we have the Gemini Phantom Quartz being activated and perhaps the extra fusion, extra access, adding the Gemini Quartz now from the deck to the hand.
I mean, the Quartz here basically is an extra normal summon if we really want to, because there is no monster on the opponent's side of the field for us to discard it.
Yep.
And then to set the Brilliant Fusions.
Artifact Lancia now going to stop from any kind of banishment here.
So what Lancia does in this very specific matchup is that basically
the negation is no longer live in the Holocaust.
Yeah, and that's what really matters here. And if we have a Nibiru the Primal Being, which is a high possibility because we only had one engine card, we could maybe see the Nibiru here, which could end the turn. Yeah, we use all of our resources here. The Quartz will trigger. It's only the Quartz adding back the Nephrim.
Yep, and then Nephrim now in the hand.
Do we have Nibiru the Primal Being here, yes or no? That is the very important question to ask.
Are we going
here.
to discard the Nephrim eventually? Let's.
Yeah, we use the effect of Nephrim. Of the
Master Diamond Dispersion, yes, going to generate 3 more bodies. Are they from the graveyard? Are they from the extra deck? Let's see.
I mean, there will surely be at least one from the extra deck, which will guarantee us the draw with the Fuwalos. I mean, I think at this point it all comes down to Nicky Boy having... Oh wait, maybe we summoned 3 from the graveyard. But I think what it comes down to in this specific game is that...
Rose Diamond.
Do we have Nibiru or not? If we don't.
Oh.
And this should be game. It should be game.
Yep, and that should be 3 and 4 on the scoreline. This series still very much anyone's to take, but there is infinite impermanence. Can it do anything?
I think it's too late. I think it's too late.
Down.
I think, yeah, it's not going to do anything.
Indeed, it will not, and it will not do anything to stop Brock from moving to 3 and 4. Quantal clutches this one out. Brock, if they're going to take this, need to win every single game. There's one. Where are the next 2?
Yeah, the comeback is real. I mean, this looks also really promising for Bronas. I think Bronas is in control of this game. If we go over to Duel C right now, I think the Duel C, once again, is the game that could probably decide on who's going to win the tournament and who not. This is still turn 1.
Yeah.
We are still midway through our combo, linking off 3 bodies
Appaloosa,
into
Bow of the Goddess.
Appaloosa, Bow of the Goddess, a very strong card, which will also end the turn here now. So we have basically only an Appaloosa.
4 cards in hand, 4 Korean there. Can he use them to get this Malice deck going?
I mean, now a card that you really want to see is Malice in the Mirror, which is usually a card that you don't want to see. I think we drew the Bestial Magnemut for turn here, otherwise we would have used it earlier. So I think that's something that we definitely have to negate, because that's a potential threat to run over the Appaloosa.
Yep.
Bow of the Goddess. Negating the Bestial Magnemut. 2 negates left. Do we, a triple tactic talents here could also be game breaking.
Take the Appaloosa. Oh!
Chain Maxi.
Nope, that's still...
I mean, because they will take the Appaloosa anyway, we have to use Max C here, otherwise they can just negate our Max C. And the comeback is real. I think
so.
I think Broad is going to win this entire thing. I think they will win this game 3-0. Gold, Sarcophagus.
Going to banish something, going to start the combo.
And before going into your combo, if you have an Appaloosa already on the board, I think you're having a good time. But we have to
Malice P. Dormouse now coming out too.
We have to keep in mind that Max C is still alive. So every time we special summon a monster, we will draw a card. And I guess if we draw like a combination of like maybe Nibiru plus Herald of the Orange Light, we can maybe stop our opponent. We also play Lancea, I believe. So I think the goal is to give the opponent as few draws as possible and hope that they're not drawing their interruptions. Now,
Hard Scripter now going to come through.
Yeah, we go into battle phase. No Nibiru.
Could very well just clutch this one out here.
And that should be, I mean, if everything goes through, that's game.
Yep. Because that's 3100, then the banish, then the comeback, then it's 5200, 6200. Yep, easy.
Very well played by Korean here.
Yep. Perfectly calculated, managed to get a hold of the Appaloosa as well. Triple Tactics talent really coming in clutch. I know that was the difference maker for you guys in 2023 as well.
Yeah.
At the World Championship. But that being said, this is not the World Championship, but it has so many World Championship participants in it so far. And yes, there is the Cypher Gate Gamma, but there is a stolen Appaloosa Bow the Goddess.
And it's going to resolve. Yeah. We drew the Gamma too late, unfortunately. Gamma's on once per turn, so we could have used Gamma at a different point. But since Korean will not use any other effects anymore, since we will just attack for game, Korean takes this, ties the score to 4-4, and if we go over to Duel B,
that looks like his game as well.
It might be, right?
Cronus, can you do it? Team captain of this team, team captain of Brot, the semi-finalist of this year's World Championship. Can he finish this one off? 4-4 Brot versus T2 to kick things off for the autumn season of the Challenger Cup in Europe and in Asia. Let's see how this goes.
I think whatever we summon off the Mitsurugi prayers can't attack directly.
Okay.
So
almost.
I think this is not game quite yet. We're also under Dimensional Shifter, as you can see. Oh, yeah, it is game.
Okay, yeah, there we go.
The Murakumo comes back because it got tributed.
And then we swing.
Yeah.
3200 into 3100 life points remaining. Simple math. Let's go. Bronus and is able to do it.
As I said, the comeback is real. Bro, they lost the first two sets.
Yeah.
2-1.
Yeah.
But they didn't give up. They're three really, really, really good players. As we just saw.
Yeah.
They all three lost the coin toss.
Yeah.
They all, like, everything was against them. They were down. They were down 2-4. They lost all coin tosses, but they all still managed to win somehow.
Yeah, really, really well played by Brot there to have the presence of mind to stick with it despite, you know, backs being against the wall. Still very well played by T2 to make such a deep run throughout the tournament, and we are so happy to have had such great games to show to you today. Now, that's of course just the start of this season of Challenger Cup. You'll see more broadcasts on this channel, on the creators' channels as well. These are not the last times that you'll be seeing these players either. Some of these are mainstays, some of these are new faces. In any case, these are the best players in all of Europe, and these were some really great games. Hopefully you've enjoyed this celebration of Yu-Gi-Oh!, of Master Duel, of eFootball as well. I'm sure that the winning team, Team Brot, will of course enjoy their victorious jersey too. I wonder if they'll pick the blue or the white. Either way, very well done to them. Quantul, Bronus, Korean, three fantastic players, world's caliber for a reason.
Yeah, for sure.
Your peers.
Yeah, Ibris.
Yes,
thank you very much for having me on here. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. if I can have any last words, it
Yes,
would
please.
be 3 very special words.
Okay.
Can you guess them?
I love Yu-Gi-Oh!
I love Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yeah. I
Thank you,
love
guys.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Too. We also both love Gem Night. We love Challenger Cup, and we hope that you've loved the live stream. Thank you very much for joining us, and we will see you very, very soon. Please join the Discord, sign up for some games, log into Master Duel, log into eFootball, and just continue to love Yu-Gi-Oh! With us. Thank you.